Eastern Sea. To the east of the flourishing bumpy sea area, to the west of the barbecue islands, there was a unique and large sea area, Chi Sea. There was no water in Chi Sea. Instead, countless Chi currents intertwined and entangled, forming swirls of millions of Chi currents. During the remote antiquity era, Chi Sea had an incredibly high status in the hearts of all Gu immortals in the world. Back then, Chi path flourished. It was the main Gu cultivation path. All other paths were non-mainstream. All paths were inferior to the number 1 Chi path. Chi Sea was incredibly big. It was a whole different world inside. Countless Chi currents moved within it, destroyed and created at every instance. Back then, Chi Sea was the number 1 Chi path resource point in the 5 regions. But time passed quickly, eras changed. Chi path went on the decline. Chi Sea started to shrink. Right now, Chi Sea was less than 1/10,000th of its original size. The Chi currents inside had all turned into pure water Chi. Only at the most central area, there were still some Chi path immortal materials left. Chi Sea had once been the most popular place. It was now the most deserted area. Contained mostly water Chi. But in the whole of Eastern Sea, which sea area would have any lack of water Chi? It was easy to collect water Chi anywhere. Why would Gu immortals go to Chi Sea on purpose to collect it? Even if they wanted to get other Chi path immortal materials, entering and exploring Chi Sea carried huge risks. They were better off just buying these immortal materials from Treasure Yellow Heaven. By holding this Eastern Sea banquet now, Chi Sea will become renowned in the 5 regions again. Fang Yuan's main body sat on a cloud as he looked down at the Chi Sea area. Looking from above, the Chi Sea area had waves of light blue in color as countless Chi currents moved in turbulence. It was a huge contrast to the surrounding sea water that was dark blue in color. Initially, when Southern Borders rank 8 Gu immortal Xiong created the killer move Unlimited Chi Sea, he had obtained inspiration from this Chi Sea to a certain degree. Fang Yuan called himself Chi Sea Ancestor. He had not picked it randomly. He had already made ample considerations before deciding. For example, which sea area should Chi Sea Ancestor originate from? Where in Eastern Sea did he live in seclusion? Fang Yuan chose Chi Sea for this. This place was deserted, barely anyone came here. It was extremely compatible with Chi Sea Ancestor's cultivation of Chi path as well. If he told others, they would believe him as this was very logical. At the center of Chi Sea, Dragonman clone Wu Shui transmitted, the formation has been prepared. This Eastern Sea banquet had significant meaning to Fang Yuan. He had made many preparations for this. Fang Yuan not only deployed Wu Shui for this, he even set a formation at the center of Chi Sea. This was naturally a Chi path formation. Fang Yuan's time path clone had Chi path Great Grandmaster and Formation path Grandmaster attainment levels. Along with the light of wisdom, he spent a month to deduce this. At the center of Chi Sea, countless currents surged. They were turbulent from time to time. The area was very dangerous. Setting a formation in this place was quite difficult. But it was not a problem for Fang Yuan. He did not lack formation path attainment and he had ample resources. He was not trying to create a complex formation like the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. He was merely going for a usable and realistic effect. Fang Yuan's main body checked it with his divine sense and confirmed there were no problems. He shut his eyes and meditated. This Eastern Sea banquet was extremely important to him. He plotted using the world as his chessboard. He arranged pawns to influence the overall situation. Such planning was not easy at all. In Southern Border, Fang Yuan's influence was small. Because Wu Yong was gathering allies with his good political manipulation, there was nothing Fang Yuan could do to stop him. In Western Desert, even though Fang clan was rising, its influence would only grow with time. Furthermore, be they Heavenly Court or the other Western Desert forces, they would not want this to happen. Fang Dichong had a lot to do in this situation. Central Continent had Heavenly Court. It was impenetrable like an iron fortress. The zombie alliance that Shadow Sect created had already been uprooted along with the organization Defy by Fairy Ziwei. In Northern Plains, Fang Yuan and Chu Du had a close relationship, but it could not affect the big picture. Even though Bing Sichuan had not awakened, Longevity Heaven was started to take control. Fang Yuan could not do anything there. Thus, Eastern Sea was an important part of Fang Yuan's plans and arrangements. Eastern Sea was the most abundant in resources. If he succeeds, when the 5 regions merge, Fang Yuan would have enough influence to affect the other 4 regions. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes as he muttered while looking at the horizon, "They're coming." An immortal goo house was flying in the sky. It looked slow but was moving at a rapid speed. The immortal goo house slowly stopped as a girl with bright eyes walked out. She was wearing a long dress that had exquisite rainbow clouds drawn on it. Hua Clan First Supreme Elder Hua Kai-yun greets Chi-Si ancestor. Hua Kai-yun had rank 8 cultivation level, but she still acted very politely. Next, from Hua Clan's immortal goo house, several Hua Clan goo immortals walked out and paid respects to Fang Yuan. It is not time yet, you have arrived early, please come in. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand as chi currents gathered, forming a cloud. Hua Kai-yun kept her immortal goo house in her immortal aperture as she took a seat, while the other Hua Clan goo immortals stood behind her. I was too excited to meet you for the first time. This is a gift from Hua Clan. Please do accept it. Hua Kai-yun said as the goo immortal behind her took out an item and presented it with both hands. Fang Yuan took a look. This was a lump of chi that resembled a ball. Hua Clan's goo immortal was holding it out respectfully. There was flashing of lightning and rumbling thunder inside this chi lump. There was rainy or sunny weather occasionally inside. There was even snow at times. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He knew what this was. This was a rare rank 9 heaven chi. Heaven and earth chi were the foundational chi of living beings. They were very common. When Fang Yuan placed his immortal aperture and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, he would absorb heaven and earth chi to stabilize his sovereign immortal aperture. He had many secluded domains of heaven and earth in his immortal aperture. They expended too much heaven and earth chi. The sovereign immortal aperture felt a heavy burden due to them. Of course, after Fang Yuan annexed Chi-Si Grotto Heaven, he gained a huge boost of Chi Path Dao marks. His immortal aperture started to produce a lot of heaven chi and earth chi. Fang Yuan's burden in this aspect had eased a lot. But the heaven chi that Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture produced or absorbed were ordinary goo materials. They were not even considered immortal materials. If heaven chi was an immortal material, it would gather into a lump and could not be pulled apart easily. Its value would rise greatly. Ordinary heaven chi could not compare to it. The usage of immortal material heaven chi was very easy. One just had to scatter it. Many goo immortals used it like that. They would purchase a lump of immortal material heaven chi from treasure yellow heaven and scatter it inside their immortal aperture, creating different weather conditions like thunder, lightning, wind, or snow. This type of weather would last for some time. The resource points of goo immortals would be altered in some ways as a result. Most transactions in treasure yellow heaven would involve rank 6 or 7 heaven chi. Rank 8 heaven chi was very rare, while rank 9 was barely ever seen. It was only sold once in 1,000 years or more. Hua Kai-yun gifted Fang Yuan a portion of rank 9 heaven chi. It showed her sincerity as well as Hua Clan's immense foundation. After all, Hua Clan was most proficient in Cloud Path. They were experts in exploring Black Heaven and White Heaven. At the same time, in the River of Time, for immortal goo houses flew above the river. Present and past pavilion was not covered on all 4 sides. It was very simplistic. It traveled while riding the waves. 3 autumn yellow crane platform was elegant and grand. The orange roof resembled cranes with their wings spread out. The immortal goo house was radiating 3 layers of autumn light. It was quite extraordinary. Shark flow lever was white like jade. There were 7 huge sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp teeth and were dragging the huge lever ahead. Moment stage was rank 8 and had a ring of stone stairs around the outside. It spiraled upwards until it reached the red-tiled pavilion at the top. The 4 immortal goo houses carried Heavenly Court and Central Continent goo immortals as they charged towards one destination, Red Lotus Stone Island. Within present and past pavilion, a rank 8 goo immortal stood as he watched the river water surging outside. This person wore a red and white robe, standing straight like a spear or sword. His eyebrows were sharp like swords. A mysterious and profound light was hidden in his eyes. He had a calm and elegant aura. He was looking afar now as he continued to focus and comprehend. It was Feng Zhouge. During this period in the River of Time, I have observed this long river. I watched the prosperity and downfall of eras. I witnessed the turbulence of the past and present. Destiny is like a wave. It rises at times and falls at times. It is slow at times while fast at times. The profundity contained within cannot be expressed in words. I can only sing it. Feng Zhouge had been comprehending destiny song all along. Different from the previous life, Feng Zhouge's destiny had changed a lot this time around. He was defeated by Feng Yuan in Langya Blessed Land. He was transported away by Chen Yi using the killer move Karma Relocation. He obtained the inspiration of Destiny Song. This was way earlier than in the previous life. After gaining some insight, Feng Zhigu came to the River of Time. He grabbed onto this inspiration and started to comprehend it. The River of Time was a time path secluded domain, but Feng Zhigu made use of present and past pavilion to observe the life of people in the past and present. He saw many scenes. This was a great help towards his comprehension of Destiny Song. Right now, his Destiny Song was 60% complete. It was 10% higher than during the Central Continent Fate battle in the previous life. My Destiny Song already depicts the destiny of living beings. But the destiny of venerables cannot be described so simply. Last time in Heavenly Court, I looked at reckless savages' bloodskins and felt like they were incomprehensible. I hope that this journey to the Stone Lotus Island will allow me to gain further growth in creating Destiny Song. We have arrived. It is here. Stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus True Inheritance. The 4 immortal goo houses stopped nearby. Eternal Yacht was already waiting above the Stone Lotus Island. Eternal Yacht was the first to discover the Stone Lotus Island. The goo immortals within it quickly informed Heavenly Court. They sent the other 4 immortal goo houses to join up with it. Feng Zhigu looked over with an expectant gaze. Gu Lu Ru, who was within moment stage, had a complex expression. We finally found it. The hard work of our Heavenly Court over generations has not been in vain. After countless years, we have finally gained the fruits of our labor. Gu Lu Ru sighed deeply to himself. He had many difficulties in his life. His lower body was crippled and could not be healed. He had an impassive attitude, but at this moment, he was filled with excitement, pride, and satisfaction. After breathing in deeply, Gu Lu Ru calmed down completely. He sat on his wheelchair as his eyes flickered with cold light. He ordered, "Set up the river suppression lotus ceiling formation now. I will lead moment stage while Feng Zhigu will lead present and past pavilion. Eternal Yacht will move out to the tributary's entrance and bring in our reinforcements. Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform will patrol the surroundings. If anything shows up, inform me immediately." "Yes," the immortals replied as they started to move, executing great efficiency. The 3 supplementary formations are ready. A group of goo immortals ended their work. They sat down in the immortal goo house to rest and recover. The second group took over. On top of the 3 supplementary formations, they added a rank 8 immortal goo suppression. The second group had 8 goo immortals that were either rank 6 or 7. They worked together with great coordination. After some work, they finally added in suppression immortal goo successfully. This was the River of Time, a time path secluded domain of heaven and earth as a rule path immortal goo. It was not easy to use suppression immortal goo here, the difficulty was high. But rank 8 immortal goo suppression was one of the core immortal goo of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. It had to be the first rank 8 immortal goo arranged here. After it, other steps could be taken. At this time, the second group went to rest while the first group came back to work. They were not continuing the setup, they were dismantling the 3 layers of supplementary formation that was created earlier. These goo formations were meant to help immortal goo suppression find the proper area to be put in. After that, they had to be removed and make space for the next few steps of the immortal formation. Good, the 3 layers of supplementary formations have been removed. Next, we will set up the pale fire formation. The third group of goo immortals took over. The first group of goo immortals were exhausted. They quickly went to rest. After the pale fire formation, we will set up the paper cage formation. Let's go. The second group of goo immortals took over. If the river suppression lotus ceiling formation was split apart, there were 138 subformations. The pale fire and paper cage formations were just 2 of them. Be careful, something has happened in the River of Time. A huge wave is crashing towards us. Someone alerted. At this time, the first group was resting, trying to recover as much as they could. The second and third group were busy setting the formation. The fourth group of goo immortals meant to deal with emergencies were activated. In order to create the formation, Heavenly Court split the goo immortals into 4 groups. The first group had the strongest formation path abilities. They were in charge of the core of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The second and third groups had similar levels of strength. The fourth group had the least number of people. They had some level of ability in formation building but were meant to deal with emergencies. The fourth group of immortals quickly acted and destroyed the huge wave. The second and third groups let out a sigh of relief. While checking that the formation was intact, they started to make preparations for the future steps. Gu Luru and Feng Zhougu were stationed in moment stage and present and past pavilion respectively. Feng Zhouji's eyes were steady as he comprehended destiny. Gu Luru had a deep gaze that was filled with alertness. We have found the Stone Lotus Island. There is some commotion when we made the formation. Feng Yuan will definitely be alerted. He will definitely come here to cause destruction. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation has not been completed yet. We are at our weakest now. Feng Yuan will definitely come to attack. This is an important matter. I need to make up for my mistakes. I cannot let Feng Yuan succeed. While thinking, a silvery light appeared on the horizon. Gu Luru's heart immediately tensed. 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever that were patrolling outside changed directions immediately, trying to obstruct the invader. It was Myriad Year flying warship. Gu Luru, your heavenly court actually tried to take Red Lotus true inheritance from under my nose. You were just dreaming. Myriad, your flying warship came rapidly as Feng Yuan's voice resounded from within. Gu Luru snorted coldly, his voice spread in this entire battlefield. Feng Yuan, you are merely a loser that we defeated. Was the painful lesson last time not enough for you? He was a time path great expert. He was like a fish in water in the river of time. Rank 8 Gu immortals of other paths would need a lot more effort to make their voice transmit around the entire battlefield. Haha, with me here, don't think of setting any formation. Before Feng Yuan finished his words, Myriad, your flying warship already started to shine with bright lights. These lights converged into countless silver flying swords as they shot out rapidly towards the incomplete river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Gu Luru's expression was grim. He felt a headache. Heavenly Court's biggest weakness now was this formation. Feng Yuan ruthlessly attacked the enemy's weakness. Heavenly Court had no choice but to defend it. They were stuck in a passive situation. Last time, when Feng Yuan attacked the river suppression lotus ceiling formation, Heavenly Court could dismantle the formation, but this time, with this Red Lotus Stone Island, they would preserve it even if they had to pay a huge price to do so. Boom, boom, boom. 3 autumn yellow crane platform arrived first. It fought against Myriad Year flying warship. There were many impacts that caused the water of the river of time to splash and splatter. Shark flow lever arrived shortly after. As the 3 immortal Gu houses fought intensely in the river of time, in the sky of Eastern Sea's Chi Sea, the scene was harmonious and joyful. After Hua Kai Yun, the Gu immortals of Eastern Sea's super forces, Song Clan, Su Clan, and Kai Clan also arrived. The one from Song Clan was naturally Song Chi Yuan. He came to the banquet with Song Yishur. This is my granddaughter Song Yishur. After hearing of Senior's story, she became very excited. She asked me to bring her here and meet you. Song Chi Yuan smiled. He introduced his granddaughter Song Yishur. Song Yishur had lost her father long ago. As her grandfather, Song Chi Yuan doted on her. For this Eastern Sea banquet, he brought her here so that she would get to leave an impression on people. This junior pays respects to Chi Sea ancestor. Song Yishur said politely. She had snow-white skin. Her eyes were bright. She wore a blue-white dress and had an innocent aura. She was truly one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Similar to Hua Kai Yun, Song Chi Yuan also brought a gift. It was a Chi Path inheritance that Song Clan had collected in its inventory. It originated from a historical Chi Path rank 8 great expert. After Feng Yuan took a look, he saw that it was quite unique and had quite a bit of value. Feng Yuan smiled as he looked at Song Yishur. He displayed the concern of a senior. Song Clan has a good descendant, a good junior. This is our first meeting. I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Saying so, he took out a rank 8 water path immortal material. It floated towards Song Yishur. Song Yishur was of great upbringing after all. She received the gift and quickly thanked him. Take a seat. Feng Yuan waved his hand as chi currents gathered, forming a seat instantly. It was right below him and towards the left. Song Chi Yuan saw this position and became very happy. He quickly brought Song Yishur to take their seats. Song Yishur placed the rank 8 water path immortal material in her immortal aperture. She acted very modestly and gracefully, displaying the demeanor of a young lady in an esteemed clan. Hua Kaiyun laughed as she spoke. Song Chi Yuan, this is the first gift that Ancestor has handed out. Had I known this, I would have brought my grandson as well. She was the earliest person. She had already conversed with Fong Yuan for some time. Their relationship had gotten much closer in this period. Song Chi Yuan laughed. He was secretly proud of this. Bringing Song Yishur here was really a wise decision. Song Yishur was looking at Chi Si Ancestor for the first time. She was awe-inspired by his aura. This old senior is truly the #1 person in Eastern Sea, a person who rivaled Duke Long. He has the demeanor of a great person. He is so magnanimous and grand. If she knew that this person was Fong Yuan, who had once acted as Xingxiangzi and watched her shower, she would not have such thoughts. Qing Yuan pays respects to Chi Si Ancestor. Qing Yuan was the 3rd Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal who arrived. Junior Qing Yu Chi Chen greets Chi Si Ancestor. A youngster was behind Qing Yuan. He wore a green shirt and had a tall nose and flat face. His eyes were shiny like stars. He was a handsome and talented junior in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Good. Fong Yuan sighed and praised. Assessing Qing Yu Zhicheng. Another good junior. I have a gift for you as well. He gave Qing Yu Zhicheng a rank 8 immortal material as well. Qing Yu Zhicheng quickly received it with thanks. Hua Kaiyun gradually saw a pattern as she thought to herself. This Chi Si Ancestor seems to enjoy helping talented juniors. Just from this point alone, one can see that he truly has grand disposition. At this moment, Nan Gong Clan's Gu Immortals arrived at the banquet. Hua Kaiyun's expression sank. This was because Nan Gong Clan's first Supreme Elder brought Huan along. Huan was originally a Hua Clan Gu Immortal, but he betrayed Hua Clan and joined Nan Gong Clan. He had deep wisdom path attainment. He was one of the 3 wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. The saying goes, Jiadan sits in Twin Polar, Huan hides in Nan Gong. There is also Dragon Head Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. Even though Hua Kaiyun was unhappy, she did not say anything. This was Chi Si Ancestor's banquet. She wanted to get close to the #1 Eastern Sea expert now. She had to endure it. Eastern Sea's righteous path arrived one by one. The last one who came was the Grand Elder of the Merman Imperial Court. Fong Yuan said some words of consolation as he arranged for her to sit at the very end. After the Merman Grand Elder sat down, she sighed to herself internally. Even though this was her first meeting with Chi Si Ancestor, this great expert was showing a good attitude towards the merfolk. Of course, the mermen were working with the dragon men. They were Fong Yuan's natural allies. Fong Yuan would not give her trouble. Seeing Fong Yuan's treatment of the Merman Grand Elder, Eastern Sea's righteous path Gu Immortals fell into contemplation. River of Time. Myriad Your Flying Warship was already at the inner area. Immortal Killer moved Daybreak Sword. Swords moved out like an army of pythons, traversing the battlefield and attacking 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platforms started to shine with a bright orange light. The strength of the silver flying swords weakened continuously. At the other end, Shark Flow Lever shot out 3 frost waves and froze the water of the River of Time under Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fong Yuan grunted from within Myriad Year Flying Warship. Silver flying swords turned around and gathered in the water below the river. Immortal Killer moved Torrential Charge. Myriad Year Flying Warship shot out like a meteor, crashing into the River Suppression Lotus ceiling formation that was still being set up. Boom! With a loud sound, Moment Stage blocked Myriad Year Flying Warship as the 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses collided. Moment Stage had a slight disadvantage while Myriad Year Flying Warship's advancement was halted. It was stalled by Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform which had caught up. Heavenly Court had deep foundation. They already prepared some methods to deal with Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship had gone through many battles. Its methods were exposed. It could not do much in this situation. At this moment, 2 more Time Path Immortal Gu houses arrived as reinforcements. One was Eternal Yacht carrying Xing Yi Wang. The other was Sun and Moon Temple carrying 9 Spiritual Fairy. Heavenly Court's reinforcements arrived. For rank 8 Gu Immortals, 6 Time Path Immortal Gu houses. Heavenly Court's Morale Sword. Eastern Sea above Chi Si. Chi currents surged and formed into a vast cloud. Chi Si Ancestor willed as countless dishes and delicious wine emerged from these currents. It was finally time. Chi-Si ancestor wanted to raise his cup and announce the start of the banquet when a voice resounded in the sky. Black Soul Sea Lord would like to request a spar with Chi-Si ancestor. Next, his rank 8 aura filled with dark energy loomed over the entire area. The Eastern Sea Immortals were stunned before their eyes started to shine. An Eastern Sea rank 8 was actually challenging Chi-Si ancestor. Moment stage, present and past pavilion, 3 autumn yellow crane platform, eternal yacht, shark flow lever, sun and moon temple, Gu Lu Ru, Feng Jiugu, Xing Yi Wang, 9 spiritual fairy. Heavenly Court gathered its forces in the river of time. It was bent on getting Red Lotus true inheritance. In contrast, Feng Yuan's side only had myriad year flying warship. Even though it was rank 8, against Heavenly Court's grand force it was too small. Heavenly Court had 6 immortal Gu houses and 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. They surrounded myriad year flying warship completely. Myriad year flying warship fell into a tight spot, but Feng Yuan spoke calmly as he smiled. He. You want to occupy the Stone Lotus Island? Since I cannot get it, neither will any of you. Immortal killer move. Myriad year hunting. Fragrance spread from myriad year flying warship. It quickly dispersed and caused countless Dao beasts to resonate and growl. A wave of a year beast tide was rapidly forming. In the previous life, Feng Yuan cooperated with Bing Sichuan and fought against Heavenly Court over this Red Lotus true inheritance. In the end, Feng Jiugu acted and destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. This time, Feng Yuan made the same choice. He used myriad year hunting to summon an endless beast tide that targeted the Stone Lotus Island. This method was myriad year flying warship's strongest ability. It had an evident weakness, however. The year beasts did not differentiate enemy from ally. In fact, its main target was myriad year flying warship itself. Last time, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals fell for Feng Yuan's scheme. They thought that he could control the beast tide and slaughtered a large number of year beasts, taking most of the damage for myriad year flying warship. After suffering a loss, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals realized that Feng Yuan could not control this beast tide either. The weakness of myriad year hunting was already known to Heavenly Court. But this time, Feng Yuan used it to target Heavenly Court's weakness. They were setting up the river suppression lotus ceiling formation now. They had no choice but to fight against these beasts. Gu Lu Ru snorted coldly. This scoundrel is very devious. He used this move after all. He had a calm expression as he instructed his people. Eternal Yacht and Shark Flow Lever left the battlefield immediately to head to the outside. At the same time, 9 spiritual fairy jumped out of her immortal Gu house, turning into an immemorial desolate beast to leave the battlefield. Heavenly Court had the advantage while Feng Yuan's myriad year flying warship was encircled. He could not stop these people from escaping. After leaving the battlefield, Eternal Yacht and Shark Flow Lever shined with a bright light. 2 auras resembling year's flow like water immortal Gu started to spread out. The newly formed beast tide was instantly lured to these 2 immortal Gu houses as 80% of them rushed towards the 2 immortal Gu houses. The remaining 20% were intercepted by 9 spiritual fairy who had turned into an immemorial desolate beast. She took control over them. It's her indeed. 9 spiritual fairy. A rank 8 great expert that cultivated enslavement path and transformation path in Central Continent's history. Within myriad year flying warship, a Gu Immortal had already discerned 9 spiritual fairies' identity. Right now, Feng Yuan's main body was in Eastern Sea, only his will was inside the ship. The will could think and make comparisons to his previous life's events. 9 spiritual fairy did not wake up in the previous life, but this time she woke up and even earlier in time. This was a very different situation. After she turned into the immemorial year beast, the river of time was no longer an obstacle to her. Even though Heavenly Court could not counter myriad year hunting directly, they found ways to deal with it. They analyzed the concept of myriad year hunting and targeted it, resolving the year beast tide that had yet to fully form. Next, even if year beasts emerge, there would only be a few of them. They would not be of a threatening scale. This was Heavenly Court's foundation. It was also the reason why Feng Yuan had been concealing his strength and methods all along. Once he exposes his methods, Heavenly Court would rapidly react and make deductions. They would counter his actions in their next encounter. This was the case for Daybreak Sword, Torrential Charge, and Myriad Year Hunting. Myriad Year Hunting, which could change the situation, was resolved by Heavenly Court before it even showed effect. The remaining 4 immortal goo houses surrounded Myriad-Year flying warship tightly as they unleashed a barrage of attacks. Fang Yuan, if you still have any methods left, use them. Gu Lu smiled coldly. Within Myriad-Year flying warship, Fang Yuan's will was silent. He did not respond. The battle continued. Myriad-Year flying warship was kept suppressed and unable to turn it around. Even though it tried to break out several times, it did not succeed. Over at Heavenly Court's 4 immortal goo houses, Moment Stage was in front. As a rank 8 immortal goo house and with the time path great expert Gu Lu stationed in it, it was not inferior to Myriad-Year flying warship. At the same time, the other 3 immortal goo houses worked together to assist it. Their cooperation was not simple, they were very effective in their actions. Evidently, during this period of time, these goo immortals did not slack off. They had practiced extensively and their battle strength rose greatly. Fang Yuan is already trapped, he is not a threat. Be careful, we cannot be careless against this demon. Our river suppression lotus ceiling formation is almost complete. What can Fang Yuan do to stop us? Heavenly Court's goo immortals had a surge of morale. Many of them could already see the sight of Fang Yuan's defeat. But at this moment, a grand aura surged from the stone lotus island. Golden light flashed as a gray stone giant stood up slowly. This giant was immensely tall. Its muscles were bulging. Its hair was thick. Its eyes shined with a fierce beast light. What monster is this? It has time path aura. We have not explored the stone lotus island yet. Why did the guardian of the stone lotus island awaken? Oh no! The river suppression lotus ceiling formation has not been completed yet. Heavenly Court's goo immortals had changes of expression. The giant roared. It was actually the sound of a tiger's roar. The sound waves spread out in all directions, causing huge ripples to form around the island. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook intensely. The goo immortals setting up the formation spat out mouthfuls of blood. Quick, stabilize the formation. Paper cage formation was broken. We need to repair it. 4th group, goo immortals of the 4th group, quickly reinforce us. The goo immortals setting up the formation became very busy. After the gray stone giant roared, it moved its arms. The muscles on his forearm and upper arm expanded like a balloon to 3 times of its original size. Pitch-black bull horns grew on its forehead. It lowered its head slightly as its arms gathered in front of its chest. It opened its palms and placed them together. Air currents surged and gathered between its palms, creating a spiral ball made of currents. Gu Lu saw this as shock appeared in his eyes. He understood, these air currents were just the physical appearance, these were actually time path Dao marks. More and more time path Dao marks were drawn by the giant and gathered into a huge silver ball. The ball became larger and larger. The giant monster growled and pushed with both arms, throwing the silver ball with all its strength. The silver ball flew like a meteor, shooting out and causing endless gusts of wind to blow. Central Continent's righteous path goo immortals were deeply shocked. Their pupils shrunk when they saw this giant silver ball's might. Quick, we need to block it. Gu Lu gritted his teeth. He forcefully controlled Moment Stage to block the advancement of the silver ball. Boom! At the next moment, an intense sound erupted. The silver ball crashed into Moment Stage and burst out with terrifying might. Moment Stage was like a house swept by a typhoon. It flew away even when resisting. We blocked it. Moment Stage stopped eventually as Gu Lu let out a breath of turbid air. Moment Stage was already damaged beyond words. It was filled with cracks. Countless mortal goo died, while many immortal goo were injured. The goo immortals inside Moment Stage were already very busy. They could not stay as carefree as when they encircled Fang Yuan anymore. They quickly tried to repair the immortal goo house. The aftermath of the silver ball explosion caused intense winds to blow. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was still affected and damaged. Many goo worms died. The goo immortals setting up the formation were very busy trying to fix it. Seeing that its attack did not work, the gray stone giant started to gather a silver ball again. Gu Lu saw this and gritted his teeth. He controlled Moment Stage to charge down. But as Moment Stage got close to the stone lotus island, it gave off a brilliant light and a formless force blocked Moment Stage from approaching. Using this time, the gray stone giant gathered another silver ball in its hands. The ball shot out. Gu Lu had no choice but to grit his teeth and resist the silver ball again using Moment Stage. Boom! Another explosion resounded. After the intense impact, the front part of Moment Stage was completely devastated. A large number of tiles and bricks flew out and turned back into goo worm corpses. The gray stone giant saw that its method was obstructed once again. It became infuriated as it growled and gathered another silver ball. Gu Lu frowned deeply. This giant is using a very familiar time path method. To think that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had left this behind. But even if I know about its information, for now I can only block its attack by sacrificing Moment Stage. I need to protect this River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. Thankfully, we have this Moment Stage. Gu Lu felt glad in his heart. The signature method of Moment Stage was to teleport from one location to another location in a moment's time. This was not a space path method but a time path method instead. It was not teleportation in essence, but was the act of using Moment Stage to compress its time into a moment. If the distance was further, it would take several moments. Gu Lu wanted to protect the formation. He had a clear objective. As long as the formation was set up, it would isolate this place from the outside. The Stone Lotus Island would not be able to escape. All of Red Lotus arrangements on this island would weaken slowly and be resisted. And against outside force, there would also be a strong layer of protection. By then, even if Fang Yuan wanted to enter with this formation and several immortal Gu houses around, it would be difficult. Fang Yuan evidently understood this logic. Myriad Year Flying Warship tried to move in different directions. The remaining immortal Gu houses were just rank 7, they could barely contain it. This was like a thin fishing net trying to capture a shark. Heavenly Court's situation was getting worse. Gu Lu snorted coldly and came out of Moment Stage, joining the encirclement of Myriad Year Flying Warship. He was a time path great expert. He could move and act freely in the river of time. With his interference, Heavenly Court stabilized the situation once again. Persevere, and we will gain victory. After this period, when the formation is completed, it would be Fang Yuan's time to die. Gu Lu took charge of the situation. He dealt with Myriad Year Flying Warship while raising the morale of his people. Eventually, the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation was completely set up. It formed a huge sphere that not only surrounded the Stone Lotus Island, but also Myriad Year Flying Warship. The formation activated. The gray stone giant grunted as it felt a strong suppression. Myriad Year hunting was also restricted. The fragrance could not spread out. A beast tide was unable to form. Get rid of Fang Yuan first, then explore the Stone Lotus Island. Gu Lu shouted. Without the threat of Myriad Year hunting, Eternal Yacht, Shark Flow Lever, and 9 Spiritual Fairy returned in time. They joined the encirclement against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, this will be your final resting place. Gu Lu's eyes shined with bright light. He had a cold expression. Is a demonic overlord going to die here? Feng Zhougu squinted. Inspiration regarding Destiny Song emerged in his heart. Let's not wait any longer. Kill him. Xing Yi Wang moved Shark Flow Lever and assaulted with deep killing intent. 9 Spiritual Fairy was silent, but her movements were not slow. She got around to the back of Myriad Year Flying Warship as her aura burst out. She prepared her killer move. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's cold snicker resounded in Myriad Year Flying Warship. "O Heavenly Court, you have already been trapped, can't you sense it?" Before he finished his words, Stone Lotus Island erupted with a bright light. Tens of water pillars shot up around the island. The light and water pillars forcefully connected into the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. The central continent Gu immortals who were inside became dumbfounded. Someone shouted, "What is going on? We lost our control of this formation." This was not a simple change of events. Heavenly Court's 4 rank 8s were in deep disbelief, but the facts were in front of them. This was all Fang Yuan's trap. "I did not waste a Stone Lotus Island to trap you after all. This is not the place I will die. It is yours." Fang Yuan said so as the gray stone giant on the Stone Lotus Island grew chicken wings and feathers. Its hands turned into tiger claws. Its mouth turned into a beak. It flew up and barged past the encirclement, paving a way for Myriad Year Flying Warship. Realization flashed in Gu Lu. He finally understood what this gray stone giant was. He shouted in shock and anger. "This is the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. To think that Fang Yuan had this method. This was all Fang Yuan's trap. He has already obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance. He can control the Stone Lotus Island. This 12 Zodiac Battle Formation is likely the content of the True Inheritance. His time path foundation grew immensely. He is able to suppress our formation instead. We cannot stay here, we need to retreat." The 4 Heavenly Court rank 8s discussed and decided to leave. But the awkward thing was, this river suppression lotus ceiling formation that they set up with so much work was their biggest obstacle at this moment. Want to leave now? Too late. Fong Yuan's laughter could be heard inside myriad year-flying warship. Daybreak swords flew out and shot towards 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever. The gray stone giant growled loudly and pounced at present and past pavilion. Present and past pavilion had torrential waves around it, but the gray stone giant ignored that. It advanced and slammed down with its fist. The gray stone giant was just too big. Its fist was larger than present and past pavilion itself. Before the fist landed, sounds of tiger and dragon roars resounded in the battlefield. The might of the fist was simply destructive and unrestrained. Feng Jiugu squinted while the other Gu immortals were fearful. Against this fist, they felt like the world was collapsing. Any attempts to dodge it was futile. They could not dodge. Boom! An intense explosion resounded as present and past pavilion crumbled at the impact of the gray stone giant's fist. The injuries and deaths inside were severe. Feng Jiugu barely managed to escape in a sorry state. Moment stage. At the crucial moment, moment stage teleported over and took in Feng Jiugu. The gray stone giant completely ignored the moment stage that was nearby. It turned around towards Sun and Moon Temple. Sun and Moon Temple was a time path immortal Gu house of spirit affinity house. It was weaker than the rest. When the gray stone giant approached, Sun and Moon Temple could not escape in time. The giant was too fast. It was inside the river of time and had the power of the stone Lotus Island boosting it. Its current battle strength was simply unheard of. Boom! With a second explosion, Sun and Moon Temple shattered. Most of the Gu immortals inside died. No! Gu Lu Ru gritted his teeth. His eyes were red from anger. His body was shaking from hatred. The Heavenly Court Gu immortals were no longer as confident as before. They wanted to escape for their lives now. The gray stone giant's battle strength made them feel deep despair. Eastern Sea above Qi Sea. The Gu immortals were very excited as they looked at Qi Sea ancestor and the owner of the Black Soul Sea area, Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin was a lone cultivator with rank 8 cultivation level. Everyone knew him in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. But they did not expect that he would challenge Qi Sea ancestor. Although thinking about it, it was not strange. Back then, the fight between Duke Long and Qi Sea ancestor was only witnessed by Song Qi Yuan and Shin Songshang, and these two were righteous path Gu immortals. Under everyone's gaze, Qi Sea ancestor smiled lightly. Gu immortal Zhang Yin, you are very courageous, but will you be able to handle one move from me? Zhang Yin smiled arrogantly. Ancestor, you underestimate me, not just one move. Ugh. He suddenly stopped as the other Gu immortals' expressions changed. Instantly, they felt the entire world buzzing as countless Qi currents gathered from all over the place. Within all the surroundings, pressure intensified. The immortals' pupils shrunk. Cold sweat flowed down as they felt unparalleled pressure. They were like insects trapped in amber, fragile and helpless. What killer move is this? Is this Qi Sea ancestor's method? We are merely feeling the side effect. What pressure is Zhang Yin, who is bearing the brunt of the attack, feeling? The immortals looked over. Zhang Yin's face turned red. He did not move in the air. His eyes were bulging as he struggled. He only trembled as he could not break free. The immortals were all shaken. A loud sound could be heard from above their heads. The Eastern Sea immortals quickly looked up and all of their faces turned pale as paper. A huge hand completely made of Qi currents was translucent and pale white. It extended an enormous distance, shrouding the skies itself. The giant hand pressed down as all of the Eastern Sea immortals felt suffocated. It was as if a mountain was crashing down upon them. What sort of power is this? If I were not here personally, I would never believe it. I'm afraid the strength is on par with rank 9. Qi Sea ancestor. At the banquet, many Gu immortals stood up uncontrollably. Their bodies shook as fear overwhelmed them. Zhang Yin shouted with all his strength. His entire body was radiating dark energy as mild lightning flashed weakly. He could not escape. He was trapped and fixed in the air. Seeing this, Song Qi Yuan and the other rank 8 Gu immortals were all incredibly shocked and fearful. It looks like Zhang Yin has used his full strength. But he cannot escape at all? Is he going to die? Qi Sea ancestor's battle strength is so terrifying. Does he wants to leave a deep impression on us and use Zhang Yin's life to raise his reputation in Eastern Sea? It was unimaginable. A rank 8 Gu Immortal was completely helpless against Qi Si ancestor. But the truth was right here. Song Qi Yuan and the other Eastern Sea Gu Immortals had to believe it. As the Qi current hand approached Zhang Yin, it slowly disintegrated and went past Zhang Yin, slamming into Qi Si. There was no heaven-shaking explosion after the Qi current hand came into contact with Qi Si. It quickly scattered and fused into the sea. Zhang Yin regained freedom. He felt deep lingering fear as his clothes were filled with sweat. He had a fearful look as he stared with wide eyes, breathing roughly. "Look at Qi Si," Song Yishur shouted. Everyone turned to look. The treacherous and turbulent Qi Si filled with countless spirals had been completely calmed. It was like a mirror now. Eastern Sea's immortals were very shocked. Many of them opened their mouths but could not speak. Ancestors' divine might. I have fully experienced it. Zhang Yin let out a breath of air as he paid his respects. Thank you for sparing me. Qi Si ancestor was still sitting at the main seat. His eyes were barely open as he waved his sleeves lightly. Take a seat. Thank you. Zhang Yin took his seat amidst the silence. Many of the Eastern Sea immortals were still standing. Those who were seated were not feeling any better. They were all like statues. Qi Si ancestor defeated Zhang Yin in one move. He had truly intimidated all of them. Ancestor has divine might. After a while, Song Qi Yuan reacted as he stood up, respectfully praising. Ancestor has divine might. Shen Songshang also stood up and praised with respect. Ancestor has divine might. Ancestor has divine might. Countless Eastern Sea Gu immortals stood up to pay their respects. They were completely in awe. Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he said, Everyone, take a seat, the banquet is beginning. The Stone Lotus Island ambush that Fang Yuan planned had already ended. A grand light filled Heavenly Court, but in Central Great Hall, the atmosphere was grim. At the crucial moment, Gu Lu Ru blocked Myriad Year flying warship while risking his life. I managed to live because of him. 9 Spiritual Fairy said this as she coughed blood again. Tears were in her eyes. The scene of Gu Lu Ru defending them with his life surfaced in her mind again. 9 Spiritual Fairy had a beautiful face. She liked to wear a long robe and wave her sleeves around. She had a graceful aura, but now, she was covered in blood. Wounds were all over her body. Her sleeves were cut and dangling. 9 Spiritual Fairy's thin body was completely fragile at this moment, covered in this large robe. In this battle in the River of Time, Heavenly Court had the absolute advantage at the start, but later they lost completely. The 6 immortal Gu houses were destroyed. Only 2 Gu immortals, 9 Spiritual Fairy and Feng Jiugu, managed to escape. Feng Jiugu was in the hall too. He lost his cool demeanor at this moment. His eyes turned dim as they lost their light. He showed an expression of loss and perplexity. Fairy Ziwei sighed to herself. She instructed them to go recuperate. She learned of the result of this battle already. She called for 9 Spiritual Fairy so that she could gain more information about the minor details. To think that Fang Yuan obtained the Stone Lotus Island long ago. How did he do it? We did not sense it at all. Fairy Ziwei deduced quietly. She could not find any answer. Because of this, Heavenly Court lost this battle completely. They fell into Fang Yuan's plan trap. Their losses were severe. Duke Long smiled bitterly. The truth is, we had guessed that Fang Yuan might have a Red Lotus true inheritance already. But in the previous battle, Myriad Year flying warship was forced to escape from us. It was useless even if they tried to make use of the River of Time's dangerous terrain. Now it seems that Fang Yuan had purposely did that so as to lure our attention. He wanted to fight for Dragon Palace and also to prepare for this battle to make us underestimate him. This is truly a devious and scheming demon. Then when did Fang Yuan obtain Red Lotus true inheritance? So be it if he got it recently, but if he obtained this Stone Lotus Island long ago, that would be a very scary situation. Fairy Ziwei thought about it as she felt a chill down her spine. Right now, Heavenly Court was facing a difficult situation. However, no matter how tough the situation was, Heavenly Court had to face it directly. They could not try to dodge it. Duke Long said solemnly, even if Fang Yuan obtained 1 Red Lotus true inheritance and gained 12 Zodiac battle formation from it, we need to continue putting our forces into the River of Time. This was only natural. There was more than one Red Lotus true inheritance. If Fang Yuan obtained a second or third one, he would become even scarier. From Heavenly Court's perspective, the River of Time was an important area they had to guard. Red Lotus true inheritance was something they had to obtain. This situation might only change after they successfully repair fake goo, but now, Heavenly Court had to start all over again. After losing 6 immortal goo houses, they would have to build 6 or even 10 more. Fairy Zi-Wei nodded slowly. She had a serious expression. She shared the same opinion as Duke Long on this matter. But Fairy Zi-Wei showed a look of difficulty. There were problems in this too. If they wanted to send more Time Path battle strength into the River of Time, the best method was to send Time Path Goo Immortals. But because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Heavenly Court's foundation in Time Path Goo Immortals was very weak. Without any Time Path great experts, they could only make up for it using Time Path Immortal Goo houses. Heavenly Court lost 6 Time Path Immortal Goo houses. The losses were too severe. They needed to rebuild these houses and needed a large number of Time Path Immortal Goo for them. Even though 9 Spiritual Fairy and Feng Zhou Goo were still alive, they did not bring back many Immortal Goo. Heavenly Court needed to refine many Time Path Immortal Goo to rebuild their Immortal Goo houses. And in this aspect, Goo refinement immortal materials were not a problem. Heavenly Court had an immensely deep foundation of over millions of years. It was not for show. Heavenly Court's 3 million years worth of accumulation was split into 3 treasuries of early, middle, late. Each one represented 1,000,000 years of foundation. They had placed all of their gains in that time period into the respective inventories. Any one of these 1,000,000 years treasury had more things in it than any of the 10 great ancient sects. In order to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Goo, old ancestor Shui who went bankrupt. Even with Fang Yuan's current foundation, he did not dare to refine rank 8 Immortal Goo. When normal super forces try to refine a rank 8 Immortal Goo, they would expend a good deal of their foundation. But for Heavenly Court, not just one, even if they refined 10 of them, their foundation would not be shaken. Heavenly Court did not lack immortal materials at all, they lacked refinement path great experts. Yuan Qiangdu was a refinement path expert. He had been in charge of repairing Fate Goo. But asking him to refine Time Path Immortal Goo on top of this was just too much for him. He was just one person, he had limited time and energy. If 1 or 2 refinement path experts could wake up in the immortal graveyard, it would be great. Fairy Zi-Wei thought to herself. Regrettably, the immortal graveyard was not subject to external influence. She could not wake up any Goo immortal she wanted. Duke Long also noticed this problem. He thought about it and said, "Then rally the 10 great ancient sects. We can even unify the refinement path Goo immortals of other sects and send them all here. Get them to work together and refine Time Path Immortal Goo." Fairy Zi-Wei nodded. Yuan Qiangdu had important matters to do. He was in charge of repairing Fate Goo. Heavenly Court had to do this now to deal with the current problem. Fairy Zi-Wei sighed internally. If we had succeeded in invading Langya sect and taken control of it, that would be great. This would not be a problem for us now. It was a pity that Langya sect ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Heavenly Court had lost that great first step and now they were facing problems because of it. In contrast, by using his refinement path advantage, Fang Yuan was giving problems to Heavenly Court now. Yuan Qiangdu could feel this most deeply. Fairy Zi-Wei and Duke Long had grim emotions. Fang Yuan's victory in the River of Time was a devastating blow to Heavenly Court. But the River of Time was just one aspect. Heavenly Court's overall situation was worsening. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven had been trying to unify and gather the whole strength of Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. In Western Desert, Fang Dichang refined Divine Bean Palace and was bringing Fang Clan to rise up as the leader. In Southern Border, even though Wu Yong was close to Heavenly Court, beacon towers were being built everywhere. It was becoming a problem for Heavenly Court. As for Eastern Sea, according to our newest information, Qi Si ancestor defeated Zhang Yin using a single move. Zhang Yin is a famous Eastern Sea rank 8 lone immortal, but he could not fight back at all. Qi Si ancestor's battle strength is very terrifying. After this battle, his reputation soared. Even more Eastern Sea Goo immortals attend his banquet now. Fairy Zi-Wei showed a worried look. Duke Long nodded. Even for me, achieving this would not be easy. It seems that Qi Si ancestor has gotten stronger, according to his words. His battle strength rose after comprehending primordial origin true inheritance. After defeating Zhang Yin, Fang Yuan declared frankly to the Eastern Sea Immortals. His battle strength had risen once again. It was because he obtained primordial origin's chi path true inheritance from Heavenly Court. Duke Long continued to speak. Since Chi Si ancestor said that, it shows that he is close to Heavenly Court, but still wants to remain as a neutral party. This person can be swayed towards us. Chi Si ancestor had stayed in seclusion for so long even though he had strength that rivaled Duke Long. It showed that he had no ambitions to begin with. Even if he had ambitions now, he was definitely more attracted to Heavenly Court, which had the complete true inheritance of primordial origin. As Chi Si ancestor stayed as a neutral party, Duke Long and Fairy Ziwei became more assured of his stand. It was not just Chi Si ancestor's personality, but also his lifespan that affected their judgment. Lifespan was the biggest element that restricted a Gu immortal great expert. Chi Si ancestor looked like someone who was going to die soon. After all, using lifespan Gu would allow one to regain their youthful appearance. He was so old already, he likely used many lifespan extension methods. These methods all had flaws, they would make lifespan Gu ineffective. Duke Long did not have much longer to live, but he believed that Chi Si ancestor was in a similar state. Fairy Ziwei suddenly said, since Chi Si ancestor said that, we can send Gu immortals to openly attend his banquet. Even if we did not receive his invitation. Now that the entire world knows that Chi Si ancestor took our inheritance, even if we suggest a transaction, he cannot reject our visit. Duke Long agreed with this suggestion. Even if it failed, they would successfully probe Chi Si ancestor. Right now, the region's changes were not good for Heavenly Court. Only Eastern Sea was relatively calmer. Heavenly Court wanted to make use of this, to ensure that at least Eastern Sea's forces were on neutral terms with them. Eastern Sea above Chi Si. Ever since Fang Yuan defeated Zhang Yin, the number of people visiting this place had increased. The number of people attending his banquet multiplied rapidly. The Gu immortals who came would first go to pay respects to Chi Si ancestor, to take a look at this number 1 Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Chi Si ancestor and Duke Long's battle was already known to all 5 regions. After defeating Zhang Yin, Chi Si ancestor became recognized as the number 1 Eastern Sea expert. Nobody doubted him anymore. The entire world was deceived by Fang Yuan. Zhang Yin was one of the 4 dragon generals. He cooperated with Fang Yuan, and because of the immortal formation under Chi Si ancestor's attack showed an incredibly powerful aura. Nobody knew that Zhang Yin was under control. Even Duke Long did not know of Dream Token. In the previous life, he only found out the secret of the 4 dragon generals after obtaining Dragon Palace by force. Nobody guessed that Chi Si ancestor and Fang Yuan were the same person. After all, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level while Chi Si ancestor was a genuine rank 8. Fang Yuan tried to conceal the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture to the best of his ability. He gave up some short-term benefits and obtained a much greater reward for it at this moment. Xie Baoshu arrived. He was handsome and had a warm aura. He looked like a graceful young master. He was a famous lone cultivator in Eastern Sea. He had a unique method of nurturing vicissitude trees. He was once a major seller of Yergu, but Fang Yuan ruined that business. In the previous life, he had worked with Yu Xianzi to snatch the moonlight mushrooms of Fairy Yu Hua. Zui Xian Wang came too. He was a rarely seen food path Gu immortal. He was also the owner of Eastern Sea's Wine Sea. He had a collection of countless wines. He held a wine reception every year. This time, he brought 1,000 jars of top-tier wines and gave them to Chi Si ancestor as a gift. 7 Seas Snake Woman arrived. This was a beautiful but dangerous woman. She was very ruthless in her actions. Even though she was a lone immortal, she owned 7 sea areas. This showed her strength. At the same time, she was one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, on par with Song Yishur. Great Treasury Immortal arrived too. This person cultivated information path. He was dressed in a gentlemanly attire. He had long sleeves that fluttered in the wind. In the previous life, he invaded Central Continent too. He stole Lan Guang's rank 7 immortal material electrolytic iron starflower. The Chi Si banquet caused a storm in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. All sorts of people showed up one after another. Among them, there were more lone immortals than righteous path immortals. Eastern Sea had more lone immortals than the other 4 regions to begin with, and they had the most abundant resources. At the same time, the righteous path had a lot of territory that needed guarding. Lone immortals could move more freely than them. I, Central Continent Gu Immortal Jun Guang, bring a gift to meet Qi Si ancestor. Please forgive my intrusion without an invitation. Heavenly Court's rank 8 Gu Immortal Jun Guang arrived. The banquet became silent. Countless gazes looked towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled and laughed in a light tone. An esteemed guest has arrived. What forgiveness do you speak of? The sea is wide and draws in all tributaries linked to it. My Eastern Sea is the same. How can we not have this bit of tolerance? Please take a seat. Fang Yuan waved his sleeve. A seat was formed again. Even though it was located at a good position, it was below the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals seats. Seeing this, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals expressions relaxed. Eastern Sea was the most tolerant towards other regions' Gu Immortals compared to the rest of the 5 regions, but they still had some sort of exclusion. Fang Yuan had already expected Central Continent's Gu Immortals to come here. The truth was, he had been waiting for Heavenly Court's envoy to come here. Fang Yuan looked around. He saw that almost everyone was here. He started to speak. Everyone, I have something to say. The place became silent again. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for Fang Yuan's speech. Jun Guang saw this and became internally shocked. Qi Si ancestor had only appeared for such a short time, but his reputation in Eastern Sea had already reached this stage. Nobody dared to ignore a single sentence from Qi Si ancestor, in fact not a single phrase or a single word. Fang Yuan did not say a lot of things, but he expressed his own political views. Peaceful coexistence and mutual understanding. Uphold justice and resolve conflicts. Finally, he said, this banquet is not to simply gather everyone here. It is also a transaction event, an auction, and also a battle stage. If anyone has conflict, you can engage in a duel to resolve it. I can be the judge here with all the Eastern Sea friends witnessing it. If anyone needs resources or has anything to sell, you can step up and state your requests. Every year from now on, at this time period, I will hold Qi Si banquets. Of course, I will not charge any transaction fees. Ancestor is wise. Ancestor is impartial and magnanimous. We are in deep admiration. Eastern Sea's immortals quickly praised. Jun Guang shook internally. Qi Si ancestor is using this move to increase his influence over Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Great strength would lead to admiration, while great benefits would lead to influence and power. Furthermore, he was going to hold Qi Si banquets every year. Jun Guang could predict the Qi Si banquets would get larger and larger. They would involve the entire Eastern Sea Gu immortal world. When the 5 regions merge, Gu immortals from the other regions would even come over. In time, Qi Si ancestors' influence would not just affect Eastern Sea but the entire 5 regions. Qi Si banquet. Transactions were undergoing. A Gu immortal walked up the stage. He wore a black robe and had messy hair. He raised his head and showed his appearance. It was an Eastern Sea lone immortal, Wu Ma Yang. He had an aquiline nose and his gaze was dark. He seemed to have an injury. He coughed while taking out a shell that was floating in the air. The Eastern Sea immortals looked over. They recognized what it was and quickly showed disappointed expressions. This was the shell of a small music clam. It was a rank 7 immortal material. Music clams were ordinary clams that contained sound path down marks. When they grow to desolate beast level, their size would increase. They would become giant music clams. After becoming an ancient desolate beast, their size would shrink again, becoming small music clams. The small music clam that Wu Ma Yang took out was dead and had no vitality. It was merely a rank 7 sound path immortal material. But Wu Ma Yang smiled coldly. Everyone, calm down. Why would I dare to embarrass myself at Ancestor's banquet? I am not selling this small music clam, but the music stored inside. Saying so, Wu Ma Yang cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. Ancestor, please pardon my rude action. Qi Si ancestor nodded lightly. In truth, Fang Yuan and Wu Ma Yang had met long ago. Back then in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan sold Bone Spike Immortal Gu to Wu Ma Yang. After getting Fang Yuan's agreement, he used his method and opened a slit in the small music clam. Instantly, everyone heard a crying sound emitting from within it. This voice was very weak. It was like a sobbing sound that had a music rhythm to it. If someone tried to investigate it, they would be restrained by this voice, they would get weaker and unable to resist it. Mortals would definitely fall prey to it. Even Gu Immortals would get lightly injured or die if it was a severe situation. However, after Wu Ma Yang let it emit its sound for a while, he shut it tight. The small music clam became silent. Many Gu Immortals sighed in pity before alerting themselves they had been affected by it. This is rank 7 Immortal Material Ghostly Whale. Ancestor has great knowledge. I am willing to exchange this ghostly whale for any rank 7 Dark Path Immortal Material of equal value. It would be best if you have any black hole wood or dark thread algae. Wu Ma Yang announced. The Gu Immortals below were silent for a while before someone said, I have dark thread algae. Wu Ma Yang nodded in joy. He was about to answer when someone said, I have black hole wood. I will exchange for your ghostly whale. After some negotiation, Wu Ma Yang left the stage in satisfaction. In the recent years, due to the 5 regions earth trenches emerging, Eastern Sea gained an abundant source of cultivation resources even though they had the fewest earth trenches. Wu Ma Yang's ghostly whale was likely obtained from them. Even though Eastern Sea Gu Immortals interacted often and held auctions commonly, they were mostly small events. How could they be as large as Fang Yuan's banquet? The Qi Si banquet involved the entire Eastern Sea Gu Immortal world after all. Treasure Yellow Heaven's transactions had gone up in numbers due to the earth trenches. But Treasure Yellow Heaven charged a fee for every transaction done. The transaction fee of Treasure Yellow Heaven varied according to the intensity of the treasure light. Therefore, the more valuable the transaction item, the higher the transaction fee one would have to pay. Rank 7 immortal materials were already quite valuable. Wu Ma Yang tried to save as much cost as he could. After Wu Ma Yang walked down, another Gu Immortal went up, selling a lump of fire. This fire was yellow inside and orange outside. It was filled with deep death energy. Once it was taken out, the surrounding air became dry like a desert. The temperature rose sharply. This is Drought Zombie Flame. The Gu Immortal who sold this flame smiled. He came from Su Clan, an Eastern Sea superforce. He was called Su Luan, a Righteous Path member. Fang Yuan arranged them in the order of 1 Righteous Path followed by 1 Lone Immortal. This arrangement clearly took the Eastern Sea Lone Immortals into consideration. It was welcomed by them. And most wonderfully, he did not allocate any spots for Demonic Path Gu Immortals. It showed a certain political attitude of Qi Si ancestor. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path did not get upset by this arrangement. After all, Qi Si ancestor was a lone cultivator in Eastern Sea himself. The Drought Zombie Flame caused a slight commotion. It was a rank 8 level flame. Fang Yuan had to wave his hand lightly as he forced the flame to gather into a tight lump. The temperature of the Qi Si banquet gradually returned to normal. I am sure many people know what flame this is already. But I am not just selling the flame today, I am also adding in a Drought Immortal Zombie Lifespan Extension method. This method can allow a Gu Immortal who is near their lifespan limit to use the flame and become a Drought Immortal Zombie. I am sure everyone has heard of the Drought Immortal Zombie. Its battle strength rivals rank 8 Gu Immortals. But there was a lack of interest in this among the Gu Immortals. Currently, everyone knew about Heavenly Court's plan to repair Fate Gu. Once they succeed, immortal zombies would likely cease to exist. If fate is restored, the world would not allow dead people to exist. They would all need to remain dead. Therefore, becoming a Drought Immortal Zombie did not have good prospects. After a while, a Gu Immortal asked, Can a rank 7 Gu Immortal convert into a Drought Immortal Zombie as well? Su Luan nodded. Of course, but the Drought Immortal Zombie body would not be complete. It would only be a small Drought Immortal Zombie. The battle strength will also be at rank 7. He did not dare to deceive anyone in this situation. Experts were everywhere. They would likely notice the truth. By then, he would have publicly offended Qi Si ancestor, a rank 8 great expert, at his banquet. That was a problem that Su Luan and Su Clan would not want to create. When Eastern Sea's Righteous Path sent representatives to this banquet, did anyone not bring gifts along with them? In contrast, only a small portion of the lone and demonic immortals did this. After all, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces had a lot of territory and businesses. They needed a good relationship with Qi Si ancestor. Meanwhile, most of the lone and demonic immortals were alone. They did not have much restraints. Su Luan did not manage to make any trades in the end. But a few goo immortals expressed their interest. They were willing to negotiate. It might be sold if the cost was lowered enough. This drought zombie flame likely came from Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan thought to himself he had obtained the inventory list of Zombie Alliance from Shadow Sect's inheritance, among which there were several drought zombie flames in Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance headquarters. Back then, Spectral Soul tried to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. He exposed Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. Spectral Soul failed. Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance was mobilized in the effort and reduced to nothing. It was wiped out by the combined effort of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path. Looking at the location, Su Clan was one of the closest forces to Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance headquarters. Other than them, there was Qing Yu Clan, Song Clan, and Hua Clan. After the drought zombie flame, another Eastern Sea Goo immortal walked up the stage. He slowly walked up and took glances at Qi Si Ancestor from time to time. He saw that Fang Yuan had no response. His eyes were shut and he was relaxed. This Eastern Sea Goo immortal calmed down slightly. He let out a breath of air as he said in a hoarse voice, "I came here to exchange immortal goo." Saying this, he spread open his hand and revealed an immortal goo. Instantly, a bloody smell spread out rapidly. Many of the immortals' hearts pounded intensely. This was the first immortal goo transaction since the banquet started. Everyone focused their attention and looked at this ladybug-like goo. It was small and delicate, with a bright red shell and an iron-black belly and head. Listening closely, one could seem to hear a thumping heartbeat from inside the ladybug. The sound of this heartbeat was very faint, but the more one listened, the louder and louder it got, echoing with the rhythm of the heartbeat of the goo immortal, thus affecting the heartbeat of the goo immortal as well. The immortals were a little shocked. Some of the weaker rank 6 goo immortals here grunted. Some had pale faces. They were evidently affected. What immortal goo is this? Even goo immortals got injured, while mortals definitely cannot approach it. It is clearly a blood path immortal goo. This drowning uncle is too daring. He is publicly selling a blood path immortal goo at the Qi Si banquet. Is he not afraid that Qi Si Ancestor and the Eastern Sea Righteous Path members would take action? Drowning Uncle is a demonic path immortal. Who in Eastern Sea does not know that? Ancestor did not state that demonic immortals could get on stage, but he still walked up so fearlessly. The immortals conversed among themselves. The Righteous Path Goo immortals had ugly expressions. Drowning Uncle had killed countless people, but now he was feeling trepidation too. He cultivated Waterpath but was specialized at dealing with Waterpath Goo immortals. He drowned countless mortals and even targeted many Goo immortals of the Righteous Path. He was a heinous person with many sins committed. Until now, he was still under the arrest warrant of 5 super forces in Eastern Sea. During normal times, the Righteous Path Goo immortals would have ganged up to attack him already. But now was the Qi Si banquet. It was Qi Si Ancestors' event. Who would dare to act rashly here? Regarding Drowning Uncle's matter, all the Goo immortals turned to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still calm and composed. As if he was resting, he said nothing. After looking at Fang Yuan for a while, they gradually understood that Qi Si Ancestor was likely not going to take action here. Drowning Uncle became very excited. He had made the right gamble. He was greatly daring. If not, why would he go against Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces? At the same time, he was meticulous and did not take risks blindly. Since Ancestor allowed me to join the banquet, it meant that he would not do anything to me. Otherwise, he could have done so when I arrived. Such a person is high and mighty. Why would he spend effort on a small fry like me? Thinking so, Drowning Uncle spoke. This is rank 7 heart blood immortal goo. I caught it inside an earth trench. Will anyone exchange for it? After a momentary silence, many Goo immortals quickly bid for it. But no Righteous Path member took part. Blood Path was created by Blood Sea Ancestor. It had flourished for a while before the 5 regions Righteous Path suppressed and sealed it. Blood Sea Ancestor was extremely capable. He actually set up his Blood Path inheritance in all 5 regions, causing Blood Path to continue existing until today, while the Righteous Path forces all tried to research on it secretly. Transactions of immortal goo were only done through exchange for other immortal goo. There was no bidding here, it only depended on what immortal goo Drowning Uncle wanted. There were many goo immortals who wanted to exchange for it. Many took out Water Path immortal goo. Water path was the most common path in Eastern Sea. The number of water path immortal goo was also highest in Eastern Sea. This heart-blood immortal goo had incredible strength just from seeing it. It would have a great effect if used in battle. In normal situations, goo immortals could not cultivate many paths due to conflicting Dao marks. But Eastern Sea had many goo immortals cultivating blood path. Most of those primarily cultivated blood path, while several rank 7s and 6s cultivated it on the side. Seeing this, Eastern Sea's righteous path goo immortals had even uglier expressions. Eastern Sea had many secluded cultivators, but to think that only heart-blood immortal goo would cause so many blood path goo immortals to show themselves. But Fang Yuan was not surprised. In the 500 years of his previous life, blood path was extremely popular. After the 5 regions merged, the number of blood path goo immortals rose drastically. By the time of the 5 regions' chaotic war, blood path became a mainstream path that could not be banned anymore. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan was one of these people. I can try to get this heart-blood immortal goo. Song Zixing's inheritance had a heart-blood premonition killer move. It is most appropriate to use this heart-blood immortal goo as the core. Fang Yuan developed this thought. Zhang Yin started to speak. I want this heart-blood immortal goo. I have several rank 7 water path immortal goo. You can pick any one of them. Furthermore, I will owe you a favor. This was the first time a rank 8 goo immortal had spoken in the auction. The surroundings went silent the moment he spoke. The moment Zhang Yin spoke, because of his rank 8 dominance, all the competitors backed off. Not only could they not outbid a rank 8 goo immortal, even if they did, they would have offended this rank 8 lone immortal. Sometimes lone immortals were scarier than righteous path rank 8s. They were unrestrained and free. They did not have so many concerns like the righteous path members. As for why Zhang Yin had an interest in heart-blood immortal goo, that was his business. The goo immortals could not ask him why. As the heavenly court representative, Jun Xinguang watched this with deep worry. Qi-Si Ancestor hosted this banquet that publicly traded immortal goo and immortal materials. It satisfied the needs of many Eastern Sea goo immortals. After this banquet, Eastern Sea's goo immortals would have an abundance of suitable cultivation resources. Their battle strength would rise sharply. This was great news for Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. But for Heavenly Court, it was not so good. Especially after Qi-Si Ancestor declared earlier that this Qi-Si banquet would be held annually. That was very frequent. Jun Xinguang could not help but think, is this Qi-Si Ancestor too free and bored? He wants to hold banquets every year. Isn't it tiring? Different from Treasure Yellow Heaven and other auctions. He is not collecting any fees. What is he after then? It seems that Qi-Si Ancestor is not without ambitions. He is trying to raise his reputation. Making use of the Qi-Si banquets to solidify his influence and reputation every year. In the future, whether he joins Heavenly Court or stays in Eastern Sea, he will benefit greatly. I heard that Qi-Si Ancestor has many descendants in the future. When these people roam Eastern Sea under Qi-Si Ancestor's name, they will be well received by every force they visit. As a Heavenly Court rank 8, Jun Xinguang was astute. He gradually saw through some arrangements and plans. At this moment, information came from Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei told Jun Xinguang that he had to cooperate with other goo immortals and buy heart-blood immortal goo without raising any suspicions. Jun Xinguang frowned. He was not confused about why Heavenly Court wanted this blood path immortal goo. The truth was, Heavenly Court had been researching blood path all along with great success. Jun Xinguang felt troubled as he transmitted secretly. The situation has changed. Earlier, Zhang Yin took action and bid for this heart-blood immortal goo using a high price. Fairy Ziwei, who was in Heavenly Court, hesitated for a moment. She arranged. Then continue to observe them. I will ask others to do it. Jun Xinguang was a Heavenly Court representative. If he fought with Zhang Yin over a blood path immortal goo, Heavenly Court's reputation would take a huge hit. In Fairy Ziwei's original plan, he was only meant to help out. Heavenly Court placed great importance on this Qi-Si banquet. They sent people like Jun Xinguang to come openly. But there were also secret members that were hidden among the rank 6 and 7 immortals. Haha! This is a coincidence. I am interested in this heart-blood immortal goo as well. Yang Jun suddenly spoke. Right when Zhang Yin thought that he was about to succeed. This Eastern Sea rank 8 lone immortal also joined the competition. This change of events stunned many immortals. Even Fang Yuan became slightly puzzled as surprise flashed in his eyes. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Yang Jun participated in the battle over Dragon Palace. He had an immortal goo house called Fragrant Treasure Horse Chariot. While chasing after Dragon Palace, he found Fang Yuan's traces and ruined his chances of sneaking up on it. Afterwards, Yang Jun suddenly helped out Duke Long and helped him to suppress the rank 8 immortal goo house's resistance before capturing it. After that, Yang Jun went into concealment and vanished without a trace. During the battle of repairing Fate Goo, Yang Jun did not appear to help Heavenly Court. During the battle, Heavenly Court was in a difficult spot. There was no way they would have any forces left unused. But Yang Jun did not show up. This showed that he was not a Heavenly Court member. He likely had some sort of agreement with Heavenly Court and would only act once for them. Then, is he working for Heavenly Court now? Fang Yuan had a thought that flashed by. This was not easy to deduce. Even with Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, due to the lack of clues and evidence, he could not be sure of it. Regardless of the situation, Fang Yuan instructed Zhang Yin to act more forcefully and try to obtain this immortal goo. Thus, Zhang Yin smiled. Yang Jun, the truth is I really like this immortal goo. If you insist, maybe we can spar to decide this. Yang Jun frowned as he thought, Zhang Yin wants this immortal goo even if he has to fight? Qi Ancestor was able to defeat him in one move because of his overwhelming strength. But if I fight him, it will likely be a draw. Sai, do I continue this and help Heavenly Court? Yang Jun fell into hesitation. When he was at his lowest, he received Heavenly Court's help. He owed them one favor, promising he would do one thing for them. This favor was just too heavy to bear. It became Yang Jun's worry eventually. Yang Jun thought about it. He decided to repay Heavenly Court's favor and resolve this agreement. This is a good chance. If I do not act here, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Heavenly Court will ask me to deal with Eastern Sea's goo immortals and I won't be able to reject them. Thankfully, I know about Drowning Uncle's situation. Thinking about this, Yang Jun smiled. Zhang Yin, don't be so impatient. It is not important to spar. This heart-blood immortal goo belongs to Drowning Uncle. I am sure that this water path immortal goo I am offering will satisfy him greatly. Saying so, Yang Jun took out an immortal goo. Drowning Uncle saw it and being overjoyed, he shouted, let's do it, I'll exchange for this immortal goo. Zhang Yin was dazed. What could he do now? Everyone was watching, he could not snatch it, otherwise, Qi Ancestor would need to stop him. Even though they were in cahoots, they needed to act under their respective roles now. They had to keep up the act after all. Zhang Yin could not take action. Neither could Qi Ancestor. Right at this moment, Yang Jun stood up from his seat. He grabbed onto Heart-Blood Immortal Goo and tossed the Water Path Immortal Goo to the other party. The Immortals showed varying expressions. Yang Jun moved extremely quickly. He had evidently used an Immortal Killer move. Wasn't he too impatient? Yang Jun let out a breath of air. He relaxed as he sat down, placing Heart-Blood Immortal Goo into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Buying or selling Immortal Goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven was very costly, but Heavenly Court did not mind it with their huge assets. Fairy Z-Wei obtained Heartblood Immortal Goo and quickly gave it to someone else. This person cultivated within Demon Judgment Board all his time. After getting Heartblood Immortal Goo, he shouted in joy, success has arrived. He got out of Demon Judgment Board. All the surroundings surged with bloodlight. Fragrance spread as clouds resounded with immortal music. Bloody petals flew in the sky like raining flowers. He was tall and had a handsome face. He smiled lightly and had a headband on his forehead. There was a lump of bloodlight behind his head. A formless flight of stairs seemed to have formed in the air as he walked down slowly. Fang Zheng was cultivating in front of the Demon Judgment Board. Upon seeing this, he knelt on the ground and said, Fang Zheng greets Master. Get up, my disciple. I have gotten a crucial immortal goo. The blood path method that I conceptualized my entire life finally has its core and foundation. After staying in this Demon Judgment Board for hundreds of years, it is finally time for me to leave. This rank 8 goo immortal spoke warmly. He stretched his arm as a formless force helped Guyu Fang Zheng to stand up. Fang Zheng cupped his fist again. Congratulations, Master. Ever since the Eastern Sea journey, He got captured by Shen Songshang and was brought back to Heavenly Court afterwards. Qin Dingling observed his luck. She suggested to Fairy Ziwei that he could be the next Demon Judgment Board Lord. After Fairy Ziwei discussed with Duke Long, they agreed to this. Fang Zheng thus came to the Demon Judgment Board to cultivate. He became the disciple of the current Demon Judgment Board Lord. Demon Judgment Board was a rank 8 immortal goo house with a long history. When Blood Sea Ancestor caused chaos in the 5 regions, Heavenly Court sensed danger, and a Heavenly Court predecessor followed the revelation of Fate Goo, finding a wild blood relation Immortal Goo. Blood relation Immortal Goo was rank 8. After Heavenly Court captured it, they added it to Demon Judgment Board. This caused every single blood path cultivator in the world to be detected by Demon Judgment Board as long as they were not rank 9. Heavenly Court relied on the information from Demon Judgment Board to execute their plans and exterminate the budding blood path trend in Central Continent. Furthermore, they passed the news from Demon Judgment Board to the other 4 regions, allowing their righteous path forces to deal with blood path more effectively. Blood path had not flourished, it was suppressed fiercely. Demon Judgment Board was the key contributor to this. After Blood Sea Ancestor created blood path, Heavenly Court had been researching it. Their gains were the greatest compared to any force in the world. The current Demon Judgment Board Lord, Red Heart Traveler, was a sole blood path cultivator. He had been in closed cultivation in Demon Judgment Board for years, researching and gaining great results. He allowed Heavenly Court's blood path to be far ahead of the 5 regions. Spiritual light flashed as 9 spiritual fairies suddenly appeared. She went to Red Heart Traveler. Red Heart, I was ordered to come here and gather with you. We are going to Western Desert to find trouble with Fang Clan. Red Heart Traveler nodded slightly, instructing Fang Zhang before he left. Demon Judgment Board cannot be without an owner at all times. My disciple, you will take over as Demon Judgment Board Lord after I leave. My inheritance is inside the board. Not just that, the cultivation experiences of the past generations of Board Lords are also inside. From now on, you will cultivate inside Demon Judgment Board. It will benefit you greatly. I hope you can work hard and not slacken. Don't waste this fortune. Yes, Master. I will remember your teachings. I will never forget it. Gu Yu Fang Zhang quickly replied. Red Heart Traveler nodded before turning around and leaving. He and Gu Yu Fang Zhang had a very shallow relationship. If Fairy Ziwei had not given orders, he would not have taken him in as a disciple. Their relationship, however, provided him a huge help. Luck is truly profound and mystical. Earlier, Senior Qin Ding Ling told me that if I accept Fang Zheng as my disciple, once we become master and disciple in name, I would be able to use his luck to aid in my own cultivation. To think that I gained so much in just a short period of time before leaving. I should go and visit Senior Qin Ding Ling first. Red Heart Traveler said with deep emotions. 9 spiritual fairy nodded. They were in no rush for time. After Qin Ding Ling returned to Heavenly Court, she stayed in a specialized Immortal Goo Palace. After the 2 met Qin Ding Ling, she inspected their luck. 9 spiritual fairies' luck had 9 spiritual lights. They were clear and clean, like leaves after withstanding a storm. They brought benefit to the world, giving off an aura of prosperity. Red Heart Traveler's luck was like a sun or blood pill. It was round and perfect without any flaws. It had just emerged from the clouds, grand and vast. It was truly an amazing sight. This showed that after years of closed cultivation, Red Heart Traveler had finally emerged to travel the world. He was going to spread his radiance throughout the 5 regions. Qin Ding Ling smiled as she told them that this would be a smooth trip. As long as they followed the plan, nothing bad would happen. After the 2 said goodbye to Qin Ding Ling, they flew in the sky, passing by Embroidered Tower. They saw a Gu Immortal station there in a daze, not moving at all. 9 spiritual fairy looked down at Red Heart Traveler as she sighed. This is Feng Jiugu. After the loss in the River of Time, he became this despondent. Red Heart Traveler shook his head as his expression turned grim. He is comprehending his Tao now. When I was in closed cultivation in the board, I often fell into the state. We cannot interrupt him. 9 spiritual fairies showed a look of surprise. Oh? No wonder Fairy Ziwei is letting him do as he pleases. I am embarrassed. I inherited the 9 spiritual transformations inheritance. I have cultivated it wholeheartedly and did not modify it, so I was unaware of this. Red Heart Traveler consoled her. Your 9 spiritual transformations is the greatest transformation path inheritance in Heavenly Court. It has been modified by countless generations of predecessors. It is near the point of perfection that cannot be modified any further. Even though he cultivated blood path, he had an extremely gentle temperament. He was as soothing as the spring winds. 9 spiritual fairies smiled. Back then, when Master gave me the true inheritance, he said my aptitude was insufficient. Compared to geniuses like you, I can only feel admiration and envy. The 2 immortals talked and laughed as they left Central Heaven Gate, entering White Heaven and going towards Western Desert. Eastern Sea. Swish, swish, swish. Waves crashed onto the rocks by the island shore, bursting into white bubbles upon impact. Wicked winds howled. The sky was dark. This uninhabited island was not eye-catching in the huge Eastern Sea, but it actually hid 4 Gu immortals. The 4 Gu immortals were injured. One was lying down, either dead or alive. The other 3 were sitting and trying to heal their injuries. A moment later, someone coughed as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Lord! The other 2 immortals who were still conscious quickly stopped healing their injuries as they gathered towards him. The person coughing blood was Miao Mingxin. This Gu immortal cultivated space path. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was famous among Eastern Sea's lone immortals. He had a huge network and influence. Miao Mingxin was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. In terms of appearance, he looked ordinary, only his flat and wide nose left a heavy impression on others. In terms of appearance, he was unassuming. But he was an ambitious person, being very good at building relationships. He had a lot of charisma. 3 Eastern Sea lone immortals, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Gue Qi Yi all looked to Miao Mingxin as their leader. The 4 were a group of Gu immortals with common interests. But now, Gue Qi Yi was unconscious. His body was covered in a poisonous purple color. He was in great danger. Miao Mingxin wiped the blood off his face as he spoke with a pale expression. My injuries, cough cough, are not an issue. Gue Qi Ye's condition is more severe. That's right. Gue Qi Yi was hit by the ice-poisoned starfish. We do not have the way to heal him. Immortal Hua Dai was very worried. Feng Jiang's expression was cold as ice. The ice-poisoned starfish might have a troublesome poison, but I've heard that Su Chen and Fairy Jiu you can heal it. Miao Mingxin shook his head and sighed. Fairy Jiu you has some relationship with Ren Xiaoping, while Su Chen is attending the Qi banquet. We cannot go and expose our identities and secrets. We can only rely on ourselves to heal him. I intend to use the extreme time pole to exchange for underworld yellow water and cleanse the poison of the ice-poisoned starfish. Lord, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were both moved. Miao Mingxin laughed. Just 1 rank 8 immortal material to save Gue Qi Yi. It is worth the price. Speaking of which, we need to thank that demon Fang Yuan. If he did not defeat Heavenly Court this time, they would not have purchased Time Path immortal materials from Treasure Yellow Heaven so frantically. Immortal Hua Dai nodded as she sighed. Indeed. That demon Fang Yuan actually obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance. He is able to control the Stone Lotus Island. Heavenly Court suffered a great defeat. Their losses were too severe. Feng Jiang was a little worried. This demon Fang Yuan is too crafty. Heavenly Court is without options against him. Now that Fang Yuan has a Red Lotus true inheritance, he is finally a huge influence. If he is not stopped, this Fang Yuan will become more terrifying. The entire world will be threatened by him. Immortal Hua Dai smiled. Feng, you are worrying too much. How can any of us deal with a powerful person like Fang Yuan? The world is so huge. Will we ever meet him? Even if heaven collapses, giants will hold up the sky. Heavenly Court will not let him off. We just need to watch this quietly. This time, Fang Yuan used the Stone Lotus Island to cause great harm to Heavenly Court. He naturally did not waste this chance. He put up the video of Heavenly Court losing in Treasure Yellow Heaven, letting the entire world view it. This way, Fang Yuan's reputation and prestige rose again, while Heavenly Court's fame was heavily damaged. It was logical that Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang knew about this situation. But what they did not know was, Fang Yuan had disguised as Chuing and got close to them. He saved their lives before. Miao Mingxin sighed deeply to himself. He had deep ambitions. He was not willing to lead a normal life. Otherwise, he would not create a wide network and many connections. He even got the loyalty of Feng Jiang, Immortal Huadai, and Gue Qiyi. As an ambitious Gu Immortal, he had a complex feeling towards Feng Yuan's rise and immense strength. Feng Yuan's rise was too fast. It had not been 100 years. He already went from Immortal Gu Master to a rank 7 Gu Immortal. And how long did Miao Mingxin take? Hundreds of years. In just this last period of time, Miao Mingxin watched the rise of Feng Yuan. It was like a drama that played out before him. Except he was not the main character. He felt that both he and Feng Yuan were rank 7 Gu Immortals. It was just that Feng Yuan had a rank 8 Immortal Gu House and controlled the Stone Lotus Island, which resulted in his victory over Heavenly Court. But what about himself? Miao Mingxin looked at himself. He was truly pathetic. He was heavily injured. Gue Qiyi was on the verge of death while Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai were both injured. The cause of this was his enemy Ren Xiaoping, who aggressively chased after them. He was truly full of problems both internally and externally. At this moment, Miao Mingxin even questioned himself. Was he wrong in trying to expand his network these years? Was he wrong in getting the loyalty of these 3 immortals after so much hard work? If he was not wrong, why did he end up in this state? He thought of Qi Ancestor next. Qi Ancestor held his Qi banquet and invited the Gu Immortals of Eastern Sea. It was such a huge event that Miao Mingxin had heard of it long ago. He wanted to attend it. But because of Ren Xiaoping, he had to hide himself. He had lost this opportunity as a result. Miao Mingxin felt deep admiration and envy towards Qi Ancestor. If I can follow Qi Ancestor's example and cultivate in seclusion, would I be able to get stronger? Would I avoid suffering from the devious schemes of Ren Xiaoping? Miao Mingxin gritted his teeth. He quickly dispelled this thought that wavered his determination. He let out a breath of air. He said to Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai, Feng Yuan is having a good life. He is backed by several venerables and does not lack cultivation resources. He is also an otherworldly demon and has control of spring-autumn cicada. After pausing for a while, he added, He is far beyond us. Let's save old Gue first before we leave this place. Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai nodded in agreement. Miao Mingxin immediately connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and used the extreme time pole to exchange for Underworld Yellow Water. The transaction process was very smooth and no unexpected mishaps occurred. In the previous life, Heavenly Court not only occupied the River of Time to restrict Feng Yuan from finding the Stone Lotus Islands, they even worked with Southern Border's Righteous Path to suppress Feng Yuan in Treasure Yellow Heaven, stopping his businesses and aggressively buying Time Path immortal materials. But in this life, Heavenly Court was in a much poorer state. Even though they still allied with Southern Border's Righteous Path and suppressed Feng Yuan's businesses in Treasure Yellow Heaven, just their loss in the River of Time made them lose a huge amount of immortal goo. They needed to try to refine these Time Path immortal goo rapidly. They needed to refine them before Feng Yuan tried doing so. Thus, in this life, even though Heavenly Court did not lack Time Path immortal materials in their inventory, they intensified their actions of purchasing Time Path immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Miao Mingxin obtained the Underworld Yellow Water much earlier than in the previous life. Of course, he did not know the cause of it. Next, Miao Mingxin used the Underworld Yellow Water to cleanse Gue Qiyi's entire body. He used just the right amount. After all, this water was also corrosive on an undefended Gu Immortal body. Gue Qiyi was completely cleansed of the poison. He slowly woke up and thanked Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin said some words of encouragement as Gue Qiyi's eyes turned red from gratitude. The 4 finally had the time to catch a breather. They started to think about their situation. How would they get out of this and deal with that accursed Ren Xiaoping? The 4 of them were just not enough. Ren Xiaoping was an enslavement path expert. He could fight a group on his own. This time, there were more than just him around. Ren Xiaoping's group was far stronger and more numerous than Miao Mingxin's group. Gue Qiyi pondered and said, The reason why Ren Xiaoping targeted us is because Lord has the method to enter the blue dragon whale. It concerns Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Right now, we need to use this secret and invite allies to explore that Paradise Earth true inheritance before Ren Xiaoping. If we are late and Ren Xiaoping spreads news of this, not only will we lose our initiative, we will also be the target of all the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. Miao Mingxin nodded in agreement. Even though he did not like it, this was the only way now. Regarding the secret of the blue dragon whale, it was better if fewer people knew of it. It was a pity that Ren Xiaoping plotted against Miao Mingxin. News would spread in a short time. Following Guiqiye's method, not only would Miao Mingxin gain a bunch of Gu immortals to help him, gaining enough strength to fight Ren Xiaoping and protect their own lives, they would even be able to explore the blue dragon whale if they could gain anything inside. That would naturally be good. In this situation, he had to give up some of his potential future profits and share the secret with more people. Similar to the previous life, after Miao Mingxin and the rest discussed this, they decided on the participating members, including Chu Ying. When Fang Yuan received the invitation, he was still hosting the Qi Si banquet. During this period of time, more famous Eastern Sea Gu immortals came to attend the banquet. For example, Dragon Head Tortoise Immortal in Adversity Sea. All sorts of famous people came. Fang Yuan gained a deeper understanding of Eastern Sea's situation. Jun Xinguang, who was present, also collected information here. The truth was, Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Western Desert also had people here trying to gain information. That went without saying. Even though this was Fang Yuan's first Qi Si banquet, it had already caused a huge impact and influence. The Gu immortals of the 5 regions were very concerned. Eastern Sea had too many spare resources after all. During this period, more Gu immortals started to trade immortal Gu. Each transaction that succeeded meant that Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world would get slightly stronger. Jun Xinguang and the rest felt deeper pressure. If Fang Yuan wanted any of these immortal Gu or immortal materials, he would get Zhang Yin to buy them for him. He planned to stay here and remain motionless. He would just be a backdrop. But this backdrop was something nobody could ignore or look down on. The time is about right. The Qi Si banquet will end now. Fang Yuan spoke. The immortals were confused and felt perplexed. Why was it ending so suddenly? Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Transactions will never stop. How long would it take? Everyone here has important things to do. It is not good that I keep everyone waiting here. I held this banquet so that all of you Eastern Sea friends can meet up and have a nice gathering. Now this goal has been achieved. The truth was, he had things to do now. These people should scram and get out of his way. Fang Yuan spoke politely. Even if any Eastern Sea immortal was unhappy, they would not dare to defy the number 1 Eastern Sea immortal. The immortals quickly stood up and said their goodbyes to Fang Yuan. Song Qi Yuan and the rest left first. As leaders of their force, they were indeed busy with many things. They had a lot of territory to guard. Fang Yuan's words were music in their ears. Several days later, on a nameless island in Eastern Sea, 8 Gu immortals finally gathered. Miao Mingxin was the leader. Other than him, Guiqiye, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Huadai were there. In addition, Zhang Luozi, Tu Tua, Tong Hua, and Fang Yuan were present. Even though I was reborn, it seems that the influence has not reached Miao Mingxin. Fang Yuan was disguised as Chu Ying. He observed without showing changes in his expression. Similar to the previous life, Miao Mingxin chose the same people without changes. But Fang Yuan was very different now. He was in a much better state than in the previous life. In the previous life, at this time period, he could not annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. He could only take the resources of Qi Si Grotto Heaven and the 5 Xiang's public Grotto Heaven, consuming a portion of time. As for the rank 9 killer move heaven form, it was still resisting Fang Yuan's refinement and was not his yet. And most regrettably, his plans in Green Ghost Desert had failed. His soul path cultivation was obstructed and could not progress. At the same time, his Guts Gu productions fell drastically. In this life, at this point, he had already annexed Qi Si Grotto Heaven. He had rank 8 cultivation level and even became Qi Si Ancestor, obtaining huge political power. Heaven form was refined long ago, but he did not find more Grotto Heavens. Green Ghost Desert developed rapidly. His soul path cultivation also progressed smoothly. The production of Guts Gu was also many times of his highest records in history. In the previous life, Heavenly Court dominated the River of Time. Fang Yuan had to fight desperately to escape. But in this life, Fang Yuan dominated the River of Time. Heavenly Court suffered severe losses and their prestige was greatly affected. Despite this, Heavenly Court had no choice but to continue building immortal Gu houses, to send more reinforcements into the River of Time. They could not allow Fang Yuan to dominate the River of Time alone and find another Red Lotus true inheritance. His position in the River of Time was easy to defend while hard to attack. Fang Yuan also had many arrangements in Western Desert. Eastern Sea, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, his progress was very smooth. After rebirth, Fang Yuan worked hard and used the 5 regions and 2 heavens as his chessboard. He played many different pieces and set up arrangements everywhere. His gains were not just in the present but would continue increasing for future periods of time. There was a similar situation as the previous life. Fang Yuan's businesses in Treasure Yellow Heaven were suppressed and targeted by the joint efforts of Central Continent and the Southern Alliance. Fang Yuan did not have any solution to this problem now. Firstly, his influence on the Southern Alliance was falling gradually. He did not have much of a bargaining chip. Only his second aperture Immortal Gu had an intense attraction to several Southern Border Gu Immortals. Secondly, be it Heavenly Court or the Southern Alliance, they had deep foundations and assets. Competing with them in Treasure Yellow Heaven through price and quantity was not wise. Fang Yuan's foundation was skewed towards Immortal Gu houses, and secluded domains of heaven and earth. Most of his cultivation resources were used for his own strength. For example, Guts Gu, if he sold them in Treasure Yellow Heaven, this monopoly would be well received by the market. Southern Alliance would not affect his gains. But Fang Yuan did not do that. He chose to use most of the Guts Gu on his own soul path cultivation. He was still trying every way possible to raise his battle strength. This decision made his business in Treasure Yellow Heaven even worse. He fell into a disadvantage against them. In terms of immortal materials, I have even less compared to my previous life. I refined Immortal Gu multiple times and used too much of them. I also gained many subordinates this time. Lady White Rabbit, Sixth Hair, and Fairy Meow Een died last time. But now they are alive and well. I even took in the variant human alliance. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is also raising many snowmen, rockmen, hairy men, and others. I am trying to comprehend human path. Fang Yuan gained a lot more immortal materials than in his previous life. Just the annexation of Langya Blessed Land alone was an immense gain. But his expenditure also increased as well. The refinement of Luck Path and Wood Path Immortal Gu, the nurturing of variant humans, the gathering of 12 different immemorial year beasts, his other clones needed resources. He also faced several intense battles that required vast immortal essence. Many Gu worms were lost during those fights. All in all, be it internally or externally, Fang Yuan's situation was much better than the previous life. His only weakness was the lack of immortal materials. He was running out of certain immortal materials already. In this situation, Fang Yuan would not compete with Heavenly Court in Treasure Yellow Heaven at all. Heavenly Court was buying Time Path immortal materials. They wanted to obstruct Fang Yuan. Their attitude was even stronger than the previous life. Fang Yuan chose to avoid them. In this regard, he could not beat Heavenly Court alone, not to mention they had the Southern Alliance as well. Fang Yuan's following plan was to obtain Regret Gu and advance the bulk of his current Immortal Gu. This was the same as his previous life's plan. He currently had a large number of rank 6 Immortal Gu. Once they become rank 7, his battle strength would surge again in an all-round manner. Cooking Luck Pot alone was worth anticipating. In the previous life, I lacked time and did not get Red Lotus True Inheritance. I had to act quickly in the Blue Dragon Whale's Immortal Aperture and could not tackle it with peace of mind. This time, not only do I want Regret Gu, I also want to try to get that Merit Obelisk. In fact, I want to get Paradise Earth's True Inheritance and the Blue Dragon Whale itself. Fang Yuan calculated his time well. Very soon, Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention would start. They would try to repair Fate Gu. But that did not matter. Fang Yuan put Jean Boudou in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. This clone lived up to his expectations. He progressed rapidly and smoothly. When Fang Yuan appeared, Jean Boudou would cooperate with him and annex Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven without issues. He would save a lot of time in that regard. It could all be used to tackle the Blue Dragon Whale's tasks. His early investment was growing like a snowball. Soon, Fang Yuan would gain even more benefits. Miao Mingxin looked around and said solemnly, "Everyone, I have already explained the details of this expedition. I gave you all some time to consider. This is my first journey too. The risks are unknown. We might possibly die. If anyone wants to give up now, you can leave." I will definitely not stop anyone. I understand from the bottom of my heart. Nobody backed out. This involved Paradise Earth's True Inheritance. Even if their paths were different, the Immortals still held great expectations towards it. These days, They had been thinking about what could be inside this blue dragon whale. They did not know that Fang Yuan, who was beside them, already had a reliable plan to work with. Similar to the previous life, before the Immortals set off, Zhang Luozi went ahead to make the alliance agreement. Next, the Immortals went into the sea and used a method to find out each other's location. After that, they went into the undercurrent with Miao Mingshan taking the lead. They moved around through twists and turns. Fang Yuan was mixed among them as they followed Miao Mingshan. He had already made arrangements at the area that the blue dragon whale appeared in the previous life, but he did not receive information about the arrival of the blue dragon whale. If not for Miao Mingshan, he indeed might not find the blue dragon whale. There were 8 immortals here. They continued to travel for days. They used several undercurrents to travel. If there were no undercurrents, they would travel under the sea as well, being extremely low profile. Even if they met desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they avoided them. If they saw any resources, they would ignore them. Along the way, the immortals were led by Miao Mingshan as they conversed. The atmosphere was quite harmonious and lively. Miao Mingshan also became the central member of this group subtly. He managed the relationship between everyone meticulously. He was truly skilled at interpersonal communication. The immortals traveled with days and nights without stopping. Miao Mingshan was afraid that Ren Xiaoping would expose this matter, so he had to race against time. Suddenly, he slowed down as he showed an excited expression. "We are getting close." The immortals were energized. Fang Yuan frowned lightly. Similar to the previous life, he had been using investigative methods on Miao Mingshan all along. He could not tell what method Miao Mingshan was using to search for the blue dragon whale, and their current location was completely different from the previous life as well. As the blue dragon whale got closer, the immortals started to notice something strange. The seawater became more turbulent. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts increased in numbers. Fang Yuan and the rest had to resist them as they advanced, slaughtering desolate beasts as they forcefully created a path filled with blood. The immortals fought desperately while Fang Yuan showed a peculiar expression. In the previous life he had fallen for it, but this time he was experienced. After considering this situation, he saw some of the peculiarities in this situation. It seems that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables test started in the sea. If I try to die now, will I get transported into the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture? Fang Yuan felt that it was likely, but he did not want to take the risk. To play safe, he would follow his actions in the previous life, dying after a certain amount of time. Who is it? Right at this moment, Zhang Luozi shouted as he sent a killer move behind him towards his left. The killer move did not have offensive power, but several figures appeared immediately. As expected of Zhang Luozi, this is a wonderful investigative method. The leading Gu immortal smiled as he spoke. His aura surged as it destroyed Zhang Luozi's investigative method, while also sweeping towards Miao Mingshan and the rest. Fang Yuan saw him and felt slightly dazed. Why is Shen Songshang here as well? This was different from the previous life. This person who only said one sentence and broke Zhang Luozi's investigative killer move was none other than Shin Clan's first Supreme Elder, Shen Songshang. This was a righteous path rank 8 Gu immortal. Miao Mingshan and the rest only had rank 7 cultivation level. They were completely outmatched. Not only did Shen Songshang come, he even had many Gu immortals with him. There were Shin clan members and also lone cultivator experts like Ren Xiaoping. Fang Yuan had a shocked expression. He was obviously acting. His main body was here, not just Shen Songshang. Even if 4 of Eastern Sea's righteous path rank 8s came here, Fang Yuan would not fear them. Miao Mingshan and the rest were truly shocked. The enemies were too powerful. There was no way of contesting them. What should they do? Why are they here? Immortal Hua Dai gasped. She felt her body turning cold. If not for the dangerous situation, if I did not sense this mild peculiarity, I would not have found these people. Quickly leave, Zhang Luozi urged as he said anxiously. There is a traitor among us. We need to split up. Miao Mingshan said with an ashen expression. He understood already. He looked around at Tu Tu Tuo, Tong Hua, Zhang Luozi, and paused when he looked at Fang Yuan. Evidently, his biggest suspicion was Chu Ying because he did not know about this person's background. Ha ha, I wanted to follow you all into the blue dragon whale, but since you found out, none of you will escape. Shin Song-shing said as he moved his finger. Sound waves spread out and shot towards Miao Ming-shin and the rest. Miao Ming-shin and the rest were surrounded by these sound waves as their speed fell drastically. SSSSSSSSSH. Shen Song-shang started whistling in the depths of the sea. Immortal Hua Dai gasped as she was tied up by countless sound waves. Shen Song-shang dragged her away immediately. Hua Dai. Feng Jiang watched and stared with a furious expression. He tried to help her but was too weak. Shen Song-shang captured him too. Shen Song-shing had rank 8 cultivation level. His sound path methods were quite profound. In the previous life, he captured rank 8 Gu Immortal Old Man Bei Feng alive in Hidden Dragon Cave. It was much simpler now to capture weaklings like Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. Leave! Feng Jiang shouted loudly. But soon, Shen Song-shang grabbed his neck and he fainted. He snorted coldly, attack. The Shin clan Gu Immortals around him and Ren Xiaoping found their targets and attacked. They had followed behind closely, having already discussed among themselves who to fight. Not only was their attack coordinated, they helped each other out. The only who attacked Fang Yuan was Shin clan Gu Immortal Shintan. He was an ordinary waterpath Gu Immortal. He shot out a water ring that was the size of a vat. It flew towards Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan did not want to fight. He turned into a small seahorse that was palm-sized. He moved like lightning speed. Shintan missed his target. He was shocked and attacked with 3 more water rings. They appeared before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned into a fish and swerved around with great agility, dodging all 3 rings. Shintan's expression turned ugly. He called out to Ren Xiaoping, "Lend me a hand." Ren Xiaoping was attacking Tong Hua with 2 vicious sharks. Hearing Shintan's words, he nodded, "Of course." A vicious shark that was attacking Tong Hua quickly turned around and swam towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked around him. He found that if he got past this obstacle, he would be the frontmost person charging out. He quickly stopped as he pretended to be obstructed by the vicious shark. Because of this, Shintan laughed loudly as he moved his 4 water rings, blocking Fang Yuan. "Where can you run to now?" He had no idea who he had obstructed. If he knew Chu Ying's true identity, he would be shivering in fear now. Fang Yuan pretended to be trapped while patiently observing his allies. Tu Tua was also obstructed. As an earth path cultivator, his speed was not fast, it was even slower in water. Tong Hua was busy dealing with 2 of Ren Xiaoping's vicious sharks. Zhang Luozi was like a white ghost in the sea. He moved around swiftly and competed with Shin clan's Shin Qi in speed. They were well ahead. Gu Chi Yi and Miao Mingshin moved together. When Shin clan's 2 Gu Immortals got close, he shouted, "Lord, quickly go, I will stop them." He stopped as he pushed with his palms. With a loud sound, a huge area of black fog spread out. Shun clan's 2 Gu Immortals were moving too rapidly. They entered the fog and vanished into thin air. "Old Gue, take care." Miao Mingshin knew the severity of the situation. He had tears in his eyes as he flew up. Shen Song-shang suppressed Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai completely as he snickered. "Where are you going?" Saying this, countless sound waves chased after Miao Mingshin. Miao Mingshin's hair stood on end as alerts rang in his mind. His gaze flashed like lightning as he grunted, activating his space path killer move. His figure vanished instantly, appearing 100 steps away. At the next moment, he vanished again. He moved 100 steps further from Fang Yuan and the rest. As he flickered continuously, Miao Mingshin escaped and charged out of the sea. Shen Song-shang gasped lightly, feeling surprised. He had used a genuine rank 8 method. Miao Mingshin was actually able to escape from it. It was very impressive. Miao Mingshin was the most important person. Shen Song-shing did not care about Immortal Hua Dai or Feng Jiang. He did not have time to store them into his immortal aperture. He tossed them to others and flew out to chase Miao Mingshin. Miao Mingshin charged out of the sea as sweat poured out of his forehead. My escaping method could usually move 100 li with 1 flicker, but before Shen Song-shing, I could only move 100 steps away. Is this the power of a rank 8 Gu Immortal? Suddenly, there was a sound behind him as Shen Song-shang broke out of the sea. Miao Mingshin's body shook. His speed fell as he had fallen into Shen Song-shang's killer move's range once again. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Miao Mingshin struggled intensely. He felt deep despair in his heart. Right at this moment, there was a shrill cry resounding. An immemorial thunder phoenix flew over and attacked Shen Song-shang. The immemorial Thunder Phoenix attacked fiercely. Intense winds blew as Shen Songshang's expression changed. He did not dare to be careless. He let off Miao Ming Shun for the time being and faced the immemorial Thunder Phoenix instead. With a loud sound, the immemorial Thunder Phoenix sent Shen Songsheng flying into the sea again as huge waves were created. Miao Mingsheng used this chance to flicker and escape. His body was covered in cold sweat. At this time, he finally had time to observe the surroundings. Only to see that above the sea, intense tornadoes surged in the sky, lightning flashed continuously as thunder rumbled, dark clouds extended to the horizons. The sea was in a frenzy, waves surged from the sea, they were thousands of feet tall. Countless flying birds and eagles fought intensely amidst the thunder and lightning. Blue charm lightning shadows flickered in the dark clouds. They were hunted down by immemorial desolate beast Thunder Phoenix. The situation was too dangerous. Where in the world did I end up at? Miao Mingsheng took a deep breath in shock. Catch them. Right at this time, Shintan's anxious voice could be heard behind him. Just earlier, Shintan received the 2 captives that Shen Songshang tossed him. Fang Yuan used that chance to not only destroy the water rings but also help the others out. Tong Hua, Zhang Luozi, and Fang Yuan got out of the sea, flying into the sky. Don't think of running. Shin Qi, Shintan, and Ren Xiaoping chased after them. At the same time, lightning flashed in the sky and shot towards the Immortals. The Immortals quickly attacked to block it. Another group of eagles flew down and scattered the group of people. The scene was a chaotic mess. All of you scram. At the next moment, an intense sound wave burst out from the depths of the sea. Sound waves shot out of Shen Songsheng as he flew out of the sea and towards the sky in an instant. He waved both hands as 2 translucent sound waves moved around the battlefield like 2 sharp blades. Immortal killer move aerial sound blades. Wherever the sound blades went, be they eagles or lightning, they were all cut into 2. Even the immemorial Thunder Phoenix was injured and moved back. A sound blade went around Tong Hua and quickly slit through Zhang Luozi's throat. Zhang Luozi stared with wide eyes as his head fell off his body. A sound blade went after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. He made a turn and burst out with speed. He charged on the closest route to the immemorial Thunder Phoenix. At the next moment, his body became charred by lightning. He died on the spot. Shen Songshang did not even look at Fang Yuan's corpse. He went after Miao Mingsheng immediately. Within the Blue Dragon Whale Paradise, Starting Island, Fang Yuan opened his eyes as he woke up. I arrived here after all. He stood up and looked around him. The sea was blue with white waves. There was a golden sandy beach. The temperature was warm and nice. This was a serene location. Fang Yuan saw Zheng Luozi here as well. He was clearly killed by Shen Songshang's sound path killer move. He was beheaded. But now he lay near the beach. He breathed normally but was unconscious. His head was still attached to his body. As expected, Fang Yuan was not surprised. The illusion started long ago. Within it, whoever dies would not die for real. Fang Yuan was killed by the immemorial Thunder Phoenix and arrived here afterwards. Zhang Luozi was killed by Shen Songshang but arrived here as well. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created Reincarnation Battlefield in Central Continent. It had a similar trait. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects occupied that place and sent Gu Immortals to fight inside it. No matter who died inside, they would not lose their life. They would only sustain some injuries or damage if they died too many times. Thus, Fang Yuan did not do anything earlier. Even if he killed Shen Songshang, he would not die. He would even get transported here earlier, while Fang Yuan would have exposed his identity for no reason. Fang Yuan waved his hand as a chi blade flew towards Zhang Luozi. Zhang Luozi did not have any defenses up, but right before the chi blade landed and killed him, it vanished. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, turning around and leaving. When Shen Songsheng woke up, he felt that his vision was still blurry, but a joyful sound was heard beside him. First, Supreme Elder, you finally woke up. Next, his vision cleared up. He saw Shen Qi, Shen Tan, Ren Xiaoping, Miao Mingsheng, Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, Tong Hua, and the rest. They were in a nervous standoff. What happened? Didn't I die? Shen Songshang was internally shocked. He felt that this was unreal. As a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he lasted the longest in the illusion. He was also the final person who arrived. First Supreme Elder, this is likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. It is similar to Central Continent's Reincarnation battlefield. Shunten said. Shin Songsheng managed to calm down as he nodded. This is indeed the style of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. At the next moment, his eyes flashed like lightning as he looked at Miao Mingxin and the rest. Asking directly, how long have you been awake for? We had just woken up too. Shin Qi answered. Shin Songsheng nodded. He looked at Miao Mingxin, Immortal Huadai, Feng Jiang, and Zhang Luozi. These people were either captured or killed by him, but now they were alive and well. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable truly had unfathomable methods. Where are we? Tell me everything that you know, Shen Songshang said as he attacked Miao Mingxin again. The result was that his killer move vanished upon activation. Shin Songshang grunted as blood flowed out of his nose. He had sustained injuries from the backlash of the killer move. First Supreme Elder, hold on, this place seems to forbid fighting. If you have the intention to fight, any killer move or goo worm activation will fail. In contrast, healing yourself will not be obstructed. Shunten said. Why didn't you say that earlier? Shin Songsheng stared with furious eyes. Shintan felt wrongly accused as he thought to himself. Wasn't it because you acted too quickly? He could not say that, of course. Shintan lowered his head and apologized. Miao Mingxin and the rest let out sighs of relief. They were also healing their injuries. When they woke up, they saw the Shin clan Gu immortals around and attacked without thinking. They had suffered intense backlash as a result. Shin Tan and the rest were in similar situations. But at that time, Shen Songshang had not woken up. Nobody knew if a rank 8 Gu immortal would be restricted as well. It seems that even rank 8 Gu immortals cannot defy the arrangements of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Miao Mingxin let out a breath of air. After seeing that Shen Songshang had failed, he calmed down completely. They were temporarily safe. Shin Songsheng heard this as bright light flashed in his eyes. It seems that we are inside the immortal aperture world of the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingxin did not acknowledge or deny his words. Gue Qiyi, who stood beside him, stared at Tonghua furiously. Tonghua, you betrayed us. Tonghua lowered her head and did not speak, looking ashamed. She was standing beside Ren Xiaoping now. The traitor among Miao Mingxin's group was her. Earlier, when Shin Songsheng used his killer move in the illusion, he avoided her. Everyone saw that. And now her status was exposed. Immortal Hua Dai had a cold expression. Fairy Tong Hua, to think my lord trusted you so deeply. When you had to fix your immortal aperture after tribulation, he helped you so much. Not only did he help you, he even invited you to explore the blue dragon whale. You actually betrayed our kindness with enmity. Why did you betray us? Where is your conscience? Tong Hua wanted to speak, but she turned around and stopped, looking at Miao Mingxin and the rest. Miao Mingxin sighed heavily as he stopped Immortal Hua Dai. Fairy Tong Hua probably has her own difficulties. Forget it. Everyone has their own goals. Tong Hua's gaze flickered intensely. Lord, you are too kind-hearted. How can we let this kind of people off? Immortal Hua Dai stomped her feet. Ren Xiaoping smiled arrogantly. He was the one who made Tong Hua a traitor. Miao Mingxin, you need to understand this situation clearly. You need to know who is the stronger side. Tong Hua was wise to have chosen us. If you surrender and hand over all your information, we might spare you. Immortal Hua Dai was still furious about it. This was their fortuitous encounter, but these people wanted to snatch it away and threaten them. She rolled her eyes as she called out, I'm so scared, why don't you come attack me? My entire body is shivering from fear. Shin Songsheng's expression turned cold. Ren Xiaoping squinted as he smiled even more coldly. Girl, you have a sharp tongue. Do you think Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods can protect you for a lifetime? After you leave this place, when we get back to Eastern Sea, can any of you resist Lord Shin Songsheng? Even inside here, do you think Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements are perfect without a single loophole? Immortal Hua Dai's expression froze. Miao Mingxin and the rest had grim expressions, especially Zhang Luozi. He looked at Shin Songsheng with fear in his eyes. After all, he was killed earlier by a killer move. It is uncertain who will win. Let's go. Miao Mingxin did not want to waste time on arguments. He turned around and left the speech. This person had the special method to find the blue dragon whale. He definitely knows more than us. Follow him. Shin Songsheng quickly ordered. They could not fight now. Following Miao Mingxin was the best alternative. The two groups walked with some distance between them. They moved in silence. Soon, they got out of the beach, arriving in a dense forest. This forest is a bit strange. The leaves of the trees have empty heart-shaped spaces at the center. Immortal Huadai said in confusion. These are just ordinary trees. Feng Jiang checked and touched a tree trunk with his hands. With a soft sound, the tree that he touched collapsed. It shattered into a pile of wood dust. What is going on? The immortals sensed a commotion and quickly gathered. These are not ordinary trees. They are rank 7 immortal plants, cloud ladder trees. Shen Songshang looked as he said grimly. They arrived as well. Seeing that the rank 8 Gu immortal was standing beside them, Miao Mingxin and the rest felt their hearts tighten, but they quickly relaxed. Gu Qi said arrogantly, Old Shen, do you think we are ignorant? I know about cloud ladder trees. This tree has dense wood path and cloud path Dao marks. Every 100 years, it grows by 10 inches, which is one step of a ladder. How can these be cloud ladder trees? With such a height, they have to be 100 steps at least. That means these cloud ladder trees have lived for 10,000 years? But Shen Songshang was calm and composed. These are cloud ladder trees. You only know a portion of the details. Cloud ladder trees are a rank 7 immortal material. The leaves of 10,000-year-old cloud ladder trees would form the rank 8 immortal material, cloud ladder leaf heart. Once all of the cloud ladder leaf hearts are taken away, the cloud ladder tree would collapse into a pile of wood dust, becoming an ordinary material. Gue Yi was stunned before he smiled coldly again. Pointing forward, then you mean to say that this dense forest is filled with 10,000-year-old cloud ladder trees? Hehe. This is too laughable. Shen Songshang nodded. Cloud ladder trees are quite rare, of course. This forest isn't made up of such a precious tree. But at the very least, this particular plant was a cloud ladder tree. Shen Songsheng was very certain while Gu Qi stuck to his views. He pointed at a tree nearby. Then according to Lord Shen Songsheng, this tree, and that tree are also 10,000-year-old cloud ladder trees. Haha, look. All of their leaves have an empty heart-shaped space. There are so many cloud ladder trees. How many rank 8 immortal material cloud ladder leaf hearts are there? Isn't there too much of this rank 8 immortal material? How different is it from a plain cabbage you grow in your farm? The immortals were looking at Shen Songshang. His expression also changed slightly. On this island, investigative methods were not very useful, but he had already inspected his surroundings gradually. He walked quickly and struck several tree trunks. Once he touched these cloud ladder trees, they turned into wood dust. Shen Songshang gasped as he said to his subordinates. These were all cloud ladder trees, but the leaf hearts on them had all been taken away. These are valuable rank 8 immortal materials. Quickly look for any that are left behind. The Xin clan Gu immortals believed in Shen Songshang, while Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua believed him to some extent. Because of his reputation, they had to obey him and spread out to search. As cloud ladder trees got destroyed one after another, none of the immortals found any cloud ladder leaf hearts. The entire forest was made of cloud ladder trees. There were no trees left here. Even while Shen Songshang walked out of this dense forest, he started to suspect his own finding. Are these really cloud ladder trees? If they are, there are simply too many of them, right? The immortals left the forest. They saw the yellow sandy ground. As wind blew, dust clouds moved in the air. It was a desolate land. This was everyone's first impression. The air seems to have the smell of clear wind grass stems. Shen Songshang sniffed as he crouched down, moving the soil and exposing the holes in it. Shen Songshang's expression changed. At this time, Zhang Luozi also sensed something strange. He called out, "This place must have an entire field of clear wind grass stems planted here in the past. I've smelt this aroma before. It is this. There are holes here, each is as large as a fist. The walls of the holes are all smooth and round. This is the effect of the roots of clear wind grass stems." Miao Mingshan was stunned. Clear wind grass stem is a rank 7 immortal material. This means that this area filled with holes was once an entire field of clear wind grass stems. Even though it is unthinkable, don't forget that we are inside the blue dragon whale now. This is the location of a paradise earth true inheritance. Hua Dai's words were like a stone dropped into the hearts of the immortals. Shen Songsheng frowned as he looked at Miao Mingshan, asking, Why is there someone missing from your side? Miao Mingshan was stunned. He realized why he had felt something strange earlier. After hearing this reminder, he understood. Indeed, someone was missing. Chu Ying is not around. Feng Jiang said grimly. Where did he go? Speaking of it, he died really early. He should have arrived here long ago. Did he awaken earlier than us? Did he take away all of the immortal materials here? The immortals were all astute figures. Because they were at conflict earlier and the atmosphere was tense, they did not think so much when exploring the island. Once this topic started, everyone became anxious. Shen Songshang stopped following Miao Mingshan. He moved rapidly and advanced. Miao Mingshan hesitated. He decided to follow. The immortals quickly arrived in front of a huge pit. This hole was tens of li wide. It was hundreds of feet deep. There were some fragments left in the hole. Tua picked up these fragments as he looked, shouting instantly, "Oh heavens! This is the rank 7 immortal material rooster iron. Which bastard took everything away, only leaving behind these fragments?" Tua stared with wide eyes. He shouted loudly. Rooster iron only exists in mines exposed to open air. When roosters sing, heaven turns white. With such a wide span of rooster iron here, when wind blows, there will be resonance. Rank 8 immortal material heavenly white snow iron will be produced. Shen Songshang said with a cold tone. We need to find that Chu Ying as quickly as we can. All the immortals were anxious. All these immortal materials were likely taken by Chu Ying. They needed to find him. They quickly spread out and called his name, but they could not find even a trace of Feng Yuan. All they saw were holes and pits, dried rivers and a large field of land with their plants uprooted and taken away. The island they were sent to was not big. The immortals did not gain anything from their exploration. They quickly gathered at the center of the island. Over there, they made a shocking discovery. A huge obelisk that seemed to be made of gold was radiating with a mild crystalline light. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Merit Obelisk. The surface of Merit Obelisk had words appearing on it, introducing the background of this island and also the details of the Paradise Earth True Inheritance. To obtain the Paradise Earth True Inheritance, one had to accept the missions on the Merit Obelisk. They would gain merit points when they complete these tasks. The more merits they had, the more valuable things they could exchange for. If one did not accept this, they could only wait on this island. They could not leave and go to other places in the Grotto Heaven world. Of course, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was merciful and kind. He would not let them leave empty-handed. The immortal materials on this island were specially prepared for them to split among each other. 300 days later, everyone would be transported away. The immortals were shocked. There are immortal materials on this island after all. Those cloud ladder leaf hearts, clear wind grass stems, rooster iron and others were not fake. They were all taken by someone. Damn it. He took literally everything. He left nothing for us at all. It must be that Chu Ying. Where is Chu Ying? Why have we not seen him? I found Chu Ying. Immortal Hua Dai suddenly shouted. The immortals quickly gathered towards her. They saw that on another side of the Merit Obelisk. By looking at where Immortal Hua Dai pointed, they saw words that appeared on the Merit Obelisk. Merit Board Ranking, Chu Ying. 82 merit points. Other than Chu Ying, there were nobody else. This person. Ren Xiaoping gritted his teeth in anger. Right at this moment, Chu Ying's merit points jumped again, from 82 to 93. Next, the Merit Obelisk flashed. The immortals quickly took steps back. The light faded as Feng Yuan appeared. Chu Ying! Feng Jiang cried out. You finally showed up. Tua had bloodshot eyes. He thought about the empty pit that was filled with rooster iron before. Oh, you are awake. Feng Yuan nodded at them. He said in a plain tone. Hey! What is wrong with your attitude? Shen Tan shouted in displeasure. Feng Yuan's indifferent attitude made every immortal furious. Shen Songshang stepped forward with a cold expression and overbearing tone. Tell me, did you take all of the immortal materials on this island? Who else could it be but me? Feng Yuan retorted. He was indifferent about Shen Songshang's overbearing tone. He quickly got to the other side of the Merit Obelisk and quickly browsed through the missions. The immortals were furiously staring at him. This person had taken all the benefits but still acted so arrogantly. Ren Xiaoping said grimly. We have seen the text on this obelisk. All of these immortal materials are arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable for us. Chu Ying, isn't it too much to take everything yourself? You owe us an explanation. Fang Yuan did not even look at him. He pressed his palm at the obelisk and took another mission. Swoosh! White light flashed, he vanished again. The immortals were shocked. Xin Qi shouted in anger. This guy! Where did he come from? He is completely disregarding Lord Shen Songxing and us. Ren Xiaoping spoke with a livid expression, his voice was cold as ice. Investigate him after we go out. Shen Songxing was a rank 8 after all. As the leader of Shen clan, he quickly calmed down and started to mimic Fang Yuan, walking to the merit obelisk. Chu Ying is acting so fearlessly. He is merely relying on the fact that we cannot attack him in this paradise. Shen Songshang thought to himself. Chu Ying is merely a rank 7 secluded lone immortal. We can deal with him later. The important thing now is this merit obelisk. Fang Yuan's actions earlier were a great example to the immortals here. In the previous life, Miao Mingxin and the rest came to the obelisk with suspicion. They first distributed the immortal materials on the island before going to accept the missions. But now, Fang Yuan woke up in advance, he acted first and ransacked the entire island. The only thing left to these immortals was this merit obelisk. There were many missions on this merit obelisk. Helping the merfolk in South Coast City to excavate the golden lotuses on Silver Lake. Roundfish Island was drying up, it needed wells to be built. Three Stripes tribe lacked medicine, there was a plague spreading, they needed a lot of medicinal herbs. Piper tribe was stuck in a fog, they were asked to lead them out. Aurora Mountain Spirit Spring had an issue that needed to be dealt with immediately. The Gu immortals watched with a dazed expression. Similar to the previous life, they encountered the same situation again. These missions were only described briefly, they were not detailed, the Gu immortals could not gain any useful information. For example, this mission, Three Stripes tribe lacked medicine, there was a plague spreading, they needed a lot of medicinal herbs. What kind of force was Three Stripes tribe? Were there Gu immortals? Were they an ordinary force or super force? Plague was spreading, what kind of plague was it? There were many kinds of plagues that even rank 8 Gu immortals did not dare to handle. They needed a lot of medicinal herbs. What kind of herbs did they want? Immortal materials? What method did they need to use? Nobody knew. The merit obelisk only had this one line. The immortals were really unaware of the situation. Does that Chu Ying know anything? Someone muttered. The immortals were silent. Their hatred, anger, and suspicion towards Fang Yuan intensified again. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was known for kindness, this was an unknown environment. Even the rank 8 Gu immortal Shen Songxing was barred from fighting. The Gu immortals had to be vigilant. And looking at the rewards on the merit obelisk, there was a large amount of immortal materials and immortal Gu that could be exchanged for using merits. Of course, there were some peculiar things here like titles or mortal Gu. Shen Songshang immediately saw one rank 5 mortal Gu. It was called Good Deeds Gu. This was the first time he had seen such a Gu worm. To exchange for a Good Deeds Gu, one needed 50 merit points. It was the most expensive mortal Gu. But the actual effect of the Gu worm was not written on the merit obelisk. Shen Songshang knew nothing about it. However, it had to be unique and special for Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to put it up as a reward. After the immortals discussed among themselves, they realized that they had to try this to find out. Shen Songshang was the first to act. He quickly walked up to the obelisk to receive his mission. In the previous life, the group of 8, including Fang Yuan and Miao Mingxin, came to the merit obelisk. Only 10 missions had appeared to them. But now, because there were more people, it seemed that the number of missions had also increased correspondingly. There were many missions, they were slowly taken. Because they did not know anything, there was no fighting or snatching here. Shen Songshang's mission was, Roundfish Island was drying up. It needed wells to be built. As light flickered, he appeared in a desert at the next moment. Shen Songshang's pupils shrunk. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal with dense Dao marks. He could not be transported using ordinary methods. But when he was transported here, it could not be blocked. A grand and mystical power brought him here instantly. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Shen Songshang sighed internally. He looked around as his investigative method spread out over the surroundings. Shun Song Shang quickly sensed something different. Oh, my investigative method works properly here. It is not the same as the starting island. Tens of li away from here, there was a small village in the desert. Shun Song Shang stood on the spot, moving his ears as he listened to the conversation of the people in the village. A moment later, he confirmed that he was on Round Fish Island. This island was huge and had many villages, but decades again, vegetation had started to become sparse. Right now, a large area desert had already spread around the remaining few villages. Mortals and goo masters lived in the village. Their lives were getting tougher. This means to say, I need to build water wells near these villages? After learning of the situation, Shun Song Shang let out a breath of air as he relaxed. This mission was much easier than he had expected. They were all mortal-level issues, not at the level of goo immortals. Even if it involved immortals, he was a rank 8 sound path grade expert. He could deal with most issues. Shin Songxing thought about Fang Yuan as he muttered to himself, that Chuing only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he accumulated 93 merit points so quickly. This shows that the missions must be very easy to complete. Even after knowing the situation, Shin Songxing did not rush to take action. He needed to test many things here. For example, could he ignore this mission and fly out of this place? Could he communicate with the outside world? How many methods could he still use in this situation? Shin Songshang did not interact with the mortals. He used sound path methods and secretly dug wells near the villages. The desertification here was very severe. Shin Songshang had to dig for a long time before he found some underground water deep below. Using these sources of water, he created deep wells around the place. Thinking about it, he used his methods to reinforce the walls of the well. Finally, he made the mouths of the wells and covered them with a thatched roof on top. To think that one day, I would have to do such manual labor. Shin Songshang laughed. He built a total of more than 30 wells. This mission was not difficult at all to this rank 8 goo immortal. In the process of completing it, Shin Songshang tried many things. He probed the foundation of this paradise to a great extent. For example, he could not leave this place. He was only able to move around this desert area. His communication was also restricted. Forget about Treasure Yellow Heaven. He could not even send anything to Shinchi or Shintan. He was also unable to attack the ordinary villagers. All his offensive methods would fail and he would sustain backlash. He could open his immortal aperture's entrance and take out stuff from within, yet he could not take anything from Round Fish Island to put into his immortal aperture. Shin Songshang also gained a lot of information from these mortals. These people were able to leave Round Fish Island and tour the seas. In the past, there were conflicts among the villages. People had died. In conclusion, Dragon Whale Paradise gave the inhabitants a lot of freedom, while the goo immortals who received these missions were greatly restricted. As for how they were restricted, Shin Songshang was unable to detect the method. He simply could not deal with it or get around it. This made him feel even more admiration towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. After completing the mission, Shun Songshang said return in his mind. He was transported to the starting island again. The merit obelisk appeared beside him. He checked the board and saw that on the merit list, his name was there, Shin Songshang, 9 merit points. Shin Songshang frowned. One mission only gave him 9 merit points? This reward was too little. It was out of Shin Songshang's expectations. Looking at this, does it mean that Chuing had already taken about 10 missions before me? Thinking of this, Shun Songshang frowned even deeper now. He looked at those rewards while feeling a chill in his heart. Those immortal goo and immortal materials that he wanted needed more than 10,000 merit points. There is another problem. Immortal goo are unique. If others get them first, I will lose my chance. Now that Chuing is so far ahead, we have to pick up the pace and catch up with him. Shin Songshang was a rank 8, but he felt a sense of urgency now. Everyone else was feeling worse. First Supreme Elder. Shintan walked over and respectfully greeted Shin Songshang. Even though he had finished his mission earlier, he did not rush to the second one. He waited at the obelisk. In fact, the group of immortals had all agreed before the first transportation to communicate with each other after completing their missions. Shin Songsheng, Shin Tan, Shin Qi, Shin Xiao, Shin Naihe, Ren Xiuping, and Tong Hua were the first group, while Miao Mingshin, Feng Jiang, Immortal Huadai, Gui Qi Yi, Tu Tu Tua, and Xing Luo Zi were the second group. The two sides were distinctly separated. Evidently, Shen Xing's group was far too strong. However, in a special environment like the Paradise, it was inconvenient for them to make a move against Miao Mingxin and the others, so they had to watch as these enemies banded together as a group. Heaven always leaves a way out. Everyone, this is a great opportunity now. As long as we grab onto it, we will have a chance of dealing with Shen Shang in the future. We need to work hard. We need to unite for a glimpse of hope. Otherwise, if we work alone, we will not survive. Miao Mingxin encouraged the Gu immortals on his side. Zhang Luo Zi, Tu Tu Tua, and the rest nodded in agreement. They faced greater pressure than Shen Shang, because they felt more urgency to complete missions and raise their strength. Even if they were safe inside the Dragon Whale Paradise, after 300 days, they would be transported out and would need to face Shen Shang. Tell me, what have you all discovered? Miao Mingxin spoke. All of them spoke about their findings one by one, without any concealment. There was even a lot of speculation that they made. Everyone's discoveries were similar to Shen Shang's. Miao Mingxin concluded in the end. The restrictions placed on us by the Paradise can actually be seen as a kind of protection for us, at least for the time being. Shen Shang is unable to lay his hands on us. The amount of merit points we received after completing a mission was only 9 at most. It did not exceed 10. It seems that the reward for each mission is between 1 and 10. But I have a feeling that this merit obelisk will undergo more changes in the future. Zhang Luo Zi and Tu Tu Tua looked at each other. Zhang Luo Zi hesitated but still asked, Brother Miao, since you can sense the exact location of the blue dragon whale, and bring us to it, is this place completely new to you? Miao Mingxin smiled bitterly. Brother Zhang and Brother Tu, if I said that I have no idea why I am able to sense the location of the blue dragon whale, would you believe me? Several years ago, information about the blue dragon whale began to appear inexplicably in my mind, but at first it was very vague. These bits and pieces of information had only gotten clearer recently. I finally realized that it was the blue dragon whale calling to me. If I really knew these arrangements and had any shortcuts, would I not use them? Would I continue to face Shen Shang's threat? When we were outside, Shen Shang attacked us. If I knew it was an illusion, I would have tried to die long ago. Friends, my words are all true. There is no deception at all. Zhang Luo Zi and Tu Tu Tua saw Miao Mingxin's earnest expression and nodded. We believe you. Gui Qi Yi suddenly said. Speaking of which, I do recall one thing. Previously, when he was being chased in the sea, Chu Ying was being attacked by a sound blade. But his speed soared and he took the initiative to bump into an immemorial thunder phoenix, after which he got struck by its lightning and died. Yes, I saw that too. Feng Jiang also added. It's strange to actively seek death. It seems that Chu Ying really knows something about this place. Tu Tu Tuo's eyes burst out with bright light. Previously, Fang Yuan did not know that dying by the hands of Shen Shang would also be accepted. To be on the safe side, he still chose the method of death from his last life. As a result, he exposed a flaw. It was like Shen Shang, who avoided Tong Hua earlier with his sound blades. Miao Mingxin's group discovered Chu Ying's peculiarity. It was the same for Shen Shang's group. Miao Mingxin. At this time, Shen Tan walked in front of the group and took the initiative to approach Miao Mingxin and the others. Behind Shen Tan were Shen Shang, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest. There is no need to be nervous. Shen Tan smiled. We are not here to find trouble with you all this time, but rather to seek cooperation. Cooperation? You guys are really shameless. Who was it who wanted to kill us earlier? Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai said with displeasure. Miao Mingxin, however, stopped them and looked at Shen Shang. Shen Shang nodded slightly and said indifferently, this was my decision. It is true that I was the one who made the move to attack you before. But let's put ourselves in each other's shoes and think about it. If you were me, would you let me off? It's not that I don't want to kill you all, but with the situation as it is right now, then I can only cooperate with you. I swear on the reputation of my Shen clan, I promise that even after we leave this dragon whale paradise in the future, we will not do anything to you, but rather let you all leave. And all of you will need to tell me everything you know about the information you have regarding this place. The reputation of Shin clan? Miao Mingxin pondered. The immortals around him all looked slightly moved by this proposal as well. Shun Tsongshang was the first supreme elder or Shin clan. The promise of a righteous path figure held a lot of weight, and now he was staking the reputation of the entire Shin clan. He could be trusted to a high degree. Of course, the best way was for both sides to set an alliance agreement. Zhang Luozi and Shanai He were both rank 7 information path Gu immortals. They were unable to use information path methods here because the paradise restricted them greatly. You all can think about it, this is your only chance. If you miss it, don't regret it if you go out of the dragon whale paradise in the future. Shin Tan threatened with a smile. Miao Mingxin and the rest became increasingly silent. The merit obelisk had made it clear that they would only stay here for 300 days, and once the time limit was up, they would be sent out. At that time, they might have to face Shin Tsongshang. Shin Tsongshang's guarantee was certainly not completely assuring, and he could go back on his word. But with their own lives at stake, Miao Mingxin and the others would certainly not let go of any possibility of survival. Miao Mingxin suddenly smiled and nodded. I accept your offer. I'll cooperate with you and tell you everything I know. Shin Tsongshang also smiled. Good, a wise man submits to circumstances. I will let you live, go ahead and speak. Miao Mingxin's smile turned bitter. There's actually nothing to say. He repeated the things he had said to Tu Tua and Zhang Luozi earlier. Shin Tan was furious. You're saying that you actually don't know anything? Are you lying? Do you think our Shin clan is easy to fool? Shin Tsongshang, however, had a look of deep consideration. He felt that Miao Mingxin's words were probably true. Lies could be told, but actions often could not deceive others. On the way here, Miao Mingxin's actions were all seen by Shin Tsongshang. He did not seem like someone who knew the details of the dragon whale paradise. Gui Yi interjected. We analyzed it earlier. It seems that Chuing is very suspicious. He might indeed know some inside information. The immortal's eyes shined with bright light. Ren Xiaoping smiled coldly. Aren't you stating the obvious? That person had actively sought death before. He came here and was the first to awaken, ransacking the starting island of all the immortal materials. And look at the merit obelisk, he's got nearly 100 merit points. Ren Xiaoping suddenly became silent. At this moment, white light flashed as Fang Yuan appeared again. His mission was completed, his merit points went past 100, reaching 102. The immortals gathered in a group, looking at Fang Yuan who was at the obelisk. He had appeared right when they mentioned him. Fang Yuan also looked at the immortals. Wow, the atmosphere here was great. Fang Yuan was a little surprised, but he did not feel anything strange about this. Gu immortals were all exceptional talents. These Gu immortals were very perceptive and knew about benefits and harm. They prioritized their own gains. As long as Shin Tsongshang stopped being haughty, it was possible that they would cooperate as Miao Mingxin and the rest would worry about the future. Shin Tan smiled and took the initiative to come over. Approaching Fang Yuan. Brother Chuing. He took the initiative to greet. His attitude was much better compared to when he spoke to Miao Mingxin. In the current situation, Fang Yuan's value was also clearly much higher than Miao Mingxin. But before he could send any invitations, scram! Fang Yuan glanced at Shin Tan before he turned around and walked away. Shin Tan's smile froze on his face. The corners of his lips twitched as anger rose in his heart. He was about to shout, but his shoulder was patted by someone. It was Shin Tsongshang. Shin Tan quickly held down his anger. He did not dare to shout rashly. He only stared at Fang Yuan with a furious expression. Little brother. Shin Tsongshang chuckled. We can cope, scram. Fang Yuan said one word with a calm tone. He interrupted Shin Tsongshang without hesitation. Everyone was shocked. Shin Tsongshang's eyes widened a little. He was dumbfounded at this situation. How long had it been since anyone scolded him like this? He was the first supreme elder of Shin clan, an Eastern Sea rank 8 great expert. Who would dare to scold him in his face? Even normally, when people like Song Chi Yuan had a conversation with him, they would still keep a composed attitude when they conversed with each other. But Fang Yuan scolded him without restraint, plain and straightforward. Miao Mingxin and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with immensely shocked expressions. This is a rank 8 Gu immortal, the first supreme elder of Shin clan, Don't be so reckless. If you don't relent now, what will happen when you get transported out of here 300 days later? At this moment, everyone did not know whether to admire Chu Ying's courage or shame him for his stupidity. After Fang Yuan finished scolding, he immediately disappeared. He had taken another mission and left again. The remaining Gu immortals stood as they stared at the merit obelisk blankly. Shin Songsheng suddenly laughed lightly, breaking the silence. This Chu Ying is very courageous. I am looking forward to seeing his courage after we leave this place. He had a smile on his face, but his eyes were flashing with furious sparks. His killing intent had appeared. Miao Mingshin, who in the world is this Chu Ying and what is his background? Shintan turned around and shouted aggressively. He had an overbearing attitude. Gue Qi and the rest were unhappy as they stared furiously. Miao Mingshun sighed deeply and shrugged. If I tell you that I'm not sure of his origin, would you believe me? Hee hee. The corners of Shin Tan's mouth twitched and he laughed dryly. The look on his face showed his current thoughts. What sort of lie was this? If he did not know about Chu Ying's background, would he invite this person to explore Paradise Earth's true inheritance? Chu Ying. Oh Chu Ying, I am going to die because of you. Miao Mingshin smiled bitterly, but he did not give up. He decided to throw this problem over to Ren Xiaoping. The reason I trusted Chu Ying was because of Ren Xiaoping. Brother Ren, explain it. Is there a need to hide the matter anymore? Miao Mingshun's words made everyone's gazes gather on Ren Xiaoping. Ren Xiaoping shook as he felt an immense pressure. He had to explain everything that he knew. The immortals learned about the reason behind Chu Ying's involvement now. Miao Mingshin continued to explain. Actually, I have not interacted with Chu Ying much. I only invited him to an auction in the past. Back then, Tong Hua and Tu Tutua were around as well. Shen Songshang turned his gaze towards these two. Tu Tutua and Tong Hua spoke one after another, explaining all that they knew. Shen Songshang heard their words as he frowned deeply. There was a lot of information, but it was all useless. All that was known was already known, while all that was not known was still unknown. They had nowhere to start and no way to target him. This Chu Ying is not a simple person. Shin Songsheng had a feeling, but he was still confident. He is just a rank 7 transformation path Gu immortal. After all, he is not my match. Light flickered and faded at once. Fang Yuan appeared on a small island in the sea. I am here again. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He accepted the mission to collect earth trench black oil at the nearby sea of this island. This was the first mission he accepted when exploring the dragon whale paradise in his previous life. He was most familiar with it. Many changes have happened in the dragon whale paradise compared to the previous life. Not only did the blue dragon whale's location change, there are more Gu immortals here now. The missions have also increased in numbers. This black oil mission only appeared after I completed 10 or so missions. In the previous life, he had used this mission to save the mermaid girl Xiaolin, using her as his pawn to have her become the saintess of the Merman City. He slowly found his way to Regret Sea and found Regret Gu. Once Regret Gu flew to him, the venerable method activated, sending Fang Yuan to the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. Using that, Fang Yuan got around Heavenly Court's assault and inherited a Red Lotus true inheritance. After rebirth, Fang Yuan designed a more optimal plan for himself. During the battle in the River of Time earlier, Fang Yuan destroyed 6 immortal Gu houses from Heavenly Court. He destroyed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation and killed many Gu immortals. Only 9 spiritual fairy and Feng Jiu escaped. As the price, that Stone Lotus Island was destroyed too. Without the Stone Lotus Island, Regret Gu's venerable method could not activate. This time, Fang Yuan intended to take down this dragon whale paradise. Regret Gu was only part of the bigger plan. The entire island was under the effect of Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. It had no secrets at all. The island was quite ordinary. There were not many resources here. It had a fishing village and a low-quality spirit spring. There were a few Gu masters in the village, but most of the people were mortals. Fang Yuan did not enter the fishing village immediately. He went into the sea first. In the sea, a group of weaving sea spiders were hunting. Fang Yuan got around them and dived deeper. When he got close to the earth trench, he found a group of seashell sharks swimming around. Fang Yuan had great strength, but he did not want to act abruptly. He only concealed his presence, arriving at the black oil. black oil was an immortal material, it was dangerous to goo masters. Once they came into contact with black oil, food path Dao marks would be carved in their bodies. This was a huge problem for goo masters. On one hand, the conflicting Dao marks would make the oil-collecting goo masters experience a fall in strength. Oil-collecting food path goo masters were just too rare. On the other hand, goo masters had mortal bodies. As time passes, they cannot help but become affected by the black oil. The black oil in the earth trench tangled and weaved together like huge pythons. They were almost still, but if one observed closely, they would see that the oil was moving slowly in the sea. Fang Yuan activated his method. Everywhere he went, black oil moved like water and spread out over a wide area. I remember that this is the location. Fang Yuan split some of the black oil apart, but he did not find the blue-scaled mermaid Xiaolin. Fang Yuan's heart sank. It was possible that his rebirth created some changes. Xiaolin's life might have changed, she might not have come here. It's more likely that she's nearby. The time now is quite early compared to the previous life after all. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not give up immediately. He used his methods to move away the nearby black oil. There were many things in the black oil. There were sea beast corpses and different ores. Blue-scaled mermaid Xiaolin was among them. She had fainted. Her face was not the same as Xia Han Mo, but their disposition was very alike. A complex gaze flickered in Fang Yuan's eyes. He breathed out lightly as a bubble surrounded Xiaolin. Xiaolin was saved. Her eyes started to move. She barely opened her eyes before fainting again. When she woke up, she realized that she was lying in a waterhole. The sky was wide and clear. There was bright sunlight. The broad leaves of a few large trees cast a dense shadow like an umbrella covering her entire body. The breeze caressed her like a lover's gentle hand, making Xiaolin feel cozy. Didn't I get engulfed when collecting black oil? Xiaolin's memories slowly surfaced. That's right. I seem to have been rescued. I saw a vague white figure on the dark ocean floor. Her body was still limp and weak. Xiaolin could barely raise her upper body. She looked around but saw no one. Who saved me? She became very confused, looking down at the waterhole that she was half lying in. There was a pool of clear water in the waterhole. It was crystal clear. Her blue-scaled fishtail was shining with the reflection of the light in water. This must be the arrangement of my savior, Xiaolin thought. She could not help but feel warmth in her heart. This water was not seawater. It was the most appropriate water for a weakened merman. You are awake. Just at this moment, the tree leaves were moved aside as Fang Yuan walked in. Did you save me? Xiaolin stared at Fang Yuan, who wore white clothing. She felt a hint of familiarity. You were very lucky. I happened to find you in that situation. Fang Yuan smiled slightly. Xiaolin was extremely grateful and was about to get up to express her gratitude, but was stopped by Fang Yuan's outstretched arm. Your body is still too weak. Eat something. Fang Yuan extended his hand and a trace of green wind flew around to the top of the tree and picked a fruit that resembled a coconut. The green wind held the fruit and flew to Xiaolin's face. The green wind was like a pair of scissors moving around and opening the shell, revealing the delicate bright red flesh inside that was like a pomegranate. Xiaolin took a small piece and put it in her mouth. The flesh was tender and juicy. It rolled down her dry throat and into her stomach. There was a warm feeling in her stomach. The fruit was very delicious. Xiaolin's eyes instantly glowed. She was so hungry that she took out a few more chunks and put them in her mouth, swallowing them whole. It is very delicious. She could not help but exclaim, but then she saw that Fang Yuan kept staring at her with his gentle gaze. Her face instantly flushed red as she stammered. May I ask for your name, benefactor? I will definitely repay the favor of saving my life. Fang Yuan laughed. This was a simple action. You do not need to do anything. In the future, stay away from the black oil. It is very dangerous there. You were lucky to have met me this time. Xiaolin's expression turned dark. She was in a huge debt because of her grandfather's funeral and had to risk collecting black oil to pay off the debt. To think that not only did she fail to get black oil, she even nearly died from this. But even if I survive, I'll be corroded by the black oil and will die soon. Sigh. How can I pay off my debts and repay this benefactor? Xiaolin had a kind nature. She felt troubled over this. At this time, Fang Yuan's gentle voice resounded in her ears. Oh, right, you had black oil corrosion earlier, but it is not a problem anymore. I've already healed the injuries on you without any lingering after effects. Ah! Xiaolin was astonished and stared at Fang Yuan with wide eyes, dumbfounded. This goo master in front of her could actually heal the problem from black oil corrosion. This was truly remarkable. Fang Yuan nodded at her. Little girl, you are young, don't have such rash thoughts. You still have a long journey ahead of you. Go ahead and eat something. After you regain your strength, come with me. I came here to do something. Oh. Xiaolin was still in a daze. Fang Yuan smiled and turned around to leave. Xiaolin watched him pass through the forest and disappear for a long time before she reacted and began to continue eating the fruit in her hand. The flesh of the fruit was delicious and juicy. The windy breeze brushed her face. She was lying in pure water. Her heart was filled with warmth and tranquility. Don't tell me this is just a dream? As she ate, her tears flowed silently down her face. She was nothing more than an ordinary, poor mermaid girl. Reality was cold and harsh for her before this incident. The only warmth in her life came from her grandfather who took care of her. Her grandfather, who was her only kin, had died. Xiaolin was all alone now. Her heart was hollow. Her only goal in life now was to complete her grandfather's water burial. In the customs of merfolk, a water burial was the final journey. It would bring peace to the dead. But a water burial was expensive. Xiaolin paid a huge price for it. As the girl ate, she sobbed soundlessly. Fang Yuan stood outside the forest. Looking at the sea, he knew the situation inside well. But he did not go in. He gave the girl ample time to adjust her mood. In this life, he had a grand plan for Dragon Whale Paradise. Xiaolin's series of missions were not the most important. For Fang Yuan to obtain Regret Goo, he only needed to enter Regret Crying Sea. Back then, he had made use of Xiaolin's chain of missions to enter Regret Sea area. But other than this series, he had many other ways to get there. In the previous life, Fang Yuan focused on getting Regret Goo while Miao Mingxin and the rest focused on doing missions. The more they did, the more they found out. The atmosphere then was much better than now. Miao Mingxin and the rest interacted and left behind information path Mortal Goo at the Merit Obelisk, sharing their gains with everyone without asking for compensation. Their collective findings and gains all became Fang Yuan's current wealth. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deep and comprehensive understanding towards the Merit Obelisk and Blue Dragon Whale. Xiaolin's missions were created by Fang Yuan himself. It required luck and used a lot of time. The truth was, after some time, when mid-sized missions appear, there would be a few useful ones to get into Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, when these missions appeared, Fang Yuan already had Xiaolin as his pawn. Because Miao Mingxin and the rest were showing desire towards these missions, Fang Yuan did not compete with them. But now, since I took the mission and found Xiaolin, it means that I can use her again. This pawn is very useful as long as I replicate the success of my previous life. I can indirectly control Merman's sacred city. Controlling this force will be quite helpful to my plans ahead. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Benefactor, I've kept you waiting. A moment later, Xiaolin floated out of the forest. She recovered some of her strength and did not want to keep Fang Yuan waiting. A white cloud supported her lower body, 3 feet away from the ground, helping her to move forward on land. Don't call me Benefactor. My name is Chu Ying. People call me Master Chu. Fang Yuan smiled. Master Chu, Xiaolin said. Let's go. Fang Yuan brought Xiaolin as they moved to the fishing village. Fang Yuan brought Xiaolin to the small fishing village and met the village head. The moment they met, he soul-searched directly in front of his face. The entire fishing village was in a trance for a while and then recovered without suspicion. Fang Yuan collated this information and compared it to his previous life. He found that nothing had changed in the small fishing village. Like in his previous life, he was still using his identity as a traveling goo master to contact these mortals. First, he challenged the village's goo masters and defeated them easily. Then he taught them how to refine water shell goo and gave them the recipe. The villagers were all very grateful. Fang Yuan then took them to the bottom of the sea to practice using these water shell goo. He even taught them some healing methods to alleviate the corrosion of the black oil. To completely heal from the corrosion of the black oil, one needed at least rank 4 goo worms. The goo masters in the small fishing village were simply not even close to rank 4. The things Fang Yuan taught them were things that they could do. During this process, Fang Yuan focused on teaching Xiaolin. In the previous life, he had only given her water shell goo, but now he wanted to nurture her properly. He used wisdom path methods to directly hand methods over to her mind. At the same time, he corrected many of her mistakes. Fang Yuan did not stay in the small fishing village for long, and when he left, the entire village fell to their knees. Xiaolin wanted to follow Fang Yuan, but he stopped her and said with deep meaning, "This isn't the end of our connection. We will meet again in the future." Xiaolin was helpless and could only watch tearfully as Fang Yuan disappeared with a flicker of light. Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk once again. His merit points had risen by 10. The initial missions on the merit obelisk were small missions. The rewarded merit points ranged from 1 to 10. This time, Fang Yuan collected black oil and taught the villagers in the small fishing village to sustain a livelihood. He had completed the task perfectly. At this time, Shen Songshang and the others had all been transported away to complete their respective missions. There was only one person at the merit obelisk now. It was Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen was staring at the four sides of the merit obelisk, which had moving words and characters. He was very patient. He faintly felt that there was a mysterious connection between himself and the merit obelisk. The peculiar feeling was extremely hidden and also very weak. But he had no idea how to grasp onto this opportunity. A sharp light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes as he saw this. The secrets involving Dragon Whale Paradise were very deep and mysterious. What method did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable use to restrict Gu Immortals? Fang Yuan had no way to find out. His method did not leave any traces. It was as if it were a naturally occurring phenomenon, like how there were males and females among people and how the sky had a sun and a moon. Gu Immortals could not make a move on each other or the inhabitants of this small world. But there were differences and discrepancies in this rule. For example, Fang Yuan had soul-searched the mortals in his earlier mission. He even gave a lot of knowledge to Xiaolin through wisdom path imparting methods. Was that not considered making a move on the inhabitants? Of course it was. But Fang Yuan had no ill intentions. He was trying to help them. Thus, he was not restricted at all in his actions. But once he had any evil thoughts, these methods would not be usable. He would even face backlash from using these killer moves. Or, for example, the collection of black oil in this mission. The excess black oil was all kept in the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, other than the immortal materials on the starting island, Gu Immortals could not take the resources of the other areas for themselves. But Fang Yuan had taken the black oil near the island to complete his mission. By reducing the number of food path Dao marks there, it would allow other natural resources to grow. This was a good thing for the island's environment on the whole, so it was not restricted. Not only did Fang Yuan complete the mission, he also collected a portion of the black oil as profit. This mission to collect black oil was obviously much more profitable than the others. There were many missions on the merit obelisk, but there were also differences in missions whether they were superior or inferior. In the previous life, Miao Mingshen and the rest had a lot of findings. These were all Fang Yuan's exclusive information now. Fang Yuan slowly approached the merit obelisk. His footsteps interrupted Miao Mingshen's thoughts as he turned around to look. His pupils shrunk as he thought, "It's Chuing!" Fang Yuan smiled. "Brother Miao, your connection with the merit obelisk is too weak. This connection is mainly used to find this place. It will not be of much help to you from now on. I would advise you to actively complete your missions and accumulate more merits." Fang Yuan's polite attitude surprised Miao Mingshen. He had seen with his own eyes when Fang Yuan said, "Scram," at Shintan and Shen Songsheng. He was quickly attracted to Fang Yuan's words as he felt some shock. He actually knows about the connection between me and the merit obelisk. This is a secret I have never revealed to anyone else. How did he know? Unless he is like me and can also sense the location of the blue dragon whale? Or maybe he can't sense its location, but has other forms of connections instead. Miao Mingshen looked at Fang Yuan, feeling that this person was getting increasingly unfathomable. He was filled with doubts. He opened his mouth to ask questions, but wisely close to keep it shut. Fang Yuan acted so arrogantly in front of Shen Songshang. It was useless to try to force him. If he wants to tell me, he will definitely take the initiative to speak. If I try to ask him, I will not get anything I want. Miao Mingxin sighed internally. Fang Yuan passed by as his finger pointed at a certain line of text on the obelisk. He suddenly said, "You can take this mission. It is quite suitable for you. Complete missions and accumulate merit points. It is not simply about doing superficial good deeds. It is better to teach a man to fish than to fish for him." Miao Mingxin shook internally. He gulped as he said 2 words, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Fang Yuan smiled. Giving Miao Mingxin some guidance was not just a casual action. On one hand, it was to sow discord among these people for his own convenience, and on the other hand, he was also trying to make some arrangements to affect Eastern Sea. The secret regarding Miao Mingxin's ability was only announced in the previous life after a lot of futile attempts at finding out. Regarding the truth behind it, many immortals had reliable guesses. Miao Mingxin was quite popular in the lone immortal world of Eastern Sea. If he was forced by Shin Tsong into a corner, it was likely that Qi Si ancestor or Wu Shui could recruit and take him in. Fang Yuan did not take a mission. Instead, he went to the other side of the merit obelisk and exchanged for a title. In an instant, his merit points that exceeded 100 were reduced to single digits, plummeting from the first place to the last. When Miao Mingxin saw the change on the merit board, his eyes sparkled and his mind was filled with huge suspicions. Chuing spent 100 merit points. What exactly did he exchange for? Fang Yuan took his mission and vanished again. Miao Mingxin immediately came to the other side of the merit obelisk to check the list of things they could exchange for. But how could he find out easily? There were too many rewards that were priced at 100 merit points. It was also possible to have a combination of rewards to expend 100 points instantly. Miao Mingxin felt a sense of curiosity. He immediately realized that Fang Yuan's action had a deep meaning. It must be beneficial to him. Otherwise, he would not have given up his advantage like that. Did Chuing deliberately express goodwill earlier so that I would help him hide this information? Another thought appeared in Miao Mingxin's mind. But soon he shook his head. Fang Yuan's merit points were right there. It was something that could not be hidden. Soon the other Gu immortals would discover it. With a flash of white light, Fang Yuan was transported to the bottom of the sea. The seawater was murky, sand was churning, and a giant salamander was causing chaos. This giant salamander had a smooth body without a single scale. Its head was wide and large, its body was stout and flat, its limbs were very thick and short, and its tentacles were like tiger claws. Its claws and teeth were sharp. Its gills were glistening with firm tiger whiskers. This was a desolate beast, Tiger King Salamander. The Tiger King Salamander rampaged and created shocking waves that affected the peace of the land. The mission that Fang Yuan took on was to suppress it. Fang Yuan did not rush to take action. He scouted first. Soon his brow furrowed slightly and a peculiar expression appeared on his face. He could not find out the reason for the Tiger King Salamander's rampage. There was nothing abnormal about its body or mind, but it was acting manically and unpredictably, wantonly destroying its surroundings. Not only that, it even self-mutilated. It had clearly gone insane. Attempting to attack the Tiger King Salamander, Fang Yuan discovered that this desolate beast's battle strength had soared to the level of an ancient desolate beast. This is the same situation as the one that Miao Mingxin's group faced in the previous life. Fang Yuan sighed internally. In his previous life, he had only completed the missions involving Xiaolin. There were few missions and he did not encounter this. After trying it in this life, he found that according to his knowledge and vision, he could not even see through this peculiarity. The Tiger King Salamander was actually very beneficial to the environment. It could swallow salt and sand to purify the seawater, making it crystal clear and saline, producing extraordinary natural resources. A Tiger King Salamander is often the core of a pure and clean sea. This pure seawater could be drunk directly. If it was possible, Fang Yuan did not want to kill this Tiger King Salamander. If he could pacify and calm it down, Fang Yuan would be able to reap a large amount of merit points. But right now, it was obviously impossible. Fang Yuan had no choice but to take action and kill it. The corpse of the Tiger King Salamander acted as the extra profit for the mission and was kept in the Immortal aperture. Ren Xiaoping returned to the starting island again, and a group of people had gathered near the merit obelisk. Seeing his arrival, a Gu immortal of Xin clan, Xin Xiao, said to him, Congratulations, Brother Run. You're now at the top of the merit board. Ah? How is that possible? Ren Xiaoping did not believe it at first, but after witnessing with his own eyes, he was surprised and delighted. His name was really ranked first, even Shen Songsheng was ranked second. Shen Songsheng had also returned and was standing in front of the obelisk. His expression was a little dark. Ren Xiaoping carefully looked at Shen Songsheng. He was thrilled that he had defeated the rank 8 Gu Immortal, but at the same time he was also a little worried. Shen Songsheng cast his gaze towards Ren Xiaoping. Ren Xiaoping quickly bowed his head and cupped his fists. Lord. Shen Songsheng nodded. Ren Xiaoping, in your opinion, what exactly did Chu Ying exchange that caused his own ranking to slip to last place? Ren Xiaoping was dazed. Only now did he realize that Fang Yuan was at the bottom of the ranking. He quickly calmed down and furrowed his brows. Indeed, Chu Ying would rather give up the lead to spend his merit points. It is certain that the thing he exchanged for was very useful to him. If it could be helpful to him, it would naturally be advantageous to the others as well. But what exactly would it be? The group of immortals had been discussing for a while now. With a flash of white light, Fang Yuan appeared in front of everyone once again. At the same time, his ranking on the merit board skyrocketed, once again rising to the top. Chu Ying, 98 merit points. At once, the immortals became tongue-tied. Small-sized missions gave 1 to 10 merit points. Meanwhile, mid-sized missions gave 11 to 100 merit points. Fang Yuan exchanged for a good person title. It allowed him to accept mid-sized missions. Mid-sized missions were Gu Immortal level. The Tiger King Salamander that Fang Yuan dealt with this time was a rank 6 desolate beast, but its battle strength had reached rank 7. This mission's difficulty was way beyond the limits of a mortal. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. Thus, I earned over 90 merit points this time, Fang Yuan realized. The reason why I did not get 100 is because I took away the Tiger King Salamander's corpse. If I left it behind, the Tao marks on the corpse would spread out and elevate the foundation of the surrounding environment. Fang Yuan had done this purposely. He was curious about the reason why the Tiger King Salamander went on a rampage. Thus, he brought this corpse with him, planning to research on it later. In the previous life, Miao Mingxin and the rest encountered this situation many times. They researched together but did not find the root cause. This time, Fang Yuan wanted to try it himself. The group of immortals looked at Fang Yuan and the merit board. Their expressions and emotions were similarly terrible. They had worked so hard to complete their missions, each one gave 10 merit points at most. Fang Yuan, however, got over 90 merit points from one mission. This comparison was truly infuriating. Even though small-sized missions were simple, they wasted a lot of time. Mid-sized missions was much more efficient in terms of merit points. Looking as Fang Yuan approached the merit obelisk, some of the Gu immortals felt jealous, some were curious, while others felt despair. At this rate, Fang Yuan was taking huge steps forward while they were crawling like snails. How could they ever catch up to him? He would only leave them in the dust as time passed. Hua Dai looked at Miao Mingxin, wanting to ask Fang Yuan about this, but he shook his head at her. Shen Songsheng looked over at Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao had no choice. He had to force a smile and walk towards Fang Yuan. Brother Chu. He cupped his fists, speaking in an earnest tone and polite attitude. Just name the price. As long as I can afford it, I will satisfy you. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. You want to know how I obtained so many merit points? Indeed. Shen Xiao cupped his fists again. I hope brother can teach us. Don't worry, with my Shen clan's foundation, we will not disappoint you. Furthermore, you are not just getting my friendship, you will get the friendship of Shen clan. Earlier, Shen clan tried to force Fang Yuan, but he was indifferent and acted extremely arrogantly. Shen Xiao changed his tactic and tried to exchange for it using benefits instead. It was a wise move. Fang Yuan laughed. Sure. Use a true inheritance of your Shen clan to exchange for it. Shen Songshang's eyes shined when he heard this. He did not expect Fang Yuan to agree. He could not help but ask, what true inheritance do you want? It is up to you if you don't want to give an inheritance. Immortal Gu are fine too, Fang Yuan said nonchalantly. Shen Songshang's lips twitched. He wanted an immortal Gu? Dream on. He thought about it and tossed out an information path mortal Gu. Fang Yuan received it and looked through the content. There was a transformation path Gu Immortal True Inheritance. It was rather incomplete. The truly valuable parts were still with Shen Songsheng. Fang Yuan clicked his tongue as he tossed the mortal Gu back to Shen Songsheng. Another one. Shen Songsheng received the information path mortal Gu and erased the information inside, injecting a new wave of content. Of course, this was incomplete as well. Fang Yuan received it and nodded, giving the information path mortal Gu back to Shen Songsheng. Another one. Shen Songsheng received the information path mortal Gu and looked at Fang Yuan, saying grimly, Chu Ying, you want to look at so many of them? How much content do you want to see? Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. Don't worry, I, Chu Ying, act according to my principles. I am not someone who goes back on my words. Those who treat others as fools are the real fools. How about this? Give me a portion of constant wave sound and I will tell you the reason why I gained so many merit points. Fine, I'll believe you once. Shen Songsheng did not hesitate, taking out a conch from his immortal aperture and tossing it to Fang Yuan. This conch was only the size of a palm and was itself a desolate beast. There was a wave sound stored in the conch. This wave sound was a sound path rank 7 immortal material, a specialty product of Shen clan. It could produce sounds for years without ever stopping. Fang Yuan inspected it and found nothing suspicious. He placed this immortal material into his sovereign immortal aperture. He looked at Shen Songsheng and smiled. Then I'll tell you this secret. Do you want me to tell you alone? Or do you wish to make it public? This time it was Shen Songsheng's turn to look solemn. But he only hesitated for a moment and then smiled. What is there to hide? Please speak directly. As expected of an old expert who had been leading Shen clan for many years. Once he said that, even the Gu immortals on Miao Mingshen's side developed some good feelings towards Shen Songsheng. Miao Mingshen coldly snorted in his mind. No agreement can be made here? Shen Songsheng can't restrain chewing at all. Chewing is trying to sow discord. Since he can tell Shen Songsheng alone, he can tell others in the future as well. Shen Songsheng knows this. So even if he is unwilling, he has no choice but to make it public. Good. Lord Shen Songsheng's magnanimity is admirable. Fang Yuan turned around and placed his palm on the surface of the obelisk. Words related to missions started to vanish before emerging again. But these new words were different from before. Thousand soul fog appeared on White Light Mountain. The living creatures were in dire need of help to clear it up. In Seahorse Sea area, coral seahorses fought each other. A number of seahorse kings were rioting and needed to be suppressed. The formation on Gathering Separation Island had not been repaired for years, causing serious disruptions to the lives of the islanders. It needed to be fixed. Fish Round Island lacked seawater. One had to make it rain for 3 days and nights there. The Gu immortals were stunned. These missions were clearly different from the previous ones, such as the Thousand Soul Fog, which was a Soul Path rank 7 immortal material. It was quite famous. Another example was that every coral seahorse was a rank 5 wild beast, while seahorse kings were at least desolate beasts. Shun Xiao watched with glimmering eyes as he sighed deeply. These are missions worthy of Gu immortals. Those small-sized missions earlier were limited to the mortal level. They were simply weak in comparison to these missions. Shun Xiao copied Fang Yuan and placed his hand on the obelisk, but his expression turned to confusion. Why can't I accept these missions? Of course not. I have used up 100 merit points in order to accept these missions. Fang Yuan smiled. The immortals quickly focused their attention on his words. But Fang Yuan kept his mouth shut. Xin Xiao became anxious. He cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. Please do teach us, Brother Chu. Fang Yuan looked at him with a slightly mocking expression with raised brows. Why should I tell you? Shen Zhao's expression froze. We made a deal earlier. I know. You guys asked how I acquired a large amount of merit points. I have completed the transaction and told you the reason. It was because I received these missions. As for how to receive these missions, that is a different question. Fang Yuan said. The group of immortals were dumbfounded. Shen Songsheng's expression turned dark, while the Shen clan Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan with anger in their eyes. Xin Xiao was stunned before he laughed again. Only this time, it was clearly mixed with anger. Brother Chu is really impressive at doing business. A single answer alone earned you a rank 7 immortal material that is unique to my clan. Fang Yuan nodded. Shun Clan's constant wave sound is unique in the world. I really profited from this transaction. But I did not lie to you. I did not give you false information either. I, Chuing, am not such a person. Fang Yuan showed a demeanor of having a conscience and bottom line. It made all of the immortals here seethe with anger. Shun Shang's anger accumulated. He was a grand righteous path rank 8. He was actually being toyed by this rank 7 lone immortal Chuing who had no fame. How could he let this pass? After we leave Dragon Whale Paradise, I am going to deal with you properly. Shin Songsheng swore in his heart, but he smiled and laughed heartily without showing any displeasure. He clapped. Chuing, very impressive. You obtained the constant wave sound through your wittiness. That was your ability. Don't worry. Why would my Shin clan be so petty over a small matter? Come, let's make another deal. Tell me what you want in exchange for this information to get the mission. The group of immortals looked at Fang Yuan with eyes that could not help but reveal envy. It was just so easy to earn immortal materials like this. But from Shin Songsheng's perspective, his clan was affluent. 1 or 2 rank 7 immortal materials in exchange for precious information was not a bad deal. But Fang Yuan shook his head. I am not going to sell this information. You all can try it yourselves. Shin Songshang glared. Chuing, I hope that you will think about it clearly. Fang Yuan, however, ignored him and disappeared again with a flash of white light. Shen Songshang was livid. He was not given any face at all. Chuing, don't let me catch you outside. Shen Songshang swore in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a rank 7 Gu immortal. He completely disregarded him. Fang Yuan needed to maintain his advantage on the merit board. This was useful to his plan of conquering the paradise. As for Shen Songshang and the rest, I don't believe that you can stay united. Fang Yuan smiled coldly in his heart. His plan to sow discord did not work earlier because it was a minor action. But this time, he dug a pit. He was not afraid that Shen Songshang would not jump in. In a way, Fang Yuan needed external help. It was necessary to split up this huge group. He could complete the mid-sized missions independently by himself, but after the mid-sized missions, there were large-sized missions too. This kind of mission often required different Gu immortals to cooperate with each other and work together to complete it. Although Fang Yuan had quite a few Gu immortal subordinates hidden in his immortal aperture, it was useless. In this Dragon Whale Paradise Earth immortal venerables methods restricted this. It seemed that only those Gu immortals who had passed that test outside and were sent to the starting island while asleep were eligible to enter and leave this place and also receiving and completing missions. After Fang Yuan left, the atmosphere at the merit obelisk turned heavy. Because Shen Songshang had made a rather forceful request. He wanted the surrounding Gu immortals to spend their respective merit points to exchange for those contentious rewards. Shen Songshang was betting that one of these rewards would be the one Fang Yuan exchanged for earlier. Since Fang Yuan did not tell him he was going to test it personally, Yao Mingxin and the rest were unwilling to do that, but they had no choice. They had to make considerations for the future and could not offend this rank 8 sound path grade expert. Shen Songshang stared intently at the surface of the merit obelisk. Although he did not show it, he was indeed feeling anxious at the moment. As the first supreme elder of Shin Clan, he was in a high position of power. As a rank 8 great expert, he could be said to be standing at the peak of Gu cultivation. However, facing the Paradise Earth true inheritance, his foundation was simply too shallow and insignificant. Fang Yuan was able to take on mid-sized missions. He had a huge advantage in getting the Paradise Earth true inheritance. Shin Songshang was forced to do everything he could to catch up with Fang Yuan's footsteps. Although he had come here with a different purpose, the Paradise Earth true inheritance was right in front of him. He would not give up without trying his best to get it. Therefore, even though Shin Songsheng knew that Fang Yuan had the intention of sowing discord, he still forced the other Gu immortals to exchange for the various rewards. In order to try to ease the emotions of the other Gu immortals, Shen Songshang also took out various immortal materials from his own immortal material to compensate them. However, it was clear that these immortal materials were far less valuable than the Paradise Earth true inheritance. The immortals were forced to comply with Shen Songshang's orders due to his authority. Their inner resentment naturally grew deeper and deeper. Shen Songshang had lost the hearts of the people. And to make matters worse, these rewards exchanged by the group of immortals were not the one that allowed him to take on mid-sized missions. The rewards on this list are a bit too numerous. Excluding those rewards exchanged before, there are still 3 most likely rewards left. Shen Songshang felt a headache. Let's take a gamble. He knew that time could not be wasted. After a moment of deep deliberation, he used his merit points to choose and exchange for one of them. At the next moment, Shen Songshang's expression turned dark. This is not the one. He gritted his teeth, feeling very dejected. He had lost the gamble. It was really bad luck. As such, they had spent almost all of their accumulated merit points, but what they obtained, although helpful, were not very significant in this situation. Don't tell me it is this good person title? Shen Songshang looked at the merit board, sighing deeply to himself. It was useless to say anything now. All he could do was to hurry up and accumulate more merit points, then continue to exchange for rewards. But before that, I still need to appease these Gu immortals. Shen Songshang turned to look at the immortals. They had similarly unhappy expressions. Shen Songshang was quite eloquent. After saying some words, he pulled out a batch of immortal materials and gave them to the immortals. Although the immortals received these immortal materials, their expressions only changed slightly. In this dragon whale paradise, Shen Songshang had rank 8 battle strength, but he could not do anything to them. This key was the most important foundation for Shen Songshang's declining influence. Swish, swish, swish. The tides were rising and falling, the fishy sea breeze blowing on his face. Fang Yuan stood in the clouds, overlooking the sea market below him from the sky. The sea market was a place where people sold and exchanged for cultivation resources, usually having fixed locations. Not long ago, Fang Yuan disguised himself as Qi Sea ancestor to hold the Eastern Sea Banquet. In a way, it was a supersized sea market. It almost involved all of the Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. The same type of sea markets existed in Dragon Whale Paradise, and there were quite a few of them. This sea market that Fang Yuan observed was centered around a small island with numerous fishing boat-like Gu houses surrounding the island. For more than half of each year, this island would be flooded by seawater, so this sea market was not open all year round. Because of its advantageous location, the island sea market became an indispensable trading area. Even if it was not open for half the time each year, as long as it opened, the surrounding Gu masters and forces would flock to it. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this sea island. He had come here in his previous life. In his previous life, Xia Lin had been framed on this island by an unscrupulous merchant. The mission Fang Yuan had happened to take was to punish this merchant severely. He saved Xia Lin as a result. In this life, Fang Yuan also took the mission and came here, but it was a mid-sized mission, completely different from the previous time in terms of characters involved. The sea market was extremely lively. There was a huge crowd of people moving around, having both humans and merfolk. Come, take a look. This is a superb crystal coral. There are 3 Gu House riverboats left. Quickly buy them before they are sold out. Purchasing Grand Soil, I will buy as many as you can sell. Xia Lin appeared. She moved on the deck, observing the goods at the stalls as she made her way towards the core island. Unlike before, she was energetic and her eyes had life in them. After receiving Fang Yuan's guidance and teaching after a life-and-death situation, she had improved drastically from the inside out. Fang Yuan activated his investigative method, surveying the surrounding 100 li. As soon as Xia Lin appeared, he found her. Fang Yuan did not approach Xia Lin, but continued to scout the interior of the island, as well as the depths of the sea. An immortal level formation gradually appeared in his perception. Fang Yuan could not help but praise it in his mind as he looked at it. The structure of this immortal formation was very profound. It was a formation that was mainly earth path and water path. Its role was to sustain the island, managing the surrounding sea currents and improving the environment of the entire surrounding sea. But now, this immortal formation was damaged. The earth path portion was eroded while the water path portion was not changed much. There was originally a balance of earth path and water path. Now, with the weakening of earth path, water path became more overbearing. The island was able to remain open the entire year in the past. But because of the damage to the formation, it would be submerged in water for half of each year. Fang Yuan wanted to repair the formation now. Fang Yuan's abilities, however, were still somewhat lacking. His formation path attainment level was not bad, being at Grandmaster. But to use the natural Dao marks to create a formation, he would have to be a great Grandmaster. At the same time, his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster, while his earth path attainment level was only Master. And the problem was that this formation needed fixing in the earth path aspect. This formation is not the work of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, but a certain formation path Great Grandmaster instead. Fang Yuan analyzed. If it were Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself, it would definitely give the style and size of a formation like Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and the others had discovered that they were not the first batch of Gu Immortals to come into the Dragon Whale Paradise. There were also predecessors who had entered here before to receive missions and earn merit points. Evidently, the formation Fang Yuan saw was the work of a certain predecessor. There's no need to hurry. Looking at the time, there should be some gain at Wu Shuai's end soon. While Fang Yuan continued his surveillance and transmitted the information he detected to the time path clone for deductions, he also stealthily descended and mixed in with the crowd, following after Xia Lin. Xia Lin entered a gambling den. The door had 3 words written on it, Golden Jade House. It was clearly a high-grade gambling den among the mortals. This gambling den had tens of huge rocks in the hall. Behind the hall were many rooms with an assortment of rock-dissecting goo worms for the customers to enjoy using. I'm here to return the loan. Xia Lin took out an information path mortal goo. Several months ago, her only family member, her grandfather, died. Merfolksy funerals were very expensive. In order to bury her grandfather, she had to borrow primeval stones. To repay the debt, she had to take a risk and collect black oil, almost dying in the earth trench as a result. Fortunately, she met Fang Yuan and was saved miraculously. Not only that, her strength even rose drastically thanks to his help. Just like in her previous life, Xia Lin obtained gather oil goo from Fang Yuan. Her efficiency in collecting oil increased. She quickly gathered a huge amount of primeval stones from selling oil. The one who attended to her was a scarred merman. After taking this information path mortal goo, he smiled deviously. Lass, you must have seen wrongly. Our agreement is not like this. Xia Lin was slightly stunned. What do you mean? The surrounding goo masters knew about Golden Jade House's usual tricks. They saw this and shook their heads. Sigh. Another goo master has fallen for it again. Xia Lin talked to the other party and finally reacted. You guys are shameless. You changed the agreement details. Our contract was 10% interest, but you raised it to 60%. Xia Lin said with a furious expression. The scarred merman's face became solemn. He looked at Xia Lin with a vicious gaze. Young lady, you cannot spread false news like that. Are you trying to ruin our reputation? This is detrimental to our business? Who would come to our shop after this? Can you bear the cost of our losses? Screw you. Even if I die, I will expose this shop's evil deeds. The scarred merman changed his tone as he said eerily, Die? You are too naive. Sometimes being alive is worse than dying. A sharp light shined in Xia Lin's eyes. You forced my hand. She shouted as she attacked. Swoosh! An explosion was heard as a torrent was shot out. The scarred merman did not expect that in this situation. An innocent and naive lass would dare to attack him. A rank 3 in his territory, the Golden Jade House. The scarred merman was caught unprepared. He was washed away by the torrent, crashing into the wall as many decorations shattered. The commotion was huge. The goo masters who were quietly choosing and dissecting rocks all came to watch. A large number of eyes turned to look at Xia Lin and the scarred merman. What happened? What happened? The scarred merman was lying in rubble. He looked at Xia Lin with extreme disbelief and anger. He wanted to get up, but in the end, he only managed to raise his finger. After that, he collapsed and stopped breathing. Dead, he died. Oh heavens, who is this girl? She actually killed a merman in one move. He was a rank 3 goo master. The crowd went into a commotion. The goo masters were deeply shocked. Xia Lin was also quite surprised by this. She was only rank 2 now. But the goo worms that Fang Yuan gave her were all incredibly useful. They could form very powerful killer moves. After Xia Lin used these goo worms to form a rank 2 killer move, she killed a rank 3 goo master in one hit. The mermaid girl was stunned. She was dazed on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled as he transmitted to her. Master Chu. The mermaid girl heard his voice as her eyes shined. She spoke with deep joy. But Fang Yuan did not show up. He instructed the mermaid girl on how to find an excuse to take over the entire Golden Jade House in a dignified and justified manner. Jianwen blessed land. The palace was deep and had a magnificent number of structures. The shade of the trees was thick. The summer cicadas sang. The long closed doors of the palace were opened. All of the Featherman girls along the way fell to their knees to greet the master of the palace, Xia Cha. Xia Cha's expression was unsightly. She was filled with gloominess. She had tried all sorts of methods in her closed cultivation, but none of them could allow her to advance from a rank 5 Gu master to a rank 6. All methods had been exhausted, leaving only one path in front of her, to purchase the rank 6 level 2nd aperture Immortal Gu from Fang Yuan. As the first supreme elder of Xia clan, Xia Cha originally had rank 8 cultivation, but in the ambush battle of the River of Time, she was captured by Fang Yuan. Although she was lucky to survive, her rank 8 immortal aperture had already been taken away by Fang Yuan. After releasing Xia Cha, Fang Yuan took the opportunity to sell his 2nd aperture Gu and extort the southern border super forces in another way. As a result, Xia Cha was given the opportunity to cultivate again. She grasped it like a drowning man who was surviving by hanging onto a wooden plank. Xia Cha had now regained rank 5 cultivation, but she was stuck at the most crucial step, advancing to Gu Immortal. Her countless attempts to ascend to Immortal had failed. Ugh! Xia Cha sighed, coming to terms with reality once and for all. Prepare fresh water for me to clean up. Additionally, spread news that I have come out. Ask 2nd Supreme Elder and 3rd Supreme Elder to come here. Xia Cha instructed the Featherman maids beside her. However, after waiting for an hour, Xia Cha did not see the arrival of 2nd Supreme Elder or 3rd Supreme Elder, but rather they transmitted that they had important matters to handle. They were unable to come. These two old scoundrels. Xia Cha cursed in her heart. A chilly feeling assaulted her heart. Although she was also clear that sooner or later there would be such a day, when it actually came, she still felt a chill in her heart. To think that she had once been the center of authority, she made all sorts of sacrifices for Xia clan. She was the decision-maker of all political affairs, but now she was just a rank 5 cripple who had to endure other people's disrespect. In the past, Xia clan's 2nd Supreme Elder and 3rd Supreme Elder had to look up to her as their leader. In fact, their rise to their current status was all because of Xia Cha's help of nurturing. It looks like these old scoundrels are trying to gain independence. Xia Cha looked at the empty hall as she sighed in her heart. There was not much anger in her, but more of a sense of helplessness and sadness. Could she say that they were ungrateful? Not entirely. In fact, Xia Cha understood the choice that these Xia clan Gu immortals made. Because of her, Xia clan had already been extorted too harshly by Fang Yuan. Their inventory was greatly depleted. Even though they had painstakingly accumulated so many years of foundation, it was like them looking after Fang Yuan's assets now. Even if Xia Cha could regain her cultivation, she would have to start all over again. The resources expended in the long run would certainly be a huge amount. Should they give the resources to Xia Cha or keep it for themselves? After the initial panic and uncertainty, Xia clan's Gu immortals began to have an unsaid agreement with each other. Xia Cha's 1st Supreme Elder title was now just a hollow status. Her rank 5 cultivation level could not allow her to intervene in Gu immortal level situations. Xia Cha pondered for a long while before she took out an information path Mortal Gu and gave it to a Featherman made for her to bring to the 2nd Supreme Elder. But in the evening, the reply from 2nd Supreme Elder infuriated Xia Cha once again. Even the title of the 1st Supreme Elder has no value anymore. Xia Cha gritted her teeth. It turned out that she had proposed a deal with the 2nd Supreme Elder in the information path Mortal Gu. Xia Cha was willing to hand over her own 1st Supreme Elder title to the 2nd Supreme Elder. He would be able to rightfully sit on the throne of Xia clan's highest position of authority, while only having to pay an amount of cultivation resources. But Xia clan's 2nd Supreme Elder did not accept it. He politely rejected her offer. Evidently, he had reached an agreement with the 3rd Supreme Elder. They were going to make Xia Cha their figurehead and still let her continue to be the 1st Supreme Elder. Xia clan's situation was not the same as Ba clan. Ba clan's Ba Shir Ba encountered the same situation as Xia Cha, but he was already kicked off his position as the first Supreme Elder. The newly advanced rank 8 Gu Immortal Bada had taken the role instead. Meanwhile, Xia Clan's Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan were only rank 7 in cultivation level. They both cultivated Earth Path. Years ago, when Xia Cha first came to power, she was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal yet. In order to take control of Xia Clan, she had nurtured Xia Chen Yuan and Xia Zhao to use them to contest against Xia Clan's existing factions. Now that Xia Cha's cultivation level had fallen to rank 5, while Xia Chen Yuan and Xia Zhao still had their authority, they started having different ideas. But as far as the righteous path was concerned, they did not dare to make a move on Xia Cha, who had shown great kindness to the two of them. They would rather let Xia Cha have the position of first Supreme Elder than to lose their own reputation. Xia Cha knew that her influence over Xia Clan had slipped to a dangerous point, and it was slipping faster and faster. She had to become an immortal as soon as possible, otherwise, she would be completely pushed out of the circle of Xia Clan's higher-ups. However, there was no way for her to break free from this predicament, as she did not have any capital to negotiate or transact. Xia Cha's situation was not an exception, but the norm. The attitudes among the southern border righteous path forces had started to change. The most important person causing this change was naturally Wu Clan's Wu Yong. He had been relying on Heavenly Court and his own political skills to elevate his own reputation and influence in southern border's righteous path. The downfall of Xia Cha and Ba Shi Ba, these experienced rank 8s, gave him an incredibly rare opportunity. Despite the appearance of Lu Wei Yin, the virtue paradise behind him included a large number of mushroom men and not just humans. This gave them a natural political shortcoming in southern border's righteous path, which Wu Yong grasped firmly and took full advantage of. Lu Wei Yin did not pose an obstacle to Wu Yong, so his influence in the Southern Alliance was growing by the day. There was already a faction within the Southern Alliance. Its voice was becoming louder and louder, with Wu Yong being the main advocate. He advocated that the Southern Alliance should actively confront Fang Yuan and stop accepting his blackmail and extortion. Compromising with a demon like Fang Yuan would only fuel his arrogance. The southern border righteous path forces had almost gotten back most of their hostages. They had also been hurt by Fang Yuan's blackmail and extortion. Thus, more and more southern border Gu Immortals responded to Wu Yong's call with an increasingly supportive attitude. What Wu Yong exploited was precisely the hatred that the righteous path Gu Immortals felt towards Fang Yuan. Under the moonlit night, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique body traveled alongside Qi Chuyu. A secret transaction involving dream realms had just ended. Lord Qi, we should part here. Fang Yuan's dream path clone smiled. He was a temporary clone made from the dream realm. He had Gu Immortal cultivation and would self-detonate into a dream realm after reaching the time limit. Qi Chuyu cupped his fists and sighed. Fang Yuan, it's not that I am making things difficult. It's just that the risk of this business has become bigger. Now that the situation is so tense, if we get exposed, my Qi clan's reputation will be completely ruined. The pure dream clone snorted coldly in his mind. Qi Chuyu proposed to increase the price, no longer satisfied by the previous price. The given reason was that southern border's righteous path was becoming more and more aggressive in dealing with Fang Yuan, Wu Yong gathering a huge force in southern border's righteous path. This reason was of course bullshit. The real reason was that Qi Chuyu used this excuse to raise the price because he wanted to get even more dream path research results. Fang Yuan wanted more dream realms, but now that it was getting harder and harder to extort southern border's righteous path, the secret deal between Qi Clan and Fang Yuan had become his main source again. Qi Clan controlled the dream realm formation, one of its kind in southern border. Fang Yuan could only steal a portion of the dream realms by working with Qi Clan. I will explain this matter to my main body. The dream path clone left this sentence and directly flew away. Qi Chuyu stayed where he was and watched Fang Yuan's dream path clone disappear into the sky, his face turning cold as he left with a soft snort. It was not like he did not think of attacking the dream path clone, but he lacked dream path methods to deal with a dream path Gu Immortal. Furthermore, he was also worried that Fang Yuan's main body was likely to be around here waiting in ambush. Fang Yuan himself was far away in Eastern Sea. But for this transaction, Wu Shuai had already arrived nearby with his dragon palace. If Qi Chuyu were to make a move, he would certainly not gain anything. The pure dream clone soon returned to Dragon Palace. This was a temporary clone with immortal-level cultivation, but after reaching the time limit, it would fall apart and turn into a dream realm. We cannot continue with Chi Clan's business anymore unless we allow him to raise the price. The Dream Path clone said coldly. He opened his immortal aperture and let out a few dream realm bodies. This batch of dream realms is likely the last batch we can get. It could not be helped. Fang Yuan and Chi Chu Yu did not make any kind of binding agreement. Chi Chu Yu purposely raised the price by using the excuse of Southern Border's attitude. The main enemy is in front of us. After this hurdle, this trivial Chi clan is nothing to worry about. Wu Shuai opened his mouth. Right now, he could not make a move yet. The more times he made a move, the more likely Heavenly Court would notice the true relationship between the Wu Shuai clone and Fang Yuan's main body. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke had to be used on Heavenly Court. Exposing it on Chi Chu Yu was truly a huge waste. It would be like killing a chicken with a bull's knife. Rather than dealing with Chi Clan, it would be more efficient to attack the formation directly. In fact, with Fang Yuan's main body staying in Eastern Sea, it would be possible to deal with Chi Clan with just the strength of Wu Shuai's forces. But if he revealed these trump cards in advance, Heavenly Court would likely be so happy they might laugh in their dreams. Small greed ruins big plans. Moreover, by allowing Southern Border to preserve its strength, it could also cause more trouble for Heavenly Court in the future. Directly destroying the enemy, although straightforward and easy, sometimes does not reap the greatest benefits. For example, Fang Yuan had released Xiacha and Ba Ba. They had already started feeling ostracized and neglected in their respective clans. Fang Yuan would secretly sponsor them in the future. Their current situation could be said to be caused by Fang Yuan. But besides Fang Yuan, they had nobody else to rely on. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, needed these people to act as his eyes and ears, planting them in the righteous path forces of Southern Border so that he would always maintain a certain amount of influence over Southern Border. It was just that at the moment, Fang Yuan still lacked some means to restrict them. Regarding this, the Time Path clone was already working night and day to make deductions. Boom boom boom. With a series of muffled sounds, the temporary pure dream reality seeker physique bodies exploded one by one, turning into lumps of dream realms that fused with each other. These were all Earth Path dream realms. Wu Shuai sat on his dragon throne in the palace. His soul left his body and entered the dream. Heaven and earth were gloomy. Dark clouds loomed overhead. Endless thunder roared and resonated. Scarlet lightning flashed countless times in the dark rolling clouds of smoke. Black clouds swirled like vortexes. Lightning balls descended from the center of the swirling vortexes one by one. These lightning balls were strangely shaped, resembling porcelain products, as large as a water tank, and glowing with red light. Grand Tribulation. Red porcelain lightning ball tribulation. The lightning balls smashed down and erupted with crisp explosions. On the ground, an immortal goo house silently suffered from the damage caused by the explosions of the lightning balls. Large pieces of debris continued to fly into the air, before turning back into the corpses of countless goo worms. Inside the immortal goo house, Wu Shuai endured the sound of rumbling thunder in his ears and inspected himself first. He found that he had turned into an Earth Path rank 8 goo immortal. He had wide fingers and a large stature. His battle robe was already covered in damage. And not far from him, there was a female immortal standing on the ground. Her face was pale and her aura was not only weak but also a little strange. She was using a certain light path healing killer move, and thus was covered in a layer of holy white light. But on her face, exposed arms, legs and feet, dark path Dao marks that resembled ink lines appeared. These dark path Dao marks were so dense that they reached the extent of a rank 9 immortal material. Creating Dao mark light, goo immortals could see it with their naked eyes. The female immortal had clear rank 8 cultivation level. A light path rank 8 goo immortal who had such a quantity of dark path Dao marks, it made Wu Shuai very surprised. And more peculiarly, the female immortal's dark path Dao marks were still transforming. Not only did they increase in quantity, their arrangements and positions were rapidly changing too. The female immortal grunted. The killer move activation was successful. The halo around her stabilized while the dark path Tao marks were also temporarily suppressed. The female immortal was sweating profusely. She opened her weak eyes to look at Wu Shuai, smiling bitterly. I can't be saved. This is my strongest healing method, but it can only temporarily suppress the injury. When the time limit of the killer move is up, the injury will explode with terrifying power. Oh Zhengyang, my most beloved, I can no longer accompany you. You have to live well, the female immortal said, tears flowing down her cheeks. No, there must be some way, there must be. You must never give up hope. This peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress of mine is made up of all the immortal goo I have. It can be considered to be #1 in defensive power in all of history. We still have time. You have to keep working hard. I will always be there for you, Wu Shuai shouted with tears in his eyes. This was the natural development of the dream realm. He could not control it. But after this conversation, Wu Shuai gained control of the body. Peaceful soil, heavy mountain fortress? Never heard of it. Wu Shuai's eyes shined with bright light. Using the conversation earlier, he analyzed and searched for clues. He inspected his own immortal aperture. There was quite a bit of white lychee immortal essence in his immortal aperture. There were also a large amount of mortal goo, but no immortal goo. Like what Zhengyang had said, he had used all of his immortal goo to construct this rank 8 immortal goo house, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. Which means to say, my biggest reliance is on this damaged immortal goo house? Wu Shuai had a realization. He started to try controlling this immortal goo house. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress had a complex structure. It used 100 million goo worms, among which there were more than 20 immortal goo. Even Wu Shuai could not tell what the core immortal goo were at a glance. These immortal goo were cleverly positioned and had a mysterious relationship with each other. The design of the goo house was as profound as a towering mountain range spreading across the entire countryside for 10,000 li, connecting heaven and earth. The mountain range had overlapping layers of intertwined mineral veins. Wu Shuai was like a mortal goo master mining the mountain range. He had to excavate it layer by layer to uncover the minerals he wanted and figure out the connection between the veins. Just analyzing this immortal goo house itself is a huge difficulty. Furthermore, I need to rely on this immortal goo house to defend against the red porcelain lightning ball tribulation. Wu Shuai's heart sank. He knew that this exploration was going to fail. As expected, the following developments went as he had predicted. Red porcelain lightning balls continued to explode as Wu Shuai tried to use his immortal goo house and slowly fix it. But it was useless. His understanding towards this immortal goo house was too low. Even if he wanted to fix it, he had no idea where to start. Eventually, the red porcelain lightning balls destroyed the immortal goo house. Wu Shuai and the female immortal became the sacrifices of the tribulation's fury. After leaving the dream realm, Wu Shuai started to heal himself. This time, Fang Yuan's main body was exploring Dragon Whale Paradise. Before leaving, he had made ample preparations and arrangements. Not only did he pass the dream path goo worms to Wu Shuai, he even gave a large number of guts goo. With guts goo in his hands, Wu Shuai's injuries were not a problem. This dream realm exploration was different from the Dragon Palace dream realm. Wu Shuai could explore it multiple times until he succeeded. Second failure, third failure, fourth, fifth. After 8 tries, Wu Shuai finally gained a clearer understanding of this peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. Even though he could not completely fix this immortal goo house, Wu Shuai was already able to repair it sufficiently to negate the red porcelain lightning ball's damage. Black clouds swirled in the sky. The red porcelain lightning balls gradually thinned out until they completely stopped. But within the black clouds, a second grand tribulation was starting to brew. The female immortal sighed. Sigh. It was my fault for not listening to you. I went to search for the location where reckless savage demon Venerable died. In the end, I caused this curse to occur and lead to an unceasing wave of calamities and tribulations. This is my just desserts. Zhengyang, leave. I do not want to implicate you. On the female immortal's body, the halo had noticeably dimmed. The dark path Tao marks were tightly arranged, like pieces of black thread sewing up wounds, covering the female immortal's skin and face. Compared to before, the female immortal's aura had weakened a lot, and at the same time, it became more peculiar. Not only were the light and dark path Tao marks intertwined, an Adam's apple was also growing in her throat. Wu Shuai had yet to analyze the situation of the female immortal when a drizzle started to occur in the sky. Even though it was a small rain, it was bone-chilling. There was a cold feeling that could freeze the soul. The heat and smoke caused from the lightning balls earlier vanished entirely without a trace. Howl, howl, howl. The ghostly cries became louder and louder, before it resounded throughout the entire area. Gray threads fell from the black clouds in the sky, extending towards Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai's heart sank. He recognized this tribulation. This is the Grand Tribulation, Ghost Spirit Ice Silkworm Tribulation. A grand tribulation occurring right after the previous one. It seems this will not end. Wu Shuai had to resist these silky threads forcefully. The red porcelain lightning balls were powerful and destructive, while these ghost spirit silk threads were soft and troublesome. Wu Shuai had no offensive methods. The Immortal Goo House peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress that he was relying on was also unfamiliar to him. He could not find any offensive methods that could be used. Thus, Wu Shuai watched as these threads extended towards him and slipped in through the cracks and holes of the Immortal Goo House. Wu Shuai tried to defend against them, but peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress was already completely infiltrated. It broke apart after resisting for some time. The silky threads wrapped around the female immortal while also attacking Wu Shuai, turning the two of them into solid cocoons. At the next moment, Wu Shuai was chased out of the dream realm. This time he suffered heavy injuries. He saw darkness in front of him. He gulped and felt that his throat was dry. He almost fainted. Failing at the ghost spirit silk thread tribulation stage has caused tens of times the damage as before. Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. In this situation, he had to recuperate first before trying again. This injury would only be mild if it happened on Feng Yuan. It would not be severe. He could definitely explore it again. But Wu Shuai was not the same. Wu Shuai's soul foundation was only at 30 million man's soul. Even though it rose later as he cultivated in Eastern Sea, he could not compare to the main body. Wu Shuai was a dragon man who cultivated enslavement path. Soul path cultivation was just a supplementary method. The stronger his soul foundation, the more soul path Dao marks he would have, and the more it would restrict his enslavement path development. But Feng Yuan's main body was the sovereign immortal body. It had non-conflicting Dao marks, so he could cultivate soul path alongside all his other paths. After resting sufficiently, he went in again. Failing time and again, challenging it continuously. Even after failure, Wu Shuai was in a difficult position. He did not have the time path clone's deduction abilities. Even though he had Dragon Palace, Dreamy Light Smoke was not useful for exploring dream realms. The most reliable method, other than Unravel Dream, was the ability to recover rapidly using Guts Goo. As he slowly explored it, Wu Shuai finally had some breakthroughs and gains. After learning the general information of Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, Wu Shuai gained the 3 killer moves of this Immortal Goo House. The first was called Accumulated Soil Mountain, the second was called Peaceful Burial, and the third was called Heavy Soil Comeback. The one that was an eye-opener to Wu Shuai was the first killer move, Accumulated Soil Mountain. This killer move was very special. It did not have offense, movement, healing, or other aspects. It was an Earth Path killer move that had Formation Path effect. Using this killer move, the Goo Immortal could stack Earth Path Goo worms to allow them to form an Immortal Goo House. This could be done even if the Goo Immortal using the killer move had 0 attainment in Formation Path itself. Because of this killer move, there was this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Gaining this killer move was also the same as gaining the foundation of the Immortal Goo House, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. It was no wonder Wu Shuai could not find any core Immortal Goo. This Immortal Goo House's core was not an Immortal Goo but the Immortal Killer Move Accumulated Soil Mountain. Thus, I only need to activate this killer move and add Earth Path Goo worms into this Immortal Goo House to rapidly fix it. After understanding this, Wu Shuai started to repair Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress while enduring the onslaught of the Ghost Spirit Silk Thread Tribulation. Boom! The moment he repaired it, the female immortal self-detonated. The force of the explosion was greater than the Grand Tribulation. Not only was Wu Shuai killed instantly, the entire Immortal Goo House was torn to shreds. I see. I still have to take care of this female immortal. After understanding this point, Wu Shuai entered the dream realm once again. Immortal Killer Move. Peaceful Burial. Using this method, the female immortal was temporarily sealed. Her injuries were suppressed. She was receiving treatment from the Immortal Goo House. After Wu Shuai fixed this Immortal Goo House completely, the third grand tribulation appeared. Purple stars fell from the sky. This was a tribulation that fused poison path and star path. Rotten poison purple star tribulation. Purple stars continued to descend and land on the Immortal Goo House, causing holes to form due to corrosion. Wu Shuai did his best to endure it, but even as he failed many times, this grand tribulation never stopped. The third grand tribulation seems to be unceasing. This is not normal. Don't tell me? After many failures, Wu Shuai had a flash of inspiration. He tried to unseal the female immortal. Without peaceful burial suppression, the female immortal went into a state of nearing death again. Zhengyang, if a next life exists, I want to meet you again. Goodbye, my love. While Wu Shuai defended against the grand tribulation with difficulty, she flew out of the Immortal Goo House through a hole that had formed on top. Boom! She self-detonated instantly, turning into a lump of pitch-black flames, burning intensely with a terrifying aura. Heaven seemed to be enraged. At once, billions of purple stars shot down. The black flame was not large, but was incomparably tough when faced with the attack of the purple stars. Although its size was shrinking, the extent of its loss was minuscule. Seeing that this grand tribulation was ineffective, the black clouds in the sky transformed again. Countless lightning bolts rained down like snakes. The black flame was instantly assaulted by countless bolts. The black flame seemed to be nourished from this. It quickly expanded and grew to a mountain-like size. The black flame's appearance had changed already. It became a white gold-colored mist. The grand tribulation in the sky continued to transform and attack the white gold mist. The mist also transformed, turning into wind, or flower, grass, bird, or beast at times. What in the world is lurking in this female immortal's body? So many grand tribulations are unable to do anything to it. Wu Shuai was internally shook. He acutely sensed that this realistic dream realm contained a certain deep secret in history. This secret might be the reason behind the deaths of venerables. It involved the most profound secret of heaven and earth. The female immortal died, but Wu Shuai's dream realm continued. He had to survive from the aftermath of this terrifying fight. He could only rely on peaceful soil, heavy mountain fortress. Eventually, after countless rounds of grand tribulations, that mysterious black flame was slowly extinguished bit by bit. Even when just a tiny bit was left, the grand tribulation still targeted it, and the battle lasted for over an hour. What in the world is this thing? After the dream realm dissipated, Wu Shuai was still filled with deep shock. He had put in so much effort, the rewards were similarly shocking. At almost the same time as when the dream realm faded, the eyes of Fong Yuan's main body, which was in Dragon Whale Paradise, shined. Oh, I advanced to Earth Path Grandmaster. Sea Island, Golden Jade House. What is the purpose of inviting us here, little girl? Quickly tell us. I've got things to do. That's right, this is the only time each year that the sea market opens. We are wasting our time and money by being delayed here. Many Goo Masters gathered in Golden Jade House, staring at the blue-scaled mermaid girl, Xiaolin, and spoke. They were already a bit impatient from waiting. Xiaolin looked around with a slight smile. Everyone here is a respectable figure, so I'll make it short. From now on, this island is my territory and under my control. If you all want to come here and make transactions, I'd welcome you with open arms, but you need to pay taxes, and you can't stay on the island for a long time. As for the way to stay and live here for a long time, that is to join me and become my subordinate. There was a sudden silence in the house. Immediately, the Goo Masters went into an uproar. Was this a joke? The few rank 3 Goo Master leaders all looked unhappy. Little girl, you're too bold. Juniors these days, they really don't know what fear is. Do you really think you can act so arrogantly after killing a rank 3 Goo Master? Don't forget, you are just a rank 2 Goo Master. Faced with many questions, Xiaolin felt apprehensive, but remembering that this was Master Chu's order, she could only force a smile as she answered as instructed. No need to doubt my words now. You will know what I am relying on. What is it? Immediately someone asked. Xiaolin was still smiling because even if she said so, she had no idea what it was. But at that moment the ground began to shake. What's going on? Someone screamed as the ground shook more and more. Is it an earthquake? The Goo Masters were in a state of shock and panic. Fortunately, this golden jade house was a Goo house and had some defensive effects. But the outside world was already in chaos, with screams and shouts everywhere. No, I need to rush back to guard my shop. I'm leaving too. The Goo Masters tried to run out. But suddenly, a thick yellow light suddenly emerged from the ground. The yellow light enveloped the entire island and blocked the entrance of the Goo house. No matter what they tried, the Goo Masters could not break through the yellow light and were horrified. What in the world is going on? This is no ordinary earthquake. Xia Lin, you must know something. Someone saw that Xia Lin was still smiling. He had a flash of inspiration and screamed loudly. As a result, all the Goo Masters in the room focused their attention on Xia Lin. Xia Lin was also shocked, but at this moment, Fang Yuan's voice was transmitted, instructing her on how to deal with the situation. Everyone, there is no need to panic. This change is only beneficial for everyone. I will not say more. Just watch it quietly. This change will not last long. Xia Lin was keeping this a secret, but the Goo Masters did not dare to look down on her. This was clearly not a natural disaster but a man-made situation. But who could do something of this magnitude? Not mortals at least. A word suddenly emerged in the minds of all the Goo Masters. Immortal. This was indeed a method of an immortal. Or more accurately, Fang Yuan was repairing the immortal formation at the bottom of the sea. He took out portions of immortal materials from his immortal aperture and put them into the formation, before activating many killer moves to repair it. Yellow light surged around the island, spreading around. A brand new piece of land around the island condensed and appeared in the yellow light. Those ships that were originally around the edge of the island ran aground. The people on the boats were shouting and screaming, fixed in place by the yellow light, unable to move. The yellow light gradually dissipated. The entire island had more than doubled in size. At the edge of the new sea island, tides surged up, causing huge waves. Countless fish and sea beasts revealed themselves. Fang Yuan had started to fix the water path aspect after repairing the earth path side of the formation. Finally, when he had completely mended the immortal formation, the huge waves on the surface of the sea gradually calmed down. However, Fang Yuan did not stop yet. He added a small subsidiary immortal formation on top of the foundation of this great formation. After the small formation was built, he waved his hand again and gave the small formation to Xia Lin. Thus, a white light descended from the sky and enveloped Xia Lin, before it merged entirely into Xia Lin's body. Xia Lin did not have any attainment in formation path, but this small formation designed by Fang Yuan was very friendly. Xia Lin suddenly felt that she had many new abilities instinctively. This instinct was as natural as breathing, or like moving legs and feet. It allowed her to move the island's land and the surrounding seawater using her thoughts. Rumble. Amidst muffled sounds, the entirety of Golden Jade House began to expand, growing larger and larger, quickly transforming from a small building to a beautifully ornate palace. This was naturally also Fang Yuan's doing. He had expanded Golden Jade House and created a formation core here, which was secretly connected to the formation deep under the sea. This series of astonishing changes made the entire crowd of Goo Masters gawk and stand dumbfounded. Xia Lin was showing a smile, but she was also immensely shocked internally. Fang Yuan's words rang in her ears once again. She read out the script. Everyone, you witnessed it with your own eyes. I am fortunate to be accepted as a disciple of the great Immortal. My Immortal Master has just laid out the Immortal formation and ordered me to guard this place. I will be in charge of mortal affairs. Saying so, Xia Lin willed as yellow light surged up, enveloping all of the Goo Masters present. Xia Lin willed again as these Goo Masters gasped in shock. They were suppressed by this yellow light and could not move. They were all raised into the air, unable to retaliate. Xia Lin smiled, the yellow light dissipated and these Goo Masters were released. This immortal miracle, this is an immortal miracle. So there really are immortals in the world. I reverently ask Lady Xia Lin, why did your Immortal Master set up an immortal formation here? I wonder what Lord Immortal has planned? Xia Lin just smiled. She had also just learned that Master Chu was actually an immortal. Her shock was no less than the others. Now, does everyone have anything you wish to say about my previous proposal? Xiaolin looked around and asked in a warm voice once again. The Gu masters did not dare to question her again. They bowed their heads together. Some even fell to their knees on the spot, saying that they wanted to follow Xiaolin, while some wanted to go under Fang Yuan as his disciple. Xiaolin could only appease them one by one. Fang Yuan's divine sense went around Xiaolin. In the end, he only said a few words of advice to her before he left her to her own devices. Although there were signs of immortals in Dragon Whale Paradise, be it his previous life or present life, Fang Yuan had never seen any native immortals. Legends about immortals had been circulating within the mortal world, but they were only rumors. This time, Fang Yuan displayed an immortal miracle and set up the immortal formation, leaving many things within the formation to Xiaolin. Soon, countless people arrived after hearing the news. Some of them wanted to see the miracle, while others simply wanted to join Xiaolin as a subordinate. In the previous life, Fang Yuan helped Xiaolin become the mermaid saintess. In this life, he had simply made an early move to support the growth of Xiaolin's forces first. In the following period of time, Xiaolin would maneuver between various forces and Gu master experts. She would follow Fang Yuan's instructions to establish her own force. Even if there were things she could not do right, there was still a will left behind by Fang Yuan within the formation to tutor her and help her to make up for any flaws. His investment in Xiaolin was actually not even a drop in a bucket. Repairing the underwater formation was the most costly thing that Fang Yuan did. Fang Yuan's earth path attainment level rose. His weakness was eliminated as he rapidly found a useful method to fix this formation. He had Grandmaster formation path attainment level. He could not use natural Dao marks, he had to use immortal materials. The immortal materials that he expended here were his greatest spending. Not only was the difficulty of a mid-sized mission higher, the Gu Immortal also had to make investments sometimes. Merit points were not so easy to earn. Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk. This mission gave him 100 merit points. This was the limit of a mid-sized mission. His action of repairing the formation was perfect. Thus, he became the undeniable number one person on the merit board. The gain of 100 points made everyone else feel a strong sense of dejection. This time, Fang Yuan did not leave in a hurry. He started to research on the merit board. His earth path attainment rose to Grandmaster level. Could he comprehend this immortal Gu house? If he could comprehend it and use some methods, would he be able to make loopholes in the merit obelisk and refine this entire immortal Gu house? Earlier, Fang Yuan could not do it and had to follow the rules. But all along, he had not given up on the idea of getting this merit obelisk. After looking at it for some time, deep disappointment flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. The merit obelisk contained the profundity of Earth Path, but also Sound Path, Human Path, and Heaven Path. And looking at the foundation, Earth Path and Sound Path were just supplementary. The true cores were Human Path and Heaven Path. To have hopes of comprehending this completely, I will need to be a great grandmaster in all four paths. Fang Yuan realized this and smiled bitterly to himself. It was unrealistic to try to refine this merit obelisk now. That was only natural. Before Fang Yuan, who knows how many Gu immortals had come here. Among these predecessors, there were definitely outstanding people, but they were unable to do anything to this rank 8 immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's foundation in this aspect was not deep. How could he possibly refine this rank 8 immortal Gu house easily? There was no breakthrough in this area, so Fang Yuan had no choice but to continue to follow the rules. He continued to receive and complete missions. When he reached 900 merit points, Shen Xiao finally screamed at the merit obelisk. I finally found it. This is the one, this good person title. At this moment, Shen Xiao almost wanted to tear up from joy. He quickly told Shen Songxing about this discovery. Soon, Shen Clan's Gu immortals started to show signs of rising merit points, followed by Ren Xiuping, Tong Hua, and the rest. There were 4 groups on the merit board now. The first group was a single person, Fang Yuan. He was way ahead. The second group was the Shen Clan Gu immortals led by Shang Tsongshang. They were trying to catch up. The third group was Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua. As they were attached to Shen Clan, they had been informed of this secret after some time. And the last group was Miao Mingxin and the others. They had not learned about this. After completing another mission, Fang Yuan's merit points rose to over 1,000. He looked at the merit board. laughing in his mind. They finally found the good person title? These people are truly unlucky. Maybe this is the result of my luck suppressing them. He came to the board and started exchanging for a reward. He spent 1,000 merit points in exchange for the really good person title. With this title, he could finally accept large-sized missions. Beehive Island was a sea island that had a peculiar shape. The entire island resembled a voluminous dark yellow beehive, with countless pits and holes on the surface of the hive, and a precise structure and countless tunnels inside. A rank 6 Gu Immortal with broad shoulders and a thin waist wearing jade green battle armor was inside the beehive. This man was one of the followers of Miao Ming Shen Fengjiang. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The densely grouped red thread earthworms were shooting violently at Fengjiang from all directions. The red thread earthworms could shoot themselves out like the flicking of a zither, so fast that Fengjiang could only see a red light. The attack of the red thread earthworms was very sharp, and the swarms of red thread earthworms were able to make desolate beasts back away from them. Fengjiang fought as he retreated. He was facing immense pressure. After a while, he was already covered in sweat. Even though his battle strength surpassed desolate beasts and he had many killer moves, he received this mission to quell the red thread earthworm calamity near the Beehive Island, to allow its ecology to return to normal. If Fengjiang used his methods without holding back and unleashed his attacks, he could easily kill all of these red thread earthworms. But in that case, Beehive Island would be heavily damaged. Fengjiang would receive few merit points. Damn it! Fengjiang had no choice but to retreat and fly out of the hive. Floating in the sky, the red thread earthworms were still in hot pursuit, shooting themselves into the sky and pursuing Fengjiang. From countless holes, large amounts of red threads were shot out Fengjiang's side and pulled away from the hive. These red thread earthworms could not hit their target. The red thread earthworms did not die from a fall of this height. Their bodies were soft but tough. After they loitered around for some time, they went back into the hive again. They did not follow the existing holes within the hive, but dug their own way through the hive's walls. This was very damaging to Beehive Island. There are too many red thread earthworms and I'm afraid there are still desolate beasts inside. After all, I'm taking on a mid-sized mission. There is one more difficulty. The more the passage inside this hive extends inside, the narrower it becomes. It is very disadvantageous to me. Beehive Island was already covered in holes due to the red thread earthworms. If Fengjiang fought inside, he might cause the destruction of the entire island. Fengjiang was silent for a moment before making up his mind. He opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance as he summoned a large group of wild bees. These bees were all elites that had rank 5 battle strength. Their leader was even more powerful. It was a desolate beast bee. The abdomen of this wild bee was of peculiar form. Being gyroscopic instead of ellipsoidal, it was most broad at the waist, extending out to the tail while becoming increasingly thinner. The surface of the gyroscopic belly had a black spiral pattern that was quite striking. All the wild bees were covered with dense fluffy hair and had large, broad wings. This was the yellow Euro bee. Fengjiang's Immortal Aperture raised a large number of bees. Yellow Euro bee was one of them with a unique status. Even though ordinary bees formed into groups, they consisted of members from the same species. Different ones could not live together. But not only could yellow Euro bees live with other wild bees, they could reproduce and even help to increase the numbers of the other species of bees. The yellow Euro bees were the core bee group of Fengjiang's Immortal Aperture. Fengjiang was an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal. He was rich in cultivation resources, keeping a variety of bees in his Immortal Aperture and having more than 10 desolate beast wild bees. The yellow Euro bees had always been his main focus, but there were only 3 of them that were desolate beast level. This time, Fengjiang mobilized a large group of yellow Euro bees. He was taking a huge risk in this situation. Under the command of Fengjiang, the yellow Euro bees buzzed as if they were a yellow cloud that quickly burrowed into the hive. There were still swarms of bees in Beehive Island, but they were completely at a disadvantage compared to the red thread earthworms in terms of size. With the help of the yellow Euro bees, the bee group was confused for a moment before retaliating against the red thread earthworms entrenched in the lower part of the Beehive Island with a fierce attack. This was a fight for survival between their respective groups. It was a tragic battle. Beehive Island continued to shake as cracks appeared on its surface. rapidly expanding in size. Feng Jiang was prepared to take action. He immediately used methods to repair the island. He let his B group fight while he took on a support role. He was quite lucky when the red thread earthworms lost enough numbers. The sole desolate beast red thread earthworm retreated instead of fighting, leading its members away from the beehive. Feng Jiang looked as millions of red thread earthworms gathered in the sea like a huge red current, swimming away. He sighed as the weight in his heart was lifted. He hesitated for a moment. Should he chase after the red thread earthworms or ignore them now? While he hesitated, the red thread earthworms swam into the sea. Feng Jiang gave up the thought of chasing them. If he fought in the sea, he would have to give it his all. But there were many different sea beasts hidden within this sea area. I should not cause more uncertainty. Let's repair this beehive island first. He spent a day and night repairing it. Not only did he repair Beehive Island completely, he even reinforced many of its weaknesses. At the same time, he let out many bees in his immortal aperture and planted many special flowers to complete the ecology of this place. After all this, Beehive Island became completely revitalized. Not only did it regain balance, it even had more potential for future development. This is a mid-sized resource point now. Feng Jiang sighed. If possible, he wanted to take this Beehive Island for himself. But this was a merit mission. He was restricted by Paradise Earth. Feng Jiang had to give up on that idea. After returning to the merit obelisk, Feng Jiang looked at his merit points and found that he gained over 80 points from this mission. Feng Jiang stared blankly before regretting it. I did not get 100 points. It seems that my actions were not perfect. Back then, I should have eliminated the red thread earthworms. Letting them leave means that they are likely to attack Beehive Island again. That might not be it. The mission wanted me to balance the ecology of Beehive Island. Did I achieve that? I did not. This so-called ecology's core was Beehive Island, but the surrounding sea areas are also a part of it. I only modified Beehive Island but did not target the surrounding sea areas. That was my mistake. Thinking so, Feng Jiang sighed. A few days ago, after Feng Yuan returned to the merit obelisk, he saw the board and understood the situation. He explained the secret of the good person title to Miao Mingxin and his allies. Thus, Feng Jiang exchanged for the good person title and could receive mid-sized missions. Now, he completed his first mid-sized mission, but he was not happy at all. Not only was it because he did not understand the mission's requirements fully, he had also spent a lot for this mission. In order to get the merit points, his yellow Euro bees could not be retrieved. Of course, this exchange was not unfavorable. Merit points were related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Feng Jiang gave up his B group, but gained points that could be exchanged for immortal goo if he had 10,000 or more. This trade was definitely worth it, because in the outside world, Feng Jiang did not have any way to get these immortal goo. No matter how many desolate beast bees he had, he could not exchange for an immortal goo using them. But mid-sized missions are quite tough. I am specialized in raising bees. This mission suited me well, but I only got around 80 merit points. What about other missions? Feng Jiang looked at the board. Many missions were listed, but he could not take them. For example, the mission to repair an immortal formation. Feng Jiang did not have any methods to repair immortal formations. Or the one that required the healing of an ancient desolate beast's injuries. Feng Jiang's healing methods were not good enough. Feng Jiang suddenly understood why Feng Yuan kept this good person title as a secret. As long as he had a head start, Feng Yuan could choose missions that suited him. He could accumulate merit points rapidly. But Feng Jiang thought about it and felt something strange. No, even so, Chu Ying's merit points are rising too quickly. He is almost perfectly completing every mission. Is transformation path really this useful? At this moment, Feng Jiang was stunned. Because white light flashed as Feng Yuan appeared beside him. Lord Chuing. Feng Jiang greeted. Feng Yuan nodded at him. His gaze was directed at the obelisk. His merit points went from the bottom position and surpassed everyone to reach the top 3 again. He gained 500 merit points at once? Feng Jiang saw this as his heart shook. I spent 1,000 merit points to get the really good person title. It allowed me to receive even better missions. Feng Yuan smiled and explained. Feng Jiang was stunned before bowing deeply. Lord, thank you for the guidance. Feng Yuan nodded as he went to the other side of the obelisk, exchanging for his third title, Super Good Person. His merit points instantly fell by 500. becoming the last position again. Feng Jiang opened his mouth. He was curious about Feng Yuan's action, but he was astute. He did not ask when he saw that Feng Yuan was not going to talk about it. Feng Jiang was certain that Feng Yuan had exchanged for something extremely useful. Looking at the time, they should be back already. Feng Yuan walked towards Feng Jiang. He did not receive a mission immediately. Feng Jiang nodded. He knew that Feng Yuan was referring to Miao Mingxin and others. He replied, they should be here soon. Feng Jiang did not have outstanding strength among Miao Mingxin's allies, yet he had already returned. The others were soon to arrive as well. Feng Yuan did not mind the wait. As expected, Miao Mingxin and the rest returned quickly. They met with Feng Yuan. Feng Jiang quickly told the secret of the really good person title to Miao Mingxin and others. Miao Mingxin had a thought. This title of good person can exchange for mid-sized missions, while really good person can exchange for large-sized missions. This is a series of titles. If one can find out about the good person title, the really good person title is no secret as well. They can easily connect the dots. But even so, Miao Mingxin felt very grateful to Feng Yuan, because Feng Yuan had told them about the good person title. Meanwhile, Shen Clan and Ren Xiaoping kept it from them. The ranking on the merit board was very important. Many rewards could only be exchanged once. The first person to get them would be the sole beneficiary. Brother Miao, you do not need to fear Shen Songshang. I have a way to get far away from Shen Songshang when we teleport outside. The distance is enough for us to stay safe. Feng Yuan lied, but Miao Mingxin and the rest felt deeply shocked. Guiqi Ye's brows rose. It is a reward on the merit obelisk? Indeed. Feng Yuan nodded, but he had no idea if that existed. Miao Mingxin and the rest could not help but believe him. Why? Because Chu Ying's attitude towards Shen Songsheng was simply courting death. The fact that he remained so fearless meant that he had some sort of assurance. Feng Yuan continued, I can receive large-sized missions, but I cannot complete them alone. I need all of your help. Saying so, he received the large-sized mission on the obelisk and shared the details with Miao Mingxin and others. Miao Mingxin and the rest felt shocked. After receiving information of the mission, their expressions changed. He could actually do that. The truth was, Miao Mingxin had discovered this secret personally in the previous life. The super good person title allowed one to share missions. For Gu Immortals, mid-sized missions were difficult to do alone. Having other people's help made it easier. Even though they would share the merit points, if their efficiency at solving missions increased, the benefits far outweighed the costs. Miao Mingxin could choose to accept it or not. Feng Yuan could share missions, but he could not force them to take it. Miao Mingxin only thought about it for a while before accepting the mission. He had just completed a mid-sized mission. He had the same feelings as Feng Jiang. Feng Yuan had an easy time because he cultivated every path. Miao Mingxin and the rest were ordinary Gu Immortals. They cultivated one path, and most of the time, only certain missions suited them. Since completing mid-sized missions was not easy, and they had to put in a lot of investment, Miao Mingxin was more willing to work with Feng Yuan and attempt something new. 5 lumps of white light, flashing abruptly in the sky, brought Feng Yuan, Miao Mingxin and the others from the merit obelisk to here. All 5 of them were familiar with the mission and headed down to get a bird's-eye view, each of them activating their investigative killer moves. Feng Yuan was the first to observe the area and take a closer look. His investigative methods had always been his shortcoming, but that was only relative to his enemies. When compared to Miao Mingxin and the others, even his weaker aspects were still far superior to them. This was a vast sea area. The sea was raging, creating thousands of fierce waves. They were so powerful that countless sea beasts could be seen within the reflections of these ripples. In this sea, there were 5 small islands. First was Jade Shaking Island with countless jade pillars, chiming and tinkling due to powerful winds. Second was White Bone Island. It was pale white and had the corpses of beasts scattered around. Third was Hidden Space Island. It seemed illusory as if it did not exist. Fourth was Sword Wind Island. There were 3 tornadoes on the island that would never stop moving. And fifth was Treasure Moon Island. It was crescent-shaped and was shrouded by the night sky at all times. Every inch of sand on this island shined with faint moonlight. 3 of these 5 islands had begun to drift slowly with the current. Among them, Sword Wind Island had the fastest flow and confusing direction of movement. For the remaining 2 islands, Jade's Shaking Island was in danger, the pillars underneath the island were broken, and in a little while, just like the 3 islands, it would start to drift away on the sea surface. As for Hidden Space Island, however, it was very stable and remained firmly entrenched in the distance. This was because this island was filled with phantom path Dao marks. The main cause of the island's drifting was the impact currents that ran deep under the sea. These currents had become so large that they endangered the sea itself. Suppressing the currents, restructuring the ecology of the sea, and restoring the former 5 islands chain were the contents of this large-sized mission. Fang Yuan started to make calculations and deductions in his mind. There were indications that this sea area had originally formed an intrinsic ecology with the 5 islands chain as its core. Impact currents did not exist before, but now they were like a shark in a calm pond, causing severe destruction to the habitat and ecology of this sea area. While Fang Yuan made his deductions, Miao Mingxin and the rest also explored this entire sea area with their investigative methods. They frowned and had serious expressions. This is a large-sized mission? The difficulty is several times higher than a mid-sized mission. Hua Dai's heart sank steeply. Feng Jiang had an ugly expression as he thought. I tried my best earlier to improve the ecology of Beehive Island, but it was still imperfect. This large-sized mission is not about balancing the ecology, but restructuring it. Each island is in greater danger than Beehive Island itself. And the 5 islands are only part of the mission. There's still a large sea area and the underwater impact currents to resolve. This is very complex. To restructure the habitat of the sea area, we would need to change everything and meticulously alter the details. Without a wisdom path to Immortal, we will need to make many experiments and attempt the restructuring step by step. During this process, we would make many mistakes. Gui Qi sighed in his heart. Miao Mingxin was calculating the gains and losses. The mid-sized mission I just completed expended a large amount of my rank 7 immortal materials. To restructure the ecology of this place, the resources invested, the immortal essence consumed, and the energy spent will be an extremely large sum. The more Miao Mingxin and the rest observed, the faster their morale slipped away. The difficulty of the large-sized mission made them feel like giving up. The truth was, they started to regret it. Following Fang Yuan blindly to accept this mission was not a wise decision. Brother Chu, let's plan together. At this point, Miao Mingxin could only smile bitterly and find Fang Yuan to discuss their actions. He was not going to give up on it. Just because they took the mission did not mean they could abandon it. In fact, in order to give up the mission, they needed to exchange for another title. Bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, with both Time Path Clone and Fang Yuan making deductions at the same time. He had already arrived at a perfect plan. He cupped his fists at Miao Mingxin. Brother Miao, I have already planned something. Follow my instructions and we will definitely complete the mission. Miao Mingxin was stunned, although he did not believe it in his heart. He nodded without rebuking. Please give the instructions, Brother Chu, we will do our best. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Miao is too polite. It will be good for both of us if we work together to complete this mission. The better we complete a large-sized mission, the greater the returns compared to a mid-sized mission. I'm only afraid we can't complete it well. Miao Mingxin sighed internally but did not say anything. He had already lost confidence in himself. He could only place his hopes on Fang Yuan now. But Fang Yuan's words were comfortable for him to hear. Fang Yuan was not high and mighty, but rather he had an attitude of equal cooperation. This was different from Shen Songsheng. Brother Miao, I want you to occupy Jade Shaking Island to guard against the impact currents. Please ask Gui Qiyi to station at Swordwind Island and make sure that it doesn't wander off. Ask Feng Jiang and Fairy Hua Dai to guard Treasure Moon Island and Whitebone Island respectively. I'm going to deal with Hidden Space Island first. Fang Yuan made the arrangements. Miao Mingxin's group was clueless to begin with. They followed Fang Yuan's instructions. With the 4 immortals in action, the islands were quickly suppressed. No longer drifting with the current, their speed of movement fell to a level that could be controlled. Watching Fang Yuan descend on Hidden Space Island, the 4 immortals had doubts in their hearts. Hidden Space Island is a phantom path island. It is the most stable place in the entire sea area. It is also the easiest part of the mission. Why is Chewing trying to deal with this island first? He should fix the other islands before trying to fix this Hidden Space Island. After all, this island is almost non-existent. By dealing with it first, he will cause some obstruction when handling the other islands later. In my opinion, he should deal with the impact currents first. It is the cause behind the collapse of the 5 islands chain. To restructure the ecology here, one has to deal with the root cause at the start. Fang Yuan landed on Hidden Space Island, quickly flying out afterwards. His speed was shocking to Miao Mingshun and the rest. Fang Yuan went to Whitebone Island. Under Hua Dai's observation, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and threw them around at will. He is setting up a formation. Hua Dai was seeing Fang Yuan create a formation for the first time. Fang Yuan was skillful and experienced. The process was very fluid. Hua Dai watched with a sense of appreciation and amazement. Soon, Fang Yuan finished setting up the formation. Hua Dai's mouth opened with deep shock. She could not close it. Chu Ying actually used immortal materials to set up a formation. Doesn't this mean he has Grandmaster attainment in formation path? So he is not a transformation path Gu Immortal, but a formation path Gu Immortal. No, not true. When he defeated Gu Wen and saved us, he clearly used transformation path methods. Don't tell me. He cultivates 2 paths. It was not that rare for Gu Immortals to cultivate 2 paths. But for Fang Yuan to be so proficient in both paths with such high attainment, it was very rare. Whitebone Island's arrangements were done. Fang Yuan activated this subformation and connected it to the main formation on Hidden Space Island. Due to the effect of the immortal formation, Whitebone Island shook intensely. It anchored itself to the sea and showed no signs of movement anymore. Hua Dai finally understood Fang Yuan's intentions, so he was using Hidden Space Island as the base to stabilize the other islands around it. Amazing! Hidden Space Island is the best foundation for this chain because the impact currents are useless against it. But Hua Dai soon realized a flaw. But the other islands are using Hidden Space Island as the anchor. This is the power of a formation. These impact currents will still hit these islands over time. As the formation continues to get damaged, it would break eventually. These islands will still float away in the end. Fang Yuan did not show any inclination to dispel her doubts. Soon after, he landed on the 3 remaining islands and set up his formation, stabilizing them all. Miao Mingxin and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with complex gazes. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was too shocking to them. Formation path grandmasters were very rare, and earlier, Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment was also exemplary. With such strength, the mysteriousness of Fang Yuan intensified in the immortals' hearts. However, stabilizing the 5 sea islands is just a good start. The real problem are the impact currents around the sea islands. Without water path methods, how can we deal with the sea currents? Miao Mingxin and the rest talked among themselves. They could not transmit their voices in Dragon Whale Paradise, but they could still use information path Mortal Gu like Letter Pigeon Gu. The impact currents that rampaged in this sea area were too huge. Miao Mingxin and the rest could only think of using immortal methods to attack the impact currents and destroy them bit by bit. This method was crude and wasted a lot of time and immortal essence. The biggest flaw was that attacking these currents would cause tremendous damage to the surrounding sea area. But other than that, Miao Mingxin and the rest did not have any good ideas. Boom! Right at this time, Fang Yuan rose to the sky and activated the entire Gu formation. Each of the 5 islands blossomed with rushing pillars of light of various colors. The power of the Gu formation soared upwards, breaking through its original limit. So this is the true power of the formation. Miao Mingxin and the rest had changes of expressions. They were dumbfounded. These 5 islands' Dao marks were so dense that they could also be seen as a single gigantic immortal material. The immortal formation that Fang Yuan had set up naturally included them within the range that could be utilized. I am going to draw in the impact currents now. Everyone, continue to defend your islands. If any beasts attack or if any waves approach that would endanger the islands, I need you to stop them. Fang Yuan called out as his voice resounded in the sea area. Miao Mingxin and the rest quickly responded, saying they would do their best. The formation buzzed and the 5 pillars of light gradually dissipated, turning into white light that scattered in the sky. The light went into the seawater, staining the water around the island with a beautiful illusion of white light. In this illusory white light, The impact currents were like a blue whale that had been stirred up by fish and shrimps, slowly moving its body, then swimming faster and faster and crashing towards Jade Shaking Island, which was the closest. Miao Mingshen, who was on Jade Shaking Island, gritted his teeth. He felt tremendous pressure, tensing up and going on full alert. If the Immortal Formation's defense was not enough, such a sea current could completely crush Jade Shaking Island if it hit directly. Boom! The impact currents touched the formation and created a startling explosion. A huge wave, up to 10 feet high, pounded at Jade Shaking Island. Miao Mingshen immediately flew up with a cry, using his killer move to resist it. The impact currents were slowly turned around by this and moved to the left of Jade Shaking Island. But before they could move away, they were drawn back by Whitebone Island's Immortal Formation. The one guarding Whitebone Island was Hua Dai, and she almost groaned when she saw the sea current coming towards her. In the discussions of Miao Mingshen's group, the impact current was to be repelled and slowly weakened. The best outcome was to break it up and scatter it completely. But Fang Yuan was actually attracting the impact currents actively to hit the sea islands. This was something that Miao Mingshen and the rest wanted to avoid at all costs. Chewing is too crazy. Hua Dai soon had no time to think as the impact currents crashed into Whitebone Island. The entire formation resounded with a scary creaking sound before a huge wave was created. There were also many sea beasts caught in the waves. Hua Dai put up her best effort to resist them. Like this, the impact currents, under the constant manipulation of Fang Yuan, hit the 5 islands one after another. With each impact, the power of the currents was reduced by 1 level. They then circled around the island and became drawn to the next point. After the impact currents crashed into the last island, they had less than half the power and momentum as before. At this time, Fang Yuan activated the Immortal Formation once again, actually making the impact currents turn around and crash into the second last island. Thus, the Gu Immortals defending the sea islands felt great fear again. After the impact currents struck 5 times and returned to Jade Shaking Island, the power of the currents hitting the island was almost non-existent. They had almost turned to being ordinary currents. The 5 islands shook lightly as the Immortal Formation stabilized completely. The impact currents quickly calmed down and began to flow at an even rate consistently. In contrast, the hearts of the 4 Gu Immortals stirred with huge waves of disbelief and shock. They did not expect that Fang Yuan would resolve the impact currents using such a method. The impact currents, while still present, had become a protective layer that surrounded the island. Around the 5 islands, the impact currents flowed rapidly, faster than ordinary seawater, protecting the 5 islands while at the same time, helping the Immortal Formation to stabilize the 5 islands' location. If they had followed the plan of Miao Mingshen and the others to destroy the impact currents, this sea area would surely be destroyed beyond recognition. Fang Yuan's move, however, cleverly avoided this drawback and instead made full use of the impact currents, turning the original calamity into a blessing and greatly enhancing the natural foundation of the sea area. This was truly an incredible achievement. Miao Mingshen and the others were all impressed. It was really difficult to do this. Not to mention the arrangement of the Immortal Formation, just the matter of manipulating impact currents alone, even Waterpath Gu Immortals were not even capable of doing that. To perfectly weaken the impact currents to a certain level, one needed to make precise calculations and deductions. When the impact currents returned to Jade Shaking Island, their power must be reduced to almost nothing. A bit more or a bit less would have greatly affected the overall situation and would not have gotten the incredible near-perfect balance it had now. The biggest problem has been resolved. The next step will be for you to repair the Immortal Formation, as well as restructuring the ecology of the island. As for the things beyond the impact currents, you can ignore them. Fang Yuan smiled. He was quite satisfied with this result. If new impact currents formed, these existing currents would engulf them and protect the islands under the effect of the Immortal Formation. Fang Yuan would leave his will and a large amount of immortal essence here. As long as they remained, the 5 islands chain would be very safe. The impact currents were like hungry tigers at first, but after Fang Yuan's arrangements, they became the pet cats that defended the 5 islands chain. After Fang Yuan completed this setup, the situation was already resolved. What followed were some finishing touches. These were not hard to do, but they were quite strenuous and required time and effort. Fang Yuan was not going to bother himself with them. Thus, Fang Yuan discussed with Miao Mingshen. They left Feng Jiang and Fairy Huadai here while the rest returned with him. White light shined, Fang Yuan, Miao Mingshen, and Gue Qi returned to the starting island. Ren Xiaoping was currently looking at the missions on this merit point. He was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. He had many desolate beasts and a few ancient desolate beasts in his hands. These beasts all had various abilities. His methods were quite wide-ranging. However, even Ren Xiaoping still felt the difficulty of mid-sized missions. Fang Yuan and the others appeared beside him, causing his heart to jump as he secretly thought, how could these three suddenly appear at the same time? Is it a coincidence? Fang Yuan nodded at Ren Xiaoping and smiled slightly. Ren Xiaoping was stunned. This unexpected attitude of Fang Yuan made him not know how to respond for a moment. Fang Yuan walked towards him as the obelisk's words transformed, showing all of its large-sized missions. Fang Yuan swept his gaze around it and quickly received one of the missions. Next, he shared this with Miao Mingshen and Gue Qi. With another flash of light, the three of them vanished on the spot. Ren Xiaoping watched the entire process. His expression turned grim. Chu Ying received a different level of mission from me. It is one tier higher. It seems that his merit points fell earlier because he was exchanging for another title to receive higher tier missions. This is very likely to be the title, Really Good Person. The title of Good Person could exchange for mid-sized missions, while Really Good Person could exchange for large-sized missions. This was a simple relationship. The Gu Immortals could easily guess it just by seeing the names. But the problem was, so what if they realized it? Mid-sized missions are already so hard. Large-sized missions must be even harder. Ren Xiaoping felt gloomy internally. And why were Miao Mingshen and Gue Qi able to move together with Chu Ying? Did they receive the same mission? This discovery was quite alluring to Ren Xiaoping. Mid-sized missions were difficult, but if they had help, the difficulty would be shifted. Even though the merit points would be divided if many people receive the same missions, as long as we control it well, our efficiency at completing missions will increase, our overall gains will increase instead. Isn't Chu Ying doing the exact same thing now? Ren Xiaoping was a savvy person. After thinking about it, he understood Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan did not plan to hide it. In fact, he had purposely released the information. Miao Mingshen's group could be roped in as allies. Why couldn't Ren Xiaoping? Their hatred earlier? How could hatred compare to the benefits in front of them? Ren Xiaoping was not crazy, he was astute. Thus, there was a chance of cooperation. Ren Xiaoping definitely had an alliance agreement with Shen Clan. But it did not matter. The merit obelisk had such rewards that could eliminate the agreement restraints on a Gu Immortal. Even without Fang Yuan's reminder, Ren Xiaoping must have seen that himself already. The second large-sized mission was naturally harder than mid-sized missions, but it was no problem for Fang Yuan. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan resolved the big issues and left Miao Mingshen and Gue Qi to settle the minor problems. When he returned to the merit obelisk again, he waited a little while before Huadai and Feng Jiang returned. Their return meant that the first large-sized mission was completed. Fang Yuan gained 500 merit points, while Miao Mingshen and the rest each gained around 80 points. Fang Yuan looked at the numbers on the merit board as he calculated. This large-sized mission gave a total of 973 points. Fang Yuan and Miao Mingshen's group split up these points. Fang Yuan gained the bulk of them. Getting 500 points was about the same as completing a large-sized mission alone, except that he spent way less time and effort on it. Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. In this mission, they helped Fang Yuan resist the waves and settle the minor problems at the end. They only spent some immortal essence, time, and effort, but they gained more than 80 merit points from it. Feng Jiang thought about the Beehive Island mission he completed alone. He spent a group of bees, including his desolate beast Yellow Euro Bee, but only got 80 points in the end. Comparing the two, helping Fang Yuan complete a large-sized mission was much easier and reaped greater rewards. Go and join with Miao Mingshen to complete the second mission. I'd advise that we should all exchange for a group title. With a group title, we will be able to communicate with each other. Fang Yuan suggested. A group title was not cheap, it required 100 merit points. But Feng Jiang and Hua Dai did not hesitate. They listened to Fang Yuan and exchanged for this title. Fang Yuan shared the second mission with them as Feng Jiang and Hua Dai teleported to where Miao Mingxin and Gue Qiyi were. Fang Yuan received the third large-sized mission and went ahead to deal with it. After Miao Mingxin and the rest completed the second mission and returned to the starting island, the four immortals gained a sum of merit points listed on the merit board. Miao Mingxin and Gue Qiyi also spent merit points to exchange for a group title. It allowed the four immortals to communicate with Fang Yuan constantly. At this point, Fang Yuan already completed his arrangements in the new mission. He shared it with Miao Mingxin and group. Miao Mingxin and the rest touched the obelisk and accepted the mission Fang Yuan shared with them. They were transported to Fang Yuan. He gave them some instructions before returning to look at the next mission on the merit obelisk. Fang Yuan had an advantage in cultivating every path. His value was fully displayed here. Even for Shin Tsong Shang, many of the missions here were impossible to complete, but Fang Yuan, from his perspective, had methods to solve most missions. What he had to do was to choose those that would give him the most benefits and complete them first. With the help of Miao Mingxin and the others, Fang Yuan saved a lot of time and effort, while they were also gaining much more merit points now due to the help of Fang Yuan. The cooperation between them was of mutual benefit, but it was a problem for Ren Xiaoping and Shen Tsongsheng. These people watched as Miao Mingxin's group rose in position on the merit board, surpassing them and becoming part of the top rankers. It was truly infuriating, but there was nothing they could do. Looking at Fang Yuan's merit points, he had reached several thousand. He was truly ahead, far surpassing any other immortal. Because of their huge difference, the immortals lost all desire to catch up to him. Immortal Gu need at least 10,000 merit points to exchange. Chuing is not far away already. Many people saw this and felt complex emotions. They were in admiration but also felt dejection. This is so strange. How can Chuing successfully complete so many different types of missions? He must know many secrets about this place. It is a pity that we cannot fight inside here. Miao Mingxin and his group have truly dog shit luck. How could they gain the help of Chuing like this? The immortals were extremely jealous. Shin Tsongshang sighed. The number of times he had sighed in the last 10 days was more than the sum of the previous few years. The ranking on the merit board was very glaring. Shin Tsongshang's position was even lower than Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He was a great rank 8 Gu immortal. He actually was losing to 2 rank 6 Gu immortals. How could he allow this? It was too embarrassing. If I can receive a large-sized mission, my rank 8 strength will be fully utilized. I will definitely gain a lot of merit points. But how can I let others receive the same mission as me? The really good person title was obvious, but what was the title to share missions? They needed to test this. And these experiments would test Shin Tsongshang's luck. Their merit points would also be wasted. This would aggravate their situation from the already terrible situation now. I can make my Shin Clan Gu immortals use their merit points, but what about Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua? If I do that, will I just push them towards Chu Ying's side? Shin Tsongshang had some reservations. He knew that his influence was continuously falling now. After learning that Gu immortal agreements could be removed using the rewards on the merit obelisk, Shin Tsongshang became more cautious regarding his attitude towards Ren Xiaoping and others. Fang Yuan and Miao Mingxin could cooperate to do missions together. He had a good lead. Shin Tsongshang wanted to copy him. He had to unite Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. These two people cultivated paths that Shin Clan lacked. Shin Tsongshang was already regretting it. He should not have forced Miao Mingxin and the rest to spend their merit points to exchange for different rewards. This action made the immortals go against him mentally. It was a wise action back then, but now it was a terrible idea. This was not Shin Tsongshang's fault. After all, he did not know anything about the merit obelisk earlier. The decisions he made back then was very appropriate due to the circumstances. There were many types of missions on the merit obelisk. Mid-sized missions started to become difficult. Thus, the more paths one cultivated, the more advantage they would have in completing missions. Fang Yuan had already united Miao Mingxin and the rest. Shin Tsongshang started to learn from his mistake. He became more gentle in his approach towards Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. His rank 8 reputation was still around, while Ren Xiaoping's alliance agreement was not removed yet, and most importantly, Ren Xiaoping had a grudge against Chuing and Miao Mingxin. All these reasons ensured that Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were still on Xin Clan's side. When Fang Yuan returned to the Merit Obelisk, a new large-sized mission appeared. The demonic immortal in regret crying C has lost his senses. Please cooperate with the formation and kill him. Regret crying C appeared? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned before accepting this mission. At this point, missions regarding the Merman City had appeared, but the Merman Saintess selection competition had not started yet. The influence of Fang Yuan's rebirth had greatly altered the missions on the Merit Obelisk. With this mission, Fang Yuan would be able to retrieve Regret Gu earlier. This was a great thing. Once he gets Regret Gu, he would be able to advance his Immortal Gu to a higher rank. His progress would be faster than in his previous life. The sky was cloudy. There were vicious winds and choppy waves. This was Regret Crying Sea area. Fang Yuan and Miao Mingxin's group had already been here for some time. I regret it. I should not have killed so many people. I painfully regret it. I should not have chased after power. It would have been much better if I had stayed behind to look after my parents as a filial son. I truly repent. I deceived everyone and concealed Immortal Gu. I let a friend who trusted me the most carry the blame so I could get benefits. Waves of crying sounds resounded in the Immortal's ears like immortal killer moves that messed with their emotions. This was the center of the Regret Crying Sea area. Miao Mingxin and the rest stayed in the sky while watching Fang Yuan, who was in deep contemplation. They waited patiently. Even though they did not have much formation path foundation, they also found the grand formation at the bottom of the sea. This was clearly the work of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Miao Mingxin and the rest looked at it and felt how minuscule they were. Fang Yuan was like this in his previous life. He sighed that this formation was as vast as the sky. He would need at least dozens of years to comprehend all the profundities of this large formation. But now, this time needed decreased drastically. I need about 8 years to fully comprehend and gain complete understanding of this formation. Fang Yuan thought. The reason for such an improvement was none other than Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not have Grandmaster attainment level in Earth Path, but this formation was a super immortal formation that was primarily Earth Path. There are no actions from Regret Gu. Fang Yuan stared at a certain area at the bottom of the sea. Fang Yuan was not surprised by this situation. In order to stay in Dragon Whale Paradise, Fang Yuan destroyed the Stone Lotus Island in advance. Without the Stone Lotus Island, the venerable method used on Regret Gu could not find its location. How could it activate? According to the memories that Fang Yuan obtained on the Stone Lotus Island, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had entered the Stone Lotus Island and borrowed Regret Gu. Even though the Stone Lotus Island had Red Lotus Will and his lingering methods, how could it resist a living venerable? Red Lotus Will gave in, allowing Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to borrow Regret Gu. He even wanted to snatch Red Lotus Inheritor. This inheritor was naturally Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan chose the Stone Lotus Island, but this time he took everything from the Stone Lotus Island in advance. He came to the Dragon Whale Paradise because he wanted to inherit this Paradise Earth True Inheritance. In the previous life, Regret Gu flew out and transported me away. Right now, it is showing no signs of movement. It seems that I need to take action myself. Fang Yuan gained some realization. Venerable methods were grand and powerful. Fang Yuan was teleported by Regret Gu to the Stone Lotus Island without putting up resistance. Seeing that Regret Gu did not activate, Fang Yuan was quite happy about it. After comprehending it for several hours, Fang Yuan recollected his scattered thoughts. He thought about it for a moment before saying to Miao Mingxin, "We need to use the formation to get rid of this demonic immortal." However, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable set up this formation, even though it has unparalleled power, it can only suppress and seal. It has no offensive power. My idea is, we will set up a supplementary formation outside and activate it to kill the demonic immortal trapped within the formation. Miao Mingxin and the rest nodded upon hearing this idea. They agreed with it. If they tried to break the formation and release the demonic immortal, it would be extremely dangerous. It was obvious that this mysterious demonic immortal was someone of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's generation. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died already, but this demonic immortal was still alive. In terms of lifespan, he had already lived for more than 100,000 years. Who could live for so long? Even primordial origin Immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan among Venerables, only lived for 25,000 years. Having a longer lifespan than a Venerable, just this point alone made the demonic Immortal extremely terrifying. Everyone, no need to overestimate the demonic Immortal. Fang Yuan smiled. This formation has a lifespan extension method in addition to its sealing ability. This demonic Immortal is in constant hibernation to extend his lifespan. This is the reason he is still alive. Miao Mingxin and the rest showed a more relaxed expression after he said that. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly merciful. Not only did he not kill the person, after suppressing this demonic Immortal, he even extended his lifespan. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable have Heavenly Court's lifespan extension method? According to Heavenly Court's method, not only 100,000 years, they can hibernate for millions of years. Sigh. How can we possibly try to understand the method of a venerable? Fang Yuan turned his gaze to Miao Mingxin and said, but for me to set up the supplementary formation, I need a Gu Immortal to suppress each formation core. When the supplementary formation is activated, the more Gu Immortals there are and the more formation cores there are, the greater the power of the supplementary formation will be. And in my plan, I need at least 8 Gu Immortals to suppress the formation cores. The good feelings of Miao Mingxin and the rest faded away. Including Fang Yuan, there were only 5 Gu Immortals here. Fang Yuan's words meant that they had to invite at least 3 more people. That was an interesting situation, because with the addition of Zheng Luozi and Tu Tuo, they still needed 1 person. And other than Shin Clan's Gu Immortals, there were only Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua left. This was not acceptable to Miao Mingxin's group. Shin Clan had suppressed them while Ren Xiaoping was their enemy and Tong Hua was a traitor. Who do they invite? Gui Qiyi, Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang showed difficult expressions. However, Miao Mingxin smiled and responded sincerely, Brother Chu, the most important thing right now is the Paradise Earth True Inheritance. It is a rare opportunity, so we should seize it. This is such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What hatred do we have that we can't put aside for a while? If we want to settle the score, we can do it after we leave. In my opinion, Zhang Luozi and Tu Tuo can be invited, Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua can also be invited, and it will be even better if Shin Clan's Gu Immortals can also come. After saying that, Miao Mingxin added an additional sentence, of course, everything is up to you. Brother Chu. Gui Qiyi and the other Immortals' expressions changed. They wanted to say something, but after Miao Mingxin's statement, they could not say anything. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Miao Mingxin was truly Miao Mingxin after all. Fang Yuan said warmly, Brother Miao is truly magnanimous. I am in deep admiration. Let's do that. I will set up a few supplementary formations first. The 4 of you will guard a formation core each and activate the formations to infiltrate the underwater formation. After that, I will invite the other Gu Immortals in. Miao Mingxin said again, I am friends with Tu Tuo and Zheng Luozi. I can write them a letter to make sure they know what decision to make. Fang Yuan nodded. That would be good. Eventually, Fang Yuan obtained a few information path mortal Gu from Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin not only wrote letters to Zhang Luozi and Tu Tuo, he even wrote to Ren Xiaoping, Tong Hua, and Shin Clan, inviting them on behalf of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a few glances at the content. There were no issues. Miao Mingxin expressed his intention to work together in the letter. He said that their grudges could be put aside for a while. He also praised Fang Yuan's methods and urged them to cooperate with him. Fang Yuan could not help but reassess Miao Mingxin. The truth was, Miao Mingxin's letter was only the icing on the cake. This letter was not going to change anything. Fang Yuan had a lot of confidence in successfully recruiting these people to begin with. Even if Miao Mingxin objected, Fang Yuan would still invite the other Gu Immortals. Miao Mingxin knew that he was not someone crucial to Fang Yuan. He could be replaced. In order to gain more benefits in the future, he relented. If this is not a talented person, who is? The process of recruiting Tu Tuo and Zheng Luozi went very smoothly. Fang Yuan only said a sentence and they quickly joined him. They even showed deep excitement. After all, Fang Yuan was bringing Miao Mingxin's group to rise in ranking on the merit board. Everyone could see how they suppressed Shen Songsheng. Fang Yuan invited Tong Hua next. She hesitated and said she needed to think about it. After that, Fang Yuan invited Ren Xiaoping. He agreed to it without even thinking. He was even faster than Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi. Ren Xiaoping also brought slightly surprising news to Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's Gu Immortals wanted to join as well. Shen Songshang was the leader of the Shen Clan Gu Immortals. Without his consent, none of them would dare to defect over to Fang Yuan. Thus Fang Yuan met with Shen Songshang soon after. Chu Ying. This time, Shen Songshang had a warm attitude. He also treated the rank 7 Chu Ying as a rank 8 equal. The reason why I came here is because of Heavenly Court's information. Not long ago, Duke Long and Qi Si ancestor had a battle. I'm sure you have heard of it. In this battle, I captured Gu Yufangzheng. In order to get him back, Heavenly Court gave me some important information. It turns out that this Dragon Whale Paradise has a rank 8 response Immortal Gu. This Gu is extremely important to me and my Shen Clan. I have been looking for it for many years. Shen Clan is willing to cooperate with you, Chu Ying. If you see this Gu on the Merit Obelisk's reward list, I hope you can pass it. If you encounter this Gu in a mission, my Shen Clan would like you to capture it for us. We will offer you a huge reward. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Response Gu? This Gu worm is among the top 10 of the list of mystical Gu. It can emit a voice, and anyone who hears this voice and responds to it will become enslaved. A rank 8 response Gu can enslave rank 8 Gu Immortals. This is such a precious Gu that your clan is unable to obtain. If you want to work with me, what rewards are you offering me? After all, within this Dragon Whale Paradise, we cannot set an agreement. Shen Songsheng laughed loudly. I have already prepared it. This cooperation will use the reputation of my Shen Clan. You can record the entire process. Furthermore, I have something for you. This is a portion of our sincerity. Please do accept it. Saying so, Shen Songshang took out a set of immortal materials and handed them to Fang Yuan. The immortal materials had a lot of value. Even Fang Yuan felt a little excited upon receiving them. Regret Gu was right in front of him. He needed quite a bit of resources to advance all of his immortal Gu. This set of immortal materials from Shen Songshang had fixed this problem. It was something Fang Yuan really needed. Fang Yuan nodded as he accepted the immortal materials. Shen Songsheng added, I hear that your current mission has a super immortal formation set by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. I would like to go there. Response Gu might be in it. Even if it is not there, my Shen Clan Gu Immortals can lend a hand to help you with this mission. Fang Yuan pondered for a while before nodding. It is my honor to receive the help of Lord Shen Songsheng. Within the regret-crying sea area, immortals were present. Miao Mingxin and the other 3 each stayed in a supplementary formation. They activated their formations as the power continued to seep into the underwater formation. Fang Yuan was setting up his immortal formation now. His aura was radiating at rank 7 level. His body was covered in a light green halo. His eyes were filled with blue light, resembling lightning in the sea. Waving his hand, a large number of mortal Gu flew into the sky like a swarm of bees, circling around and forming the shape of a supplementary formation. Next, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials and used his killer moves to fill up this supplementary formation. The newly arrived Ren Xiaoping and others looked at Fang Yuan with gleaming eyes. They were silent upon seeing his formation arrangement. The Gu Immortals all had complex expressions. Even Shen Songshang was the same. Being able to use immortal materials to set up formations. He is a formation path grandmaster. Chu Ying cultivates transformation path. To think that he has such attainment in formation path, this is very rare. How does he dual cultivate? Perhaps he found a way to cultivate both transformation path and formation path without conflict. Like how Heavenly Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch cultivated lightning path and soul path. Or how 9 spiritual fairy cultivates transformation path and enslavement path. It is not as simple as just a formation path grandmaster. Chu Ying's proficiency in creating formations is very high, and most impressively, he does not lack formation path immortal killer moves. His efficiency at creating formations is truly amazing. The immortals watched with increasing shock as Fang Yuan displayed his incredible formation path attainment. With such methods, he can handle a lot of missions on the Merit Obelisk. Most of the Merit Obelisk missions involve channeling of rivers and managing the ecology. This is very advantageous for Chu Ying. No wonder he could complete so many formations. Ordinary formation path Gu Immortals need immortal Gu to create immortal formations. But Chu Ying is a formation path grandmaster. He only needs to use immortal materials. This is too terrifying. The Gu Immortals could not help but feel envy and jealousy, especially towards Miao Mingxin and group who had joined Chuing much earlier and had a head start. Ren Xiaoping was already starting to consider if he should abandon Shen Clan after this mission and defect to Fang Yuan instead. Looking at the current situation, Fang Yuan was very magnanimous. Earlier, even though Ren Xiaoping was enemies with him, he had completely ignored it at the moment. Ren Xiaoping's worry was that Fang Yuan already had Miao Mingshen's group. Even Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi had a closer relationship to Fang Yuan than him. In Chu Ying's perspective, he could simply cooperate with the people he liked. Why would he seek the cooperation of an enemy like me? Ren Xiaoping had a thought. Even though he had Formation Path Grandmaster attainment level, being able to use immortal materials to set up formations, his greatest limitation is also immortal materials. If he lacks immortal materials, I can contribute them to him and deepen our cooperation and relationship. Ren Xiaoping decided to give up some of his personal benefits. That was the only way he could entice Fang Yuan into cooperating with him. This formation has been created. Ren Xiaoping, please go and defend it. Fang Yuan spoke at this time. He had already set up several formations. This was like the previous few ones. Even though they were made in the sky, once they were completed, they would sink into the sea. Sure. Ren Xiaoping smiled as he flew down. He entered the formation without checking it closely. Ren Xiaoping did not have formation path attainment. Even if Fang Yuan created the formation before his very eyes, he could not understanding the profundity of this supplementary formation. But he believed that with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangements, Fang Yuan could not harm him. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable restricted Gu Immortals from fighting each other. It allowed them to trust each other to a large extent. Fang Yuan continued to set up formations. 1, 2, 3. One by one, Gu Immortals entered their formations. The supplementary formations were getting stronger. Ren Xiaoping's expression was not good now. Fang Yuan seemed to have an endless supply of immortal materials. During this period of time, he saw Domination Copper, Earthly Limit Astral Chi, Green Jade Wind, Dark Inkstone, Heaven Flying Jade. Fang Yuan's deep wealth silenced all of the immortals. Ren Xiaoping even gasped in shock several times. With such wealth, how could he possibly compare? And the thing that made Ren Xiaoping the most dejected was Fang Yuan's attitude. He spent all of these immortal materials to create formations. He did not even blink or hesitate. He was completely indifferent about the cost. Even though Fang Yuan lacked immortal materials, that was for the sake of advancing his immortal Gu. The immortal materials used to create these formations were merely just a tiny portion of Fang Yuan's treasury. Even if he had to create another 100 supplementary formations, he could easily afford it. Thus, Fang Yuan's actions were simply showing that he was incredibly affluent in the eyes of Ren Xiaoping and the other Gu Immortals. After expending some time and effort, all the supplementary formations were finally created. Shen Sheng and the rest went into their own formations that were scattered all around the underwater formation. If one watched from above, it would resemble the tail of a peacock. Every single supplementary formation resembled the feathers that formed the eye of a peacock tail. They gathered strength that flowed all the way into the underwater formation. The supplementary formations looked similar, but they all had different effects. This was because Fang Yuan modified every supplementary formation according to the respective Gu Immortal using it. For example, Miao Mingshen's supplementary formation had space path immortal materials. It could raise his efficiency. Ren Xiaoping's supplementary formation had several spaces in it that could accommodate desolate beasts. It would allow him to use his enslavement path expertise. Other than that, the supplementary formations also had specific locations. Fang Yuan placed the weaker immortals like Hua Dai and Feng Jiang at the periphery. Shen Zongshang, who was the strongest, was closest to the underwater formation. Fang Yuan also created a supplementary formation for himself. He entered it. This supplementary formation was a refinement path Gu formation. Its only use was to amplify the power of Fang Yuan's refinement path killer moves. Within the supplementary formation, Fang Yuan activated his killer move, Refinement Formation Rain. At once, rain started to drizzle above the sea. Countless raindrops entered the underwater formation. The might of refinement path was displayed as Gu worms were refined by Fang Yuan one by one. Shun Songshang and the others did not find this rain powerful initially. But after a while, their eyes were opened wide. because during this short period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined the outer layer of the underwater formation. What killer move is this? It worked against this underwater formation. It looks like a refinement path killer move? Some were uncertain. Such a powerful refinement path killer move. Does Chu in Cultivate refinement path too? Some found it unbelievable. This should be the effect of that supplementary formation. The Gu Immortals thought about it for a long time. They subconsciously decided to attribute it to the power of Fang Yuan's supplementary formation. If Chuing also had such terrifying attainment in refinement path, able to refine the formation of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, wouldn't he be a triple cultivator? How would Ren Xiaoping, Miao Mingshan, and all these other elites who cultivated one path feel? Even if it was the power of the supplementary formation, these Gu Immortals were still immensely shocked. Shin Songshang's pupils shrunk slightly. Compared to the supplementary formation's power, he was more shocked at Fang Yuan's ambition. He already understood it. All of them controlling the supplementary formations were like crowbars, while the underwater formation was like a tightly sealed wooden box. The power of the supplementary formation invaded the underwater formation. It was like the crowbars trying to pry open the box. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled the supplementary formation that was the core of this entire formation. It could flow in using the crack opened by the crowbars to invade and turn these wooden boards into his own possession. Such formation path attainment, such ambition. He wants to take the entire formation for himself. Chuing. Shun Songshang had a solemn expression. He secretly engraved this name into his heart. This was not the first time Fang Yuan was using this refinement formation rain killer move. This move used rank 8 water refinement immortal Gu as the core. Fang Yuan used many Gu worms to suppress the rank 8 aura, disguising it as rank 7. After rebirth, he annexed Langya sect and gained rank 8 immortal Gu water refinement. He created this move. After returning to southern border, he used this killer move to refine Chi Chu use formation and captured many Gu immortals inside the formation. This time, Fang Yuan used it with rank 7 aura again. With the concealment of the supplementary formation, Shin Songsheng could not tell that it was truly rank 8. The power of a rank 8 killer move was truly extraordinary. The underwater formation was slowly refined by Fang Yuan bit by bit. The more he refined it, the greater his control over the formation. With the help of his supplementary formations, he progressed with great speed without much problem. However, after he refined 30% of the formation, refinement formation rain's effect fell drastically. His progress slowed down. Refinement formation rain is just a killer move. The actual effect depends on my understanding of this underwater formation. Fang Yuan expected this. He was not surprised. He was sufficiently patient. He decided to spend some time here to get Regret Gu and the other immortal Gu in the formation. His investments were worth it. Originally, he was worried about the other Gu immortals. But now that Shen Songshang had been invited here, Fang Yuan was not afraid that other Gu immortals would use this time to surpass his contribution ranking. The rate of formation refinement got slower and slower. Eventually, Fang Yuan hit a brick. This was an Earth Path rank 7 immortal Gu. Its body was flat like a disc, yellowish-brown, with a head and a tail and 4 tentacles that look like hooks, growing evenly around the disc. This is Territory Gu. Once a Gu immortal plants it deep into the soil, it will emit a profound power that affects the surrounding soil and spreads out until it reaches its limit. Everything that is within 1,000 li of that territory will be controlled by the Gu immortal. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu. Territory Gu was very commonly seen, especially in southern border. Many villages, even if they were not proficient in Earth Path, would try to get a rank 3 or 4 Territory Gu. The village would plant this Gu in the soil and let a Gu master in a position of authority use it to raise and maintain their control over this territory. Territory Gu was a very useful Gu worm, but it was very expensive. It was often used by forces. Individual Gu masters did not need it. Territory Immortal Gu was actually kept within Dragon Whale Paradise. This Gu was quite useful to Fang Yuan as well. Fang Yuan could conveniently use this Gu worm to manage his immortal aperture. He could alter the landscape of the territory that he creates using Territory Gu. Even if it was not useful, Fang Yuan still had to refine this Earth Path Immortal Gu. It was the key obstacle now. It stopped Fang Yuan from progressing further. It is a little troublesome. I need to make deductions. Everyone, take a rest for now. Fang Yuan spoke. The obstacle of territory Gu not only blocked Fang Yuan but also the other Gu immortals. No matter how they activated the supplementary formation, they could not penetrate the formation anymore. The Gu immortals started to rest, but not without talking among themselves. We finally met with an obstacle. I thought that Chuing would be able to continue refining it endlessly. Don't joke. This is a formation that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created personally. How in the world can this Chuing possibly refine such a formation? But if he cannot refine it, what will happen to our mission? Indeed, even though Chuing is a formation path grandmaster, deduction is the expertise of wisdom path. What can he deduce? The Gu immortals had complex emotions. On one hand, they could finally let out a sigh of relief after seeing Fang Yuan face an obstacle. On the other hand, the fact that Fang Yuan was stuck meant that they were also not able to progress and gain more benefits. The Gu immortals wanted Fang Yuan to break through this obstacle, but they were also inherently unwilling to see him succeed. All right, I deduced it. Let's continue, Fang Yuan said. What? The immortals were stumped. His speed was too terrifying. Fang Yuan flew out of the supplementary formation and floated in the air. To get through this obstacle, we need to modify the supplementary formations a little. Everyone, don't be anxious to take action. Next, he willed as immortal essence got rapidly expended. Supplementary formations followed his will and thought, changing locations. Some supplementary formations moved back while others moved in front, getting closer to the underwater formation. Eventually, Miao Mingshan's supplementary formation was closely placed beside Ren Xiaoping's formation. They were tightly connected together. Fang Yuan said to them, "Next, the two of you will lead the supplementary formations while the others help out." Ren Xiaoping and Miao Mingshan nodded. They had complex expressions, not expecting that they of all people would actually cooperate. After modifying the supplementary formations, Fang Yuan entered his supplementary formation again. He did not rush to activate refinement formation rain. Instead, he gave specific instructions to the immortals within these formations, using his own steps and methods to activate these supplementary formations in a particular manner. The power of the supplementary formation changed. It was like a thin cluster of sand, falling through the cracks of the underwater formation and slowing down its operations bit by bit. And this change was what Fang Yuan needed to make use of. He quickly activated refinement formation rain and successfully refined territory Gu after a while. After passing this obstacle, a new sense of ease was felt by the immortals as the supplementary formation's power surged like a wave and rampaged in the underwater formation. Only after it took over 60% of the formation did it stop at a new obstacle. A huge wave of shock emerged in the hearts of Shinsong Sheng and the rest. So powerful. To think that this Chuing is so impressive. More than half of this underwater formation belongs to him now. The supplementary formations he designed are very profound. They can be adjusted according to situations. This is not a fixed formation. It is a transformative formation. Fang Yuan's performance surpassed their highest expectations. They could not help but feel deeply astonished. 3 days and 2 nights later, Fang Yuan refined a few more Earth Path Immortal Gu and a vast number of Mortal Gu. At this point, the 60% of the formation was finally under Fang Yuan's control. But the remaining 40% is the core of this underwater formation. With just the supplementary formations and myself, we cannot break through it in the short term. Fang Yuan knew his own limits. He had already reached the current limit of his abilities after reaching this point. After all, this Earth Path formation was created by Paradise Earth. His Earth Path attainment level was Supreme Grandmaster. Fang Yuan tried to use the 60% that he refined to interfere with the remaining 40%. Fang Yuan tried to use the underwater formation against itself. GUH. A moment later, Fang Yuan suddenly coughed out blood as his soul shook. His face turned pale. Many supplementary formations, including the one he was in, broke apart. The Gu immortals within fell into the water as they shouted in shock. Each of them faced varying levels of backlash. Fang Yuan's plan failed. Even though he controlled 60% of the formation, he could not do anything to the remaining core 40%. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, even after over half of it was refined, it still remained unmoved. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sighed to himself as he called out, "Everyone, I am sorry, I did not see the profundity of the formation and caused you to get injured." The injured Gu Immortals shook their head. They quickly replied that they were fine. In their opinion, it was outstanding that Chu Ying could reach this stage. He far exceeded their expectations. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes as he thought, "It seems that we can only dismantle the formation now." After resting for a while, he started to dismantle the formation. Because the external 60% was already refined by him, the dismantling was very successful. But this was not a normal dismantling process. Fang Yuan only took apart 60% of the formation, thus during this process, Gu worms were destroyed when the formation was taken apart. But Fang Yuan paid attention to the immortal Gu and protected them. He successfully obtained them. As for the mortal Gu, even if some of them were destroyed, it was not a big deal. Miao Mingshen, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest watched with wide-opened eyes. When they controlled the supplementary formation earlier, they could not sense the exact situation within the formation. There was only a faint connection. Now that Fang Yuan dismantled the formation, they could see all of the Gu worms that he was getting. So many Gu worms. I see so many long-lost Earth Path mortal Gu. They were all created when Paradise Earth was still a Gu master. There are also immortal Gu. Oh heavens, there are 8 immortal Gu. Most of these immortal Gu are rank 7. There are a few rank 6 immortal Gu. Chu Ying took them all. Indeed, he did not even give us a single one. The Gu Immortals watched as Fang Yuan took his immortal Gu. They were staring in a daze. Some of them were even salivating intensely. Most of these were Earth Path immortal Gu. They were not suitable for use, but immortal Gu were unique. They could be traded for other immortal Gu. Tuo's eyes were bloodshot. He was almost spewing fire from them. He was an Earth Path Gu Immortal, watching as Fang Yuan kept the Earth Path immortal Gu in his immortal aperture. He felt his mouth turning dry and his heart palpitating intensely. While dismantling the formation, he gulped several times. He wanted to speak but could only swallow his saliva in the end. He really wanted to snatch these immortal Gu, but his logic told him that it would be the most stupid move to do so. Even a rank 8 like Shen Songshang could not do anything. How could he? In the end, Tuo heaved a deep sigh. He swallowed all of his envy and jealousy into his stomach along with his saliva. His mind moved quickly, thinking of how to get these immortal Gu. He knew that he was not crucial to this plan, so the only way was to deepen his cooperation and relationship with Chu Ying by displaying his value. It would help in the future when he asks Chu Ying to exchange Gu. The only good thing was that Chu Ying cultivated transformation path and formation path. He did not cultivate earth path. Thus, there was a high possibility that Chu Ying would sell these immortal Gu in the future. The pitiful Tuo did not know that Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level was at Grandmaster. It was even higher than his. After Fang Yuan dismantled the outer part of the formation, the immortals came to congratulate him. Congratulations, congratulations. Chu Ying, you've earned a fortune this time. Even though you used so many immortal materials, you gained a large number of immortal Gu. It is truly a huge profit. To speak the truth, my saliva is about to drip to the ground. Outstanding methods. All I feel is admiration towards you. Chu Ying, I am Tuo. I am quite interested in these Earth Path immortal Gu that you obtained. If you wish to sell or exchange them, please inform me. I am sure that you will be satisfied with my offer. Fang Yuan thanked them one by one with calm emotions. He simply had too many immortal Gu already. It could scare them all to death if he said the exact number. And this batch of immortal Gu that he just obtained was not his biggest gain recently. Earlier in the River of Time, Fang Yuan defeated Heavenly Court. Even though he lost the Stone Lotus Island, his gains were huge. He dismantled 6 immortal Gu house from Heavenly Court. Even though many immortal Gu died in the battle, there were many immortal Gu left. For example, the core immortal Gu of the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation, Suppression and Bone Seal, the 2-time path core of Moment Stage, Instant and That Time, Immortal Gu Permanence in Eternal Yacht, the Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn, and Late Autumn of 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform, and the Immortal Gu in Sun and Moon Temple, Sun Day and Moon Month. These Immortal Gu were mostly rank 7, some were rank 8. As for Shark Flow Lever, even though it was completely destroyed without a single one left, it had a special construction style. It used a combination of Desolate Beasts and Immortal Gu. While Fang Yuan took his loot and gains from the battlefield, he reverse-deduced most of the contents of Shark Flow Lever using the clues he found. This gave him a huge inspiration. Currently, Fang Yuan's clone was already making deductions to try to incorporate 12 zodiac battle formation into his myriad-year flying warship. Right now, there was only 40% of the underwater formation left in front of Fang Yuan and the others. Using refinement formation rain would have little to no effect already. The power of the supplementary formation could no longer do anything. Even though Fang Yuan tried very hard, there was no progress. He understood that this underwater formation was like a hard tortoise shell. Its defense was very tight. Should I wait for my clone Wu Shui to raise my Earth Path attainment level, or should I attack directly? Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to save time and attack now. After all, he had so many people with him now, he had to make good use of them. Immediately, he asked these Gu Immortals to attack while he and a few other Gu Immortals stayed to manipulate the supplementary formation. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed upon the underwater formation, causing huge ripples and waves. The formation only had 40% left, after being attacked by so many strong immortals, including a rank 8 Gu immortal like Shin Songshang. Its operations were hindered as all sorts of flaws appeared. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly used the supplementary formation to invade the formation using these loopholes. I regret it. Suddenly, from within, a loud crying voice resounded in the area. What was I doing? I should not have attacked the formation. I regret it. Why did I listen to Chuing? I should not have come to Dragon Whale Paradise. Now I am completely trapped. I truly regret everything. The immortals quickly stopped their actions. Their morale fell to rock bottom as regret Gu exerted its influence on them. Only Fang Yuan remained unmoved. Bright light shined in his eyes as he thought, the demonic immortal within the formation is spreading the power of regret Gu to weaken its influence on him. He wants to escape. Bam bam bam. Loud sounds were emitted from within the underwater formation. The formation had flaws to begin with. Right now, these gaps spread as they formed into a huge crack. Shin Songsheng shouted loudly as he temporarily suppressed the effect of regret Gu. His eyes were bloodshot as he attacked the formation's crack fiercely. Immortal killer move, Grand Collision. Boom! The power of this move cooperated with the demon within. The formation broke apart as the sealed demonic immortal flew out like a black arrow. Shen Songshang was overjoyed. He flew closer. Ancestor Shinshang. I am a descendant of Shin clan. I am your junior. The sudden change occurred in front of all the immortals. Shun Songshang got close to the mysterious demonic immortal. He showed an agitated expression. Finally, I've finally found you, Ancestor Shinshang. Shin Songsheng shouted in a slightly trembling voice. His true motive in coming here was to save his ancestor, Shinshang. Shinshang was the most outstanding Gu immortal in Shin clan. He had outstanding talent that was publicly recognized. In fact, when he was still a rank 6 Gu immortal, a Wisdom Path rank 8 great expert had said that he was the hundreds of years Eastern immortal leader, with half of a venerable's talent. It meant that he would become the leader of Eastern Seas immortals in hundreds of years when he reaches rank 8. His talent was so high it could compare to half a venerable. However, Shinshang pursued strength and gradually fell into the demonic path. He started to commit heinous deeds. His clan treasured his talent, and even though they punished him, it was not a severe punishment. They protected him continuously. Shinshang did not change his ways. He became more daring, and as a righteous path Gu immortal on the surface, he acted like a demon. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world was kept in the dark. Shin clan managed to conceal the fact, but they could not hide it from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action, suppressing him, but did not expose his identity publicly. Shin clan did not dare to publicize it. They only announced that Shinshang had died from his tribulation. After Shen Songshang captured Gu Yufangzhang, Heavenly Court contacted him and told him about Shinshang's information, in exchange for Fangzhang. Therefore, Shen Songshang learned that Shinshang was still alive, and that he was imprisoned within Dragon Whale Paradise. In order to enter Dragon Whale Paradise, Shun Songshang mobilized the whole of Shun clan to investigate and search in secret. Right at this time, Ren Xiaoping targeted Miao Mingshin and attacked them, exposing clues leading to the blue dragon whale. After Shin clan learned of this, Shun Songshang led them to force Ren Xiaoping to submit. They learned that Miao Mingshin had a way to find the exact location of the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingshin gathered 8 immortals to search for the Paradise Earth true inheritance in the blue dragon whale. Ren Xiaoping and Shun Tsongshang learned about it and followed them. After that, it led to a series of events. After Shun Tsongshang came to Dragon Whale Paradise, he tried all the ways possible to find Shin Shang's location. After a few missions, Shun Clan Gu Immortal Shin Chi got the information of Regret Crying Sea. Shun Tsongshang guessed that the demonic immortal in Regret Crying Sea was likely Shin Shang. However, he could not be happy for long because he heard of terrifying news. Chuing actually accepted the mission to kill Shin Shang. This shocked Shun Tsongshang. He quickly contacted Fang Yuan, lying that he was looking for response Gu and offering a large amount of immortal materials to express his goodwill. Thus, Fang Yuan brought Shun Tsongshang into Regret Crying Sea. Shin Tsongshang waited secretly and did not make a move. Only at the last moment, he acted and saved Shin Shang with one attack. This change made everyone dumbfounded other than the Shin Clan Gu Immortals. Immediately, Miao Mingxin and the rest had dark expressions, their hearts sank to rock bottom. Shin Songxing was a rank 8 Gu Immortal to begin with. They had another Shin Shang who was a rank 8 Gu Immortal now as well. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had to suppress him personally. He definitely had outstanding battle strength that was not to be underestimated. With Shin Shang, Shin Clan's strength rose greatly. Not only in Dragon Whale Paradise but even in Eastern Sea there would be a shocking change. Currently, in Eastern Sea's righteous path, Shin Clan would be the only super force with 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Shin Clan would become the strongest force in Eastern Sea. This would have huge impact and bring immense benefits to Shin Clan. Back then, Heavenly Court exposed the secret to them. It was no wonder that Shun Tsongshang immediately released Fang Zhang without caring about Qi Si ancestor, who was hinting that he wanted to get Fang Zhang. You are a descendant of my Shin Clan? Shin Shang floated in the air, looking at Shun Tsongshang. His eyes shined with brilliance as he nodded. Indeed, you are a member of Shin Clan. What year is it now? Shun Shang had a hoarse voice. It was even more coarse than crow's. He wore a gray robe that was tattered, his face was pale and his hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot and red. His peak rank 8 aura radiated from his body with an intense force. Shin Songxing answered his question and told him that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died long ago. So long has passed. Shin Shang sighed deeply. Lord Paradise Earth died after all? Sigh. His attitude towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a bit strange. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, but he actually called Paradise Earth Lord. After sighing, Shin Shang looked towards Fang Yuan and the other immortals. He gazed around and understood the situation. He cupped his fists and smiled. Good, it seems that my Shin Clan has many talented people. Afterwards, he focused his gaze on Fang Yuan as he spoke in a gentle tone. Friend, I was able to escape thanks to you. It was mostly due to your effort. Do you wish to join Shin Clan and become our external Supreme Elder? He actually wanted to recruit Fang Yuan. Indeed, Fang Yuan had displayed sufficient value already. Just his Formation Path Grandmaster status was something Shin Clan wanted. And looking at his attainment and age, it was possible that he could break through to Formation Path Great Grandmaster in his lifetime. Shin Songshang cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan, adding, Chuing, I lied earlier but I did not have a choice. Saving our ancestor Shin Shang is extremely important to Shin Clan. I hope you can understand. Fang Yuan nodded with a plain expression. He even had a smile on his face. Of course I understand. If it were me, I would do the same. But Shin Clan wants to recruit me? Fang Yuan laughed as he shook his head. Shin Songshang said coldly, Friend Chuing, why are you laughing? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. On what foundation is your Shin Clan trying to recruit me? You guys are simply unqualified. Shin Songshang's gaze turned cold as ice. His Shin Clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. They owned 7 large sea areas and thousands of middle and small sea areas. They even had 2 rank 8s now. With such strength, they were not qualified to recruit a tiny lone immortal. Humph. Chuing, don't be too arrogant. My Shin Clan is giving you a chance. This is the magnanimity of our ancestor Shin Shang. Don't think too highly of yourself. Shun Xiao and Shin Qi quickly spoke. They flew out of the supplementary formations, gathering with Shun Tsongshang and Shin Shang. Shun Shang's bloodshot eyes had deep killing intent. He looked at Fang Yuan and spoke with an icy voice. Chu Ying? I need to remind you, you were all sent here by the merit obelisk. Paradise Earth's method restricts you from fighting each other. But I have been trapped here for countless years. I am not restricted by the merit obelisk. So all of you can be attacked by me. The expressions of Miao Mingxin and the rest changed. Their worst nightmare had come true. What should they do now? Right when they were helpless, they suddenly heard Fang Yuan laughing loudly as he pointed his finger at Shenshang, who was in the sky, provoking him to attack. Miao Mingxin and the rest were dumbfounded. Was this courage or stupidity? They could not tell. Shenshang's eyes shined with blood-red light as he lowered his voice that was filled with anger. You are courting death. Then go die. Saying so, he opened his mouth as a blood-colored sound wave in a ball-shape shot towards Fang Yuan. The sound wave was very fast. In almost an instant, it flew through the sky and landed on the supplementary formation. Boom! The supplementary formation collapsed instantly. It did not even last for a moment. An intense explosion occurred. A huge sea wave surged into the sky. It was tens of feet tall. Before the wave landed, the explosion had already caused damage to the surroundings. Miao Mingxin and the rest had to fly into the sky, away from their supplementary formations. All of the supplementary formations were destroyed. Miao Mingxin and the rest had ashen expressions. Shenshang's attack was definitely at rank 8 level. It was terrifying. From their perspective, there was little chance that Chu Ying survived that. The truth was, they did not care about Chu Ying's situation right now. They were more worried about themselves. Because Shenshang had proven his words from earlier with action. He could really attack Miao Mingxin and the others. Ancestor is so powerful. Shenshang squinted. He knew the inside details. Shenshang did not cultivate sound path primarily. The sound path method he used earlier was not his true strength. Chu Ying is dead meat. Good that he died. I disliked him from the start. Indeed, he only had rank 7 cultivation level but acted so arrogantly because he knew things about the dragon whale paradise. He truly had no regard for us. He dared to provoke a rank 8. He truly wanted to die. Die. Xin Xiao said as he suddenly stammered. After the huge waves crashed down, new enormous waves were formed. Within the steam and mist, a shiny ship that was covered in silver-white light appeared in front of all of the immortals. Chu Ying's arms were behind his back. He stood at the deck as he carried the same smile as before. Shenshang saw this as his pupils shrunk. He gasped with shock. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House? The other Gu Immortals were all stunned. They were so familiar with this Immortal Gu House. No, in the current 5 regions, which Gu Immortal did not know about this Immortal Gu House? This is Myriad Year Flying Warship. Ren Xiaoping cried out. He felt his scalp going numb. Chu Ying actually has Myriad Year Flying Warship. Who in the world is he? Xin Xiao was tongue-tied. The immortal stared at Fang Yuan with fixed gazes. He gradually dispelled familiar face as he showed his true appearance. After seeing his true appearance, all of the immortals' hearts shook. None of them could stay indifferent. What? I screamed out loud. It's Fang Yuan. She was too shocked. She had always felt that Fang Yuan was high and mighty, far away from people like them, to think that he was around her the entire time. It was truly unbelievable. It's Fang Yuan. Shin Clan's Gu Immortals gritted their teeth. Some were breathing and gasping loudly. So that was it. Miao Mingxin gulped as he swallowed his saliva. Chu Ying was a fake identity of Fang Yuan. After all, how could such a powerful lone immortal appear in Eastern Sea suddenly? It was Fang Yuan after all. Who was Fang Yuan? He had inherited many venerable inheritances. He was someone who could not be assessed with common sense. No wonder Chu Ying had such attainment in transformation path and formation path. This was just a fragment of Fang Yuan's true strength. Now everything made sense. Shen Songxing's expression was pale as he gritted his teeth. In just a short time, sweat had gathered on his forehead already. So it was this great demon Fang Yuan? No wonder he had such an attitude. Even against 2 rank 8s, he showed such disdain towards Shen Clan. It was normal. Shen Songshang suddenly felt that it was a logical situation. All of his anger towards Chu Ying's arrogance vanished completely without a trace. Fang Yuan dared to provoke even Heavenly Court and kill their members. How could Shen Clan even compare? After his anger subsided, he felt intense fear afterwards. He actually met with Fang Yuan. This was such a problematic person. Shen Songshang sighed in his heart. His luck was really bad. Why did he meet Fang Yuan of all people? At this moment, his rank 8 strength could not give him confidence. He was panicking internally. At this moment, Shen Songshang heard Shen Shang's voice. Who is Fang Yuan? Shen Songshang looked at Shen Shang, who had a confused expression. He felt that this was very strange. This Gu Immortal only had rank 7 cultivation level. He had only changed his appearance. Why were they all so afraid? Shen Shang looked at Shen Songshang with a gaze that had slight questioning. It seemed to be saying, "You are a great rank 8. Why are you afraid of a rank 7? What is there to fear?" Even though Fang Yuan showed his appearance, he did not reveal his rank 8 aura. It was still concealed. Shen Songshang blinked as he shuddered internally. Could he remain calm? Could he look at Fang Yuan using common sense and cultivation level? He was a ruthless demon who dared to trample on Heavenly Court. He destroyed 6 immortal Gu houses belonging to Heavenly Court earlier. He even slaughtered a bunch of Heavenly Court Gu immortals. He was ruthless and scheming. Even Heavenly Court was without options against him. Now that Shen clan offended him, forget about 2 rank 8s. Even if they had a group of rank 8s, Shen Songsheng would not feel safe at all. At this point, Fang Yuan was no longer like before. Heavenly Court was the reason for his overwhelming fame and dominance. Even though he only displayed rank 7 cultivation level, it was enough to intimidate most rank 8 Gu immortals in the world. Ancestor. Shen Songsheng sent an information path mortal Gu to Shen Shang. It contained everything they knew about Fang Yuan. Shen Shang received the mortal Gu as his divine sense swept through it. He looked towards Fang Yuan with a new type of gaze. Fang Yuan? Even Heavenly Court cannot do anything against you. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Shen Shang's eyes burst out with blood-red light. He laughed wildly. To think that a person like you would appear in the world. This is wonderful, because now, I won't feel lonely. Saying so, a strong aura burst out of his body, overwhelming the surroundings and dominating everyone's hearts. Not only did Shen Shang not feel threatened by Fang Yuan's information, he even became extremely motivated to fight. Looking at Shen Shang's action, Shen Songshang felt a sense of confidence in his heart. I'm likely not Fang Yuan's match, but with Ancestor Shen Shang here, who is not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal, the outcome is still unknown. While he was thinking that, a silver light shot out and filled Shen Songsheng's vision. Damn it! The alarms in Shen Songsheng's mind rang wildly. He quickly retreated. At the next moment, Myriad, your flying warship, flew over, drawing a beautiful arc of light in the air as it traveled. If he reacted slower and stayed on the spot, Shen Songshang would have been hit by Myriad Year flying warship. Shen Songshang did not dare to imagine the result of that collision. This was the advantage of an immortal Gu house. Activating immortal killer moves took time, but using an immortal Gu house to charge and rampage would instantly allow one to unleash an offensive method. Myriad Year flying warship shot off again. Fang Yuan mobilized Myriad Year flying warship and went after Shen Shang, ignoring Shen Songshang completely. Shen Shang did not dare to test Myriad Year flying warship with his bare body either. He was forced into being chased around by Myriad Year flying warship. Shen Songshang and the other Shen clan Gu immortals wanted to help out, but they were helpless when they found out that they could not attack Fang Yuan. Damn it! Shen Songsheng gritted his teeth. In this situation, Shen clan's superiority in numbers could not be used. They could only watch as Fang Yuan fought against Shen Shang. As for Miao Mingxin and the rest, they did not dare to participate in such a battle. They were retreating already, hiding at a corner of the battlefield. Shen Shang, as an ancestor of Shen clan, all you can do is run around? Fang Yuan mocked from within Myriad Year flying warship. But even inside Myriad Year flying warship, he was still restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. Fang Yuan had many subordinates in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, but he could not let them out. He could only control Myriad Year flying warship alone. If he could let out his subordinates, his numbers would far surpass Shen clan. Humph! Arrogant junior. Shen Shang was angered by Fang Yuan's words. He stopped in the air and used an immortal killer move. Shen Shang's flying attainment was very high. He was able to fly rapidly, capable of catching up to Myriad Year flying warship. In the process of escaping, he had been preparing his killer move. He finally unleashed it now. Immortal killer move, Night Song. The melancholic song quickly spread across the battlefield, and the sadness contained in it was like a tidal wave, constantly filling the hearts of the people. The song had a slow tempo. It focused on the person's vocals, along with the sounds of drums and zither. It was traditional yet sad. Hua Dai and Feng Jiang, who were at the periphery, were already crying. Miao Mingxin, Ren Xiuping, and the rest all had sad expressions. They could not help it. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Myriad, your flying warship shined with radiance as it helped him to block the power of Night Song. But Xinshang had already achieved his goal. He activated Night Song, not to directly deal with the Gu Immortals here, but to create a battlefield environment. The song enveloped the sea and sky. A trace of twilight mist spread out from the sound waves, permeating the entire field. And after a few breaths, the entire regret-crying sea turned pitch black. The Gu Immortals were trapped in this dark area and could not see anything. All they could hear was the sorrowful night song. Their morale and battle intent fell drastically. If this continued, they were going to be defenseless. Even though Fang Yuan was barely affected, the surrounding darkness meant that he had lost sight of his target as well. Fang Yuan immediately activated his investigative method to try to find Xinshang's location. But Xinshang sensed something as he laughed. Fang Yuan, you fell for my trap. Saying so, he activated a killer move, sensory injury. Fang Yuan grunted immediately. He was directly hit by it. He was shocked as he quickly realized this is a human path killer move. No wonder my Myriad, your flying warship, could not guard against it. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense. They provided a huge assurance to the Gu Immortal and were very safe. But this defense was not perfect. When Fang Yuan designed Myriad, your flying warship, he considered most paths, but human path was his weakness. He was not a human path grandmaster back then. By the time he gained the attainment level, Myriad your flying warship was already built. It could not be changed. He could only adjust it a little, but there could not be major modifications. And most importantly, Fang Yuan lacked defensive human path Immortal Gu. Xinshang definitely has a high-rank human path Immortal Gu. After Fang Yuan was hit, he understood a bit of his enemy's foundation. In terms of information, Fang Yuan was the one at the losing end. He did not know much about Xinshang, but Xinshang knew a lot about him. Fang Yuan had trump cards, of course, like his rank 8 cultivation level, 5 restriction profound light chi, and others, but he intended to keep these methods as a secret. He did not want to expose them now. Within this dragon whale paradise, Fang Yuan could not attack Shinsong Xin, Miao Mingxin, and Ren Xiuping. If they brought this information out of dragon whale paradise, it was easy for others to find out. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to use the methods that he had already exposed before to fight. Immortal killer move. Daybreak sword. Myriad year flying warship's aura surged as a blinding white light shot out. From the silver white light bubbled the water of the river of time, from which countless strands of silver light emerged. The silver rays quickly condensed and took shape, transforming into many sharp sword-like blades that shot out violently. The group of flying swords whistled past, pointing straight at Xinshang. Daybreak flying sword was a genuine rank 8 killer move. Its power was immense, but when Xinshang saw the group of flying swords, he laughed loudly and did not dodge. Silver-white flying swords landed on his body. Xinshang's body surged with a mysterious aura. He did not die but was covered in injuries. But soon, all the injuries over his body disappeared and turned into Dao marks. Incredible! The records in the clan are indeed correct. Ancestor Xinshang was most proficient at healing. Xinsong Sheng saw the scene and exclaimed in his mind. When Xinshang was still young, he was a healing physician. When he was a Gu master, he began to travel Eastern Sea, and because of his powerful and unique healing methods, he soon became famous and well-known. He was also praised for his charitable acts, often helping the poor and needy without charging the slightest consultation fee. He received a warm welcome wherever he went. Precisely because of his fame and reputation established in his youth, when he fell into the demonic path later and committed all sorts of demonic acts, Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals did not manage to link these crimes to him. Within Myriad Year flying warship, Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and felt something amiss. This healing method is another human path killer move. Under normal circumstances, the injuries of Gu Immortals would have dense Dao marks that were difficult to heal. But Xinshang possessed human path methods. He could heal himself with extreme efficiency and yielded quick results. The group of flying swords continued to shoot out, many of them piercing through his body. However, these wounds were completely healed almost instantly. Immortal killer move. Mutual injuries. Shenshang saw that the time was ripe and quickly unleashed the killer move that he had already prepared. In Myriad Your Flying Warship, Fang Yuan grunted as hundreds of wounds instantly formed on his body. Wounds burst open and blood splattered everywhere. The wounds were filled with human path Dao marks, which then spread rapidly from the wounds, scattering everywhere while being connected as one. Alarm bells rang in Fang Yuan's heart. These human path Dao marks were like a hanging rope around his neck. Once the numbers increased, it would endanger Fang Yuan's life. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan activated his wisdom path killer move first. In an instant, the thoughts in his mind blossomed like fireworks. All sorts of thoughts collided, converged and fused into each other. Shenshang's methods are bizarre. He was able to bypass Myriad Year Flying Warship to directly injure me. Such a terrifying killer move. His human path attainment level is definitely more than a level above mine. I'm afraid he's a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Any killer move needs to sense its target first. It can only take effect after it senses its target. How did he sense me? I see. The previous Night Song killer move was just a trap to lure me into detecting him. He then followed this connection and found his way to me. Everything in this world was interconnected. When a fist hits a sand dune, a pit would appear on the sand, while the fist would also be covered in sand and mud. Previously, Eastern Sea Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Hua and deduced Fang Yuan, but instead, Fang Yuan followed this connection and deduced Hua and situation. Not long ago, Heavenly Court Gu Immortals moved to blockade the Stone Lotus Island with the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation, and it was with this layer of suppression and sealing that Fang Yuan was able to follow this connection and destroy the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation. Now, Shenshang did the same thing to sense Fang Yuan. It followed the same logic. In just half a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already figured it out. He immediately made his move, making Myriad Your Flying Warship retreat while scattering the Daybreak Flying Swords while he began to activate a healing killer move on himself. His reaction was so swift that it left Shenshang slightly stunned. At the next moment, this demonic immortal, who was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself, laughed with a hint of madness. Fang Yuan, do you think you'll be safe if you don't attack me? Ha ha ha, watch closely. As he said that, he activated a killer move again, his 5 fingers spread wide and his palm pressed against his chest. Immortal killer move. Light injuries. Shenshang grunted as he was hit by his own killer move. His expression turned pale. Within Myriad Your Flying Warship, Fang Yuan's body shook as he coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. Non-conflicting Dao marks. The sovereign immortal body's greatest advantage was also its greatest weakness. At this moment, it was fully exposed. All along, Fang Yuan had been consciously avoiding this flaw, but Shenshang's killer move was too peculiar. It could not be guarded against. Who could have thought that Night Song killer move was just a trap? Shenshang was chased by Myriad Year Flying Warship. It was a normal thing to use this killer move to conceal his own traces. If Fang Yuan did not use an investigative method, Shenshang would hide within the darkness. He would not be able to do anything. The human path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's injuries grew rapidly. The light injuries on Shenshang's body also affected Fang Yuan due to the killer move mutual injuries. And in Fang Yuan's case, because of non-conflicting Dao marks, his light injuries became heavy injuries. But thankfully, all sorts of healing killer moves had their full effect when used on Fang Yuan as well. Thus, as he used a powerful healing method on himself, Fang Yuan instantly recovered. Immortal killer move. Heavy injuries. Shenshang snickered as he started to hurt himself with greater intensity than before. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely, his vision turned dark as his 7 orifices started to bleed. No. In terms of healing methods, I cannot compare to Shenshang. I need to find another way. Fang Yuan understood as determination flashed in his eyes. Immortal killer move. Heavy injuries. Immortal killer move. Heavy injuries. Immortal killer move. Heavy injuries. Shenshang continued to injure himself as he turned crazy. He laughed loudly as blood spewed out of his mouth. He heavily injured himself but rapidly healed as well, continuing the cycle. This was such a strange fighting style, it made all the Gu Immortals dumbfounded. Miao Ming Shen and the rest had nervous expressions. They were very worried. Shen Clan's Gu Immortals were very excited. Even though they could not see Fang Yuan's condition, his flying swords had disintegrated while myriad-year flying warship continued to back off. Ancestor Shen Shang actually forced back Fang Yuan. Impressive. Shen Songxing was very excited. He could also see the rise of Shen Clan. Miao Ming Shen's eyes shined with bright light as he thought to himself, not good. Even though Fang Yuan has myriad-year flying warship, Shen Shang's offensive methods bypass this immortal Gu house. It counters Fang Yuan. He is just a rank 7 after all, while Shen Shang is a genuine rank 8 Gu immortal. Gu Yi and Tu Tu Tua were very confused. This Shen Shang was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. It is not normal that he could live for so long. And the strange thing is, he does not lack immortal Gu. When Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, didn't he take away or destroy his immortal Gu first? Ugh! Right at this moment, Shen Shang's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop. Surprise and confusion appeared on his face. His connection to Fang Yuan was weakening rapidly. How did Fang Yuan do it? How could he break and get around this method so quickly? Immortal killer move, self-cleansing. Self-cleansing could eliminate harmful Dao marks on the user's body. Fang Yuan used this killer move to quickly get rid of the human path Dao marks on his body. The blood-red light in Shen Shang's eyes flickered. He started to mutilate himself even more intensely, causing the human path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body to grow rapidly. As long as a single human path Dao mark remained on Fang Yuan's body, he could use this connection to attack Fang Yuan while bypassing myriad-year flying warship. But right now, Fang Yuan had already stabilized the situation. Myriad-year flying warship gradually flew closer as Fang Yuan's voice resounded from within. It is my turn now, Shen Shang. 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation. Bam! With a loud sound, the huge gray stone giant appeared again. The giant moved extremely quickly. Its two hands grabbed towards Shen Shang as they spread open. Shen Shang squinted and snorted coldly. He quickly retreated, attempting to pull some distance from the giant. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the gray stone giant only attempted to capture Shen Shang. It did not attack fiercely. The gray stone giant had very powerful offensive methods. Even though this was not the River of Time, it still had peak rank 8 strength. But he was currently using capture as the objective instead of hurting Shen Shang. Shen Shang had no choice but to dodge. The battle went into a deadlock. Shen Shang dodged the 12 Zodiac battle formation while using killer moves to mutilate himself. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan manipulated myriad-year flying warship as he healed himself, using self-cleansing to get rid of harmful human path Dao marks. Myriad-year flying warship and the gray stone giant worked together, chasing after Shen Shang and obstructing him. Shen Shang was already having some trouble dodging myriad-year flying warship. With the addition of the gray stone giant, he fell into a disadvantage. Every time he was about to get caught, Shen Shang would emit a loud scream that caused sound waves to burst out, opening a path for him. Both sides continued to fight, rampaging in the battlefield. It implicated Miao Ming Shen's group, as well as the Shen clan immortals. Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were first to give up. They were transported away from the battlefield, followed by Tong Hua, Tu Tu Tua, Gu Yi, and the rest. After that were Shen clan's immortals, Miao Mingshen and Ren Xiaoping. Eventually, only Shen Songxing was left in the battlefield. Not everyone was qualified to watch a battle between rank 8s after all. Shen Songxing's expression became increasingly dark. The battle was tilting in Fang Yuan's favor. Shen Shang was getting into a difficult spot while Fang Yuan was having an easier time now. This lad has deep wisdom path attainment. He has countless thoughts in his mind. He can multitask easily. In this aspect, I am at the losing end. Shen Shang gritted his teeth. At this point in the battle, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. The battle had already left his control. Suddenly, Fang Yuan walked out of the cabin, arriving at the bow of the ship. He pointed at Shen Shang as a time path killer move was unleashed. Shen Shang was caught off guard. He could not dodge. After getting hit by this move, his movement slowed. The rate of time on him had been halved. The gray stone giant used this chance to grab Shen Shang. It squeezed. Xinshang laughed loudly, his hair was messy and his eyes were bloodshot. He had no fear. Go ahead and kill me. Fang Yuan snorted. He ordered the gray stone giant. It gripped to form a cage of 10 fingers, imprisoning Xinshang and preventing him from moving. After understanding Xinshang's offensive methods, Fang Yuan easily countered it. As long as he was captured and not killed, he could not do anything to harm Fang Yuan. Xinshang struggled. He screamed wildly but could not escape. Shin Songxing saw that the situation was bad. He wanted to help but was quickly faced with backlash. He could not get away from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's restrictions. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. Xinshang lived up to his reputation. This person who was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable personally really had some skills. His methods were peculiar and strange. They were hard to guard against. Fang Yuan had fallen for them earlier. Of course, Fang Yuan still controlled the situation without wasting many of his hidden trump cards. In the worst case, Fang Yuan could return to the starting island. With this assurance, he could not lose to begin with. Oh! Xinshang shouted loudly. His face was distorted. Fang Yuan's brows slowly started to furrow. Xinshang's current situation was quite strange. He constantly laughed and struggled madly without using any immortal killer moves. At the next moment, his bloodshot eyes turned pitch black. The black color spread until it filled his eyes. With a light sound, a lump of black fire started to burn on his body. Within the fire, Xinshang's body shook like he was having a spasm. He drooled uncontrollably as he waved his limbs around. He growled like a wild beast that was out of control. The black fire on Xinshang's body was not eye-catching. But once it spread to the gray stone giant's hands, the giant screamed in pain as it got burned by the fire. After both hands got into contact with the black fire, they started to melt, completely defenseless against the strange black fire. Fang Yuan's gaze turned colder. The peculiarity and strength of this black fire was far beyond his imagination. Seeing that the situation was bad, Fang Yuan quickly deactivated the ancient battle formation. At the next moment, the gray stone giant vanished while 12 immemorial year beasts appeared in the sky. Among them, 2 immemorial year beasts contacted the black fire and lost their reasoning. They rolled around in the sky, growling in pain as they struggled intensely. Thankfully, the other 10 immemorial year beasts acted like this was their biggest threat. After regaining freedom, they quickly fled from the black fire as far as they could. Fang Yuan and Shen Songshang frowned deeply with solemn expressions. This black fire was too strange. The two of them could not tell what path this black fire belonged to. At the same time, they felt an extreme feeling of threat. Their skulls felt numb as they sensed this danger. The black fire was like the enemy of all life forms. The 2 immemorial year beasts were already covered in the fire. They growled as they fell to the ground. Fang Yuan had a strong premonition. If these 2 immemorial year beasts fell into the seawater, the black fire would cause an even greater tragedy. But he did not do anything. He went into myriad-year flying warship and retreated. Xinshang, who had lost the restriction of the gray stone giant, floated in the air and laughed wildly like a lunatic. Shen Songshang called him several times, but it went unheard. Seeing this strange situation, Shen Songxing also wisely chose to retreat. Right when those 2 immemorial year beasts were about to enter the water, a golden-white pillar of light shot out from the underwater formation, pushing these 2 immemorial year beasts up into the sky. The underwater formation that had only 40% left burst out with unprecedented power as it operated at full force. The golden-white light expanded as it covered Xinshang as well. The black fire continued to burn Xinshang and the 2 immemorial year beasts, but the white-gold light pillar immobilized them on the spot. Such a change caused Shen Songshang to be stunned. Suddenly, Fang Yuan made his move. Daybreak flying swords flew out and pierced the white-gold light pillar, stabbing into Xinshang. Stop it! Watching that his ancestor was attacked by Fang Yuan, Shen Songshang shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he activated his flying swords with even greater intensity. This odd black fire was very harmful. Seeing that the underwater formation had taken action to stop it from even entering the sea, it was obvious. Shen Songshang could only watch helplessly. Fang Yuan willed again as his flying swords split into 2 groups. The other group went to attack his immemorial year beasts. Due to the attack of the Daybreak flying swords, the black fire still burned, but it had weakened by a very slight amount. Daybreak sword was a rank 8 killer move, yet it nearly had no effect. Fang Yuan continued to attack, but the black fire suddenly changed, transforming into lumps of silver-white mist. This black fire can still transform? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He shook his head immediately after. The silver-white mist still had a strange aura. It did not belong to any path. The silver-white mist did not seem to be fundamentally different from the black fire, and while enveloped by it, Xinshang was still going crazy. The two immemorial yearbeasts were also continuing to howl. When Fang Yuan fired his Daybreak flying swords again, he discovered that the power of the Daybreak flying swords actually boosted the silver-white mist, causing the latter to increase in size. Suspicious, Fang Yuan immediately changed his mind and went on a furious rampage with wind blades instead. The silver-white mist was weakened again, but the rate of decline was still very small. After the attack lasted for a while, the silver-white mist suddenly turned into 3 large whirlwinds, covering Xinshang and the 2 immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan's wind blades shot into the whirlwind and began to boost the latter's power again. Fang Yuan started to experiment and wisely began to swap his tactics. Other Gu immortals might have to stop, but Fang Yuan cultivated all paths. He had an astonishing number of immortal Gu at his disposal. He also had attainment level in many paths. He was even more skilled at transitioning to different paths. Under Fang Yuan's attack, the strange black fire kept transforming and getting smaller and smaller. The 2 immemorial yearbeasts were the first to die without their corpses left. Fang Yuan was soon left with only Xinshang as his target. Wait! Fang Yuan, I have a huge amount of wealth to gift to you. Shun Songshang could no longer watch this continue. He called out loudly. To his joy, Fang Yuan actually stopped. Fang Yuan looked at Shin Songshang and smiled. Do you want me to let your clan's ancestor go? You should know that this is a demonic immortal, the very demonic immortal that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed personally in the past. You've seen his current state, crazy as a beast, delirious, and consistent with what is described on the Merit Obelisk. You still want to save him? Shun Songshang looked deeply at the imprisoned Xinshang in the Pillar of Light and made up his mind. I believe this madness is only temporary. It would be too much of a coincidence if Ancestor Xinshang happened to fall into permanent madness right when I was about to rescue him, right? And what price can you pay for that? Fang Yuan asked. How about you take a look at this? Shun Songshang pulled out an immortal material. It was a bag. The bag was not large and seemed to be the size of a grown man's fist. However, the surface of the bag was covered with a pattern that seemed like gems or blue swirls. If one stared closely, one would notice that these sapphire-like swirls were constantly rotating. But when one came back to one's senses, these lines were still lines, as if the scene had just been an illusion. Fang Yuan, however, raised his eyebrows and lightly smiled. So it's the Treasure Blue Beaver's stomach pouch. Treasure Blue Beaver was an immemorial desolate beast, often traveling between Eastern Sea and immemorial Blue Heaven. Now that immemorial Blue Heaven had shattered, the Treasure Blue Beaver also went extinct. In history, the Gu immortal who slaughtered the most Treasure Blue Beavers was Old Immortal Kongju. Old Immortal Kongju was one of the 3 supreme grandmasters of refinement path comparable to Longhair Ancestor. The Treasure Blue Beaver that he went after and paid attention to was naturally extraordinary. Not to mention, the stomach pouch alone was half an immortal aperture. It contained space path and water path Dao marks. There was a whole small world inside of it, which could hide countless treasures. A Gu immortal could obtain it and merge it into his or her immortal aperture, increasing the size of their grotto heaven. Because of this characteristic, the Treasure Blue Beaver had been hunted down and killed extensively by Gu immortals. It was no surprise that Treasure Blue Beavers went extinct. The stomach pouch of the Treasure Blue Beaver could be said to be the most valuable thing in its body. And in today's world where Treasure Blue Beavers were extinct, the value of the stomach pouch was even higher than normal. In short, this was an extremely rare and highly valuable treasure. Fang Yuan reached out his hand and directly took the stomach pouch from Shin Songsheng's hands. The stomach pouch was light and the surface was very slippery. Fang Yuan inspected it and found that nothing was tampered. So he put it into his immortal aperture in front of Shin Songsheng without any concern. Next, he smiled. Anything else? Shin Song-shang took a deep breath and pulled out a long black rod with much difficulty. And this one too. Catch it. He gathered strength and threw the black rod at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm to catch it. The rod was very heavy, but he also had a lot of strength path Dao marks on him. It was naturally easy. Unlike Shin Song-shang, who was a pure sound path Gu Immortal. This black rod was taller than Fang Yuan. It had the thickness of a goose egg. The surface was also very rough. The weight was not light, as if it was a crude iron tool. However, Fang Yuan could feel a dense aura of life from it. This was an ancient, desolate plant. But it had no roots, no branches, nor leaves. There was only the trunk. At the top of the trunk, there were countless star marks. Some of them were five-edged, some two-edged, compactly arranged. All of them were emitting pale starlight. Falling star rod tree. Fang Yuan spoke. Shin Song-shang nodded his head and exclaimed, Fang Yuan, your extensive knowledge is to be admired. The growth conditions of this tree were still a mystery, as it had been extraordinarily rare and low in quantity since ancient times. It had the unique trait of constantly attracting stars, falling into the trunk of the tree and turning into a single star mark. That was why it was called falling star. According to rumors, one of the motives that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had when he traveled the world alone was to collect this tree. The value of the falling star rod tree did not just lie in itself. By planting it in the immortal aperture, the Gu Immortal could use it to create an entire system of orbiting stars. It was a unique ecology that brought incremental gains every year, and the total amount of gains over time, day after day, year after year, was almost impossible to estimate. Like the treasure blue beaver's stomach pouch, Fang Yuan placed the falling star rod tree into the immortal aperture once again. The natural demeanor that he had almost gave Shin Song-shang the illusion that this rare immemorial desolate plant belonged to Fang Yuan in the first place. What else? Fang Yuan smiled. These alone can't exchange for a rank 8 great expert. Shin Song-shang gritted his teeth and said, I'm sure this immortal material will be able to satisfy you. This time he took out a lump of water. The water was constrained in a ball, constantly creating waves. The waves were not just on the surface of the water, but even within the water, it was rising endlessly. Although there were countless waves, they were uncluttered. The water waves rose and fell in unison, advancing at one moment and retreating at the next. It could be called an orderly advance and retreat. When Fang Yuan saw this, his eyes shined with bright light, and he said, advancing and retreating tidal water. Indeed, this was one of the 3 great waters of the world, advancing and retreating tidal water. It was a rank 9 immortal material. This point alone made it far more valuable than the treasure blue beaver stomach pouch and the falling star rod tree combined. Not to mention that it had many wonderful uses. I have a total of 12 portions of the advancing and retreating tidal water here. I can give them all to you. Shin Song-shang gave his offer. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh lightly. Shin Clan is worthy of being a super force of Eastern Sea. You really have impressive assets. Shin Song-shang smiled. We are flattered. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan said, but that's not enough. It's not enough? Shin Song-shang's pupils shrank as he showed an awkward expression. Fang Yuan sneered and began to use his daybreak swords again, stabbing Shin Shang one sword at a time. Shin Shang was still insane and kept on growling. Shin Song-shang gnashed his teeth as he watched his ancestor being attacked. My ancestor is insane now. He is not the same as an intact rank 8 Gu Immortal. We both know that. But as you said before, there should still be times when he doesn't go crazy. Shouldn't there? Fang Yuan was still sneering. Fang Yuan, Shin Song-shang said in a low voice. What? Fang Yuan raised his hand. A large number of daybreak flying swords shot towards Shin Shang. Shin Song-shang almost gritted his teeth till they shattered. All right. What else do you want, Immortal Gu? Of course I won't be that greedy. Fang Yuan shook his head and said with ease, I want immortal materials, but not like the 3 that you gave me. They are all too highly ranked. I need a large number of rank 6 and 7 immortal materials. The larger the variety and quantity, the better it will be. Shin Clan is one of the super forces of Eastern Sea. You own 7 large sea areas and thousands of middle and small sea areas. You'll even have 2 rank 8 existences in the future. This little request should not be hard, right? Of course not. Shin Song-shang's expression was heavy. But what will our Shun clan get? A crazy rank 8? He is a hidden threat himself. And it's a hidden threat that can even force the merciful Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to personally take action to eliminate. Shun Tsongshang was definitely a qualified leader. When it came to the clan's interests, he was logical to the point of being almost emotionless. Undeniably, Shun Shang's insanity had caused his value to plummet immensely, and the terrifying hidden danger he was carrying further reduced this value to almost a negative number. Shun clan wanted as many rank 8s as they could, but they did not want a crazy rank 8 without any reasoning. A rank 8 without sanity was just a burden. Unable to differentiate enemy and friend, they were a laughing stock for others, and would even bring calamity to Shin clan because of their reckless killing. Shun Tsongshang saw the hidden threat within Shin Shang and kept the worry in his heart. He also did not have the slightest confidence that he would be able to solve this problem. Therefore, when he took out these 3 valuable resources in exchange for Shin Shang, he showed great sincerity. Fang Yuan laughed and pointed his finger at Shin Shan. He is your ancestor, the person you went to great lengths to save. At this point, he paused. Of course, this is by no means the only thing you will get. You'll also gain my friendship. Oh. Shin Tsongsheng showed a look of sudden interest. How so? In today's world, with the earth veins frequently shifting and the 5 regions fusing as one, it's bound to be a chaotic world. Although Shin clan is in Eastern Sea, it is by no means a paradise. Eastern Sea has the most resources and wealth that lure people's greed. Even when the 5 regional walls exist, there is a steady stream of Gu immortals coming here. What do you think will happen in the future? Fang Yuan spoke casually. In this situation, what is the use of the differentiating righteous path and demonic path? If Shin clan and I join forces, it will be a strong partnership. Of course, we can keep this partnership hidden as much as we want. Your esteemed clan is extremely affluent, while I am free to do anything I want without burden. Central Continent is far more powerful than the other 4 regions, so if they attack Eastern Sea in the future, will Shin clan want to surrender or remain self-reliant? Even if you surrender, will all the super forces in Eastern Sea surrender? This is why there is never a shortage of enemies, but allies like me are extremely rare to come across. The fact that you and I have met here is truly a great opportunity. If we continue to fight, it will only lead to a lose-lose situation. But if we help each other, it will be a win-win situation. Currently, we are dealing with the Paradise Earth True Inheritance and Shin Shang. In the future, we will cooperate to deal with Central Continent and manipulate the entire state of the world. Fang Yuan's words made Shen Tsongshang go silent. The sea breeze ruffled his clothes as he hovered in the air, deep in thought. Fang Yuan stopped attacking with his daybreak swords and allowed him to ponder quietly. The future of the 5 regions' chaotic war had already been foreseen by all the major forces. Shin clan was a super force in Eastern Sea, but in such a chaotic situation it was also like a rocky boat in a stormy sea. Shen Tsongshang was not stupid. Other leaders of their respective forces also had great foresight. They were considering what direction they should take in the future when chaos ensues. This was a big change, and if one was not careful, the tide of the Great Era would drown all those who did not plan well ahead of the storm. This certainly included super forces. Throughout history, even in relatively peaceful times, countless super forces had disappeared. Not to mention the Great Era when a venerable would appear, almost all of the existing order would be overturned. And in the midst of this, countless super forces would be destroyed and created. The situation of the 5 regions would become completely altered beyond recognition. How should one attempt to live in such an era? This was something that every Gu immortal with foresight was wondering about. Should they cooperate and join forces with Fang Yuan? This was the question Shin Tsongsheng had to think about now. In terms of qualifications, Fang Yuan was perfectly qualified to work with Shin clan. In fact, Shin Tsongsheng was still a little worried that Shin clan was the unqualified party, because he himself was not a match for Fang Yuan. But if he rescued Shin Shang and resolved the hidden threat in his body along with Shin clan's immortal Gu house, they would have the foundation to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Shin Tsongsheng knew that Shin clan needed external allies like Fang Yuan. It might be unlikely in times of peace, but in the future, when the 5 regions' chaotic war starts, there would be a great chance that Shin clan would be in danger and at the point of extermination. At this time, Fang Yuan would certainly be unreliable. It would be a blessing if he did not gang up on Shin clan in the first place. Shen Song-shang knew very well about Fang Yuan's demonic nature. But what about the time when Shin clan needs to deal with an equivalent superforce? For example, Xia clan, Kai clan, Hua clan, Tang clan, and even Song clan. Shen clan was situated near the center of Eastern Sea, surrounded by many superforces. It was as if they were caught in a siege. Without seeking a direction to break out and grow while they could, during the Five Regions' chaotic war, they would end up as fodder for other powerful enemies. Under such circumstances, if Shin clan could pay a large sum of resources in exchange for powerful help like Fang Yuan, why should they hesitate? Fang Yuan possessed a rank 8 immortal Gu house, multiple venerable inheritances, and was able to repeatedly trample Heavenly Court underfoot. Such a powerful battle power was what Shin clan needed. It was something every superforce desired. If they did not cooperate with Fang Yuan now, what would they do if he worked with their enemies in the future? In the current situation, Heavenly Court had to repair Fate Gu. Fang Yuan wanted to deal with Heavenly Court. He needed a large amount of low-ranked immortal materials. This was a great chance to cooperate with him. Just like Fang Yuan said, this was a chance for both Shin clan and himself. Both sides had their own needs. Of course, there were still many concerns. Working with a demon like Fang Yuan was indeed very risky. For example, if he goes back on his word in the future, he would still be free to do as he pleased. Nobody including Heavenly Court could do anything about it. What could Shin clan possibly do with him? Moreover, it is impossible to make an alliance agreement here. Both sides lacked a basis for trust. But in reality, even if there was an agreement, could they not break it themselves? What if Fang Yuan goes back on his word in the future? As long as they cooperated and achieved mutual benefits, why would Fang Yuan decide to turn on them? Risk was definitely present, but how could anything in the world contain no risk? Risk was secondary, profit was the main thing. Shen Songshang would not want anything that was high risk with low returns. But when the risk was great and the reward was also great, Shen Songshang would never let it go. The thing that Shen Songshang appreciated the most was not Fang Yuan's battle strength, but his decision to share the mission with Miao Mingshun, and even with himself. From this, Shen Songshang could tell that Fang Yuan was different from ordinary demonic path Gu immortals. He was rational, he had the ability to think and act like the righteous path. Pondering for a long time, Shen Songshang nodded slowly with a solemn expression. This is a chance for both you and me. Fine, why not take a gamble? In the future, if one remains stagnant, they will fall off. If Ancestor Shinshang regains his senses, I will definitely try to persuade him to stop attacking you. These are all the low-ranked immortal materials that I currently have. Please accept them. Shen Songshang displayed his sincerity once again. Fang Yuan kept them all into his immortal aperture. He had stopped using Daybreak Sword. He slowly retreated. Good! I'm going down to retrieve the underwater formation. Retrieving the underwater formation was a lot of work for Fang Yuan. But in the end, he succeeded. Fang Yuan stabbed and injured Shinshang. Although the white gold pillar of light did not stop it, the Daybreak Sword still caused damage to the pillar, thus damaging the underwater formation. The underwater formation was already only 40% left. Shinshang had broken out of it, which caused a huge opening in Fang Yuan's eyes. It was full of cracks that he could target. If he continued to fight, before Shinshang dies, the underwater formation would probably collapse first. Once it collapses, it was very likely to implicate the immortal Gu inside. Fang Yuan could not control which immortal Gu would be injured or destroyed. But if Regret Gu gets destroyed, Fang Yuan's plans would be severely thwarted. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan and Shen Songshang had joined forces. The formation was taken away by Fang Yuan. The white gold pillar that extended towards the sky dissipated, while Shinshang regained his freedom. Ancestor! Shen Songshang shouted while retreating. Fang Yuan manipulated myriad your flying warship and cautiously retreated. Shinshang was still shrieking, fallen into a state of insanity. There was not the slightest sign of awakening. Shen Songshang, do you need me to lend a hand? Fang Yuan asked. No need. Shen Songshang stared at Shen Songshang, unable to figure out what state or condition he was in. There was nothing he could do. We'd better wait until Ancestor awakens on his own. Fine. Fang Yuan said as he controlled myriad-year flying warship, moving further away. Just at this moment, Shen Shang suddenly moved. His body was like an arrow, flying away. Ancestor! Shen Shang cried out and chased after him. Fang Yuan likewise maneuvered myriad-year flying warship to chase after him. But Shen Shang was extremely fast. Myriad-year flying warship was only a little bit faster. Fang Yuan did not dare to use myriad-year flying warship to directly stop Shen Shang. Because of this, Shen Shang managed to fly out of regret-crying sea. Shen Shang and Fang Yuan wanted to continue their pursuit, but they were stopped by an invisible barrier. Damn it! Shen Shang's face was livid, he almost cursed out loud. This was the method of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable which he had already experienced before. It prevented the foreign Gu Immortals from running around, so every mission had a certain limitation on where they could go. This constraint did not take effect on Shen Shang, but it obstructed Fang Yuan and Shen Shang. The two of them could only watch as Shen Shang flew away in a blur, eventually turning into a small black dot in the sky. It looks like he won't come back. Fang Yuan sighed. Shen Shang looked stiff and watched for a long time before finally regaining his usual demeanor. He turned to Fang Yuan and forced a smile. In that case, let's go back first. Fang Yuan consoled. Brother Shen, there is no need to be overly concerned. Although your ancestor escaped, he cannot leave Dragon Whale Paradise. If he comes to his senses, he will definitely try to contact you by all means. If he is still insane, that would be even easier for us. The Merit Obelisk will not watch him endanger the environment and people. There will surely be more missions to come, just like this one, to kill your ancestor Shen Shang. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. Shen Shang listened and nodded repeatedly. The look on his face eased a little. Under the Merit Obelisk, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Two groups of people were distinctly separated. One group consisted of Miao Mingshan, Zhang Luozi, Tu Tua, and the rest. The other group consisted of the Shin clan members with Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua around. I wonder what's going on in Regret-Crying Sea. Yeah, that is Fang Yuan after all. This demon has defeated Heavenly Court time and again. He is really scary. My clan has 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals that can help out each other. Especially with Ancestor Shen Shang here, Fang Yuan isn't anything to fear. Don't forget, the reason why Fang Yuan was able to defeat Heavenly Court was because they were in the River of Time. But our first Supreme Elder is also restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, so he can't fight Fang Yuan anyway. Sigh. The Shin clan Gu Immortals whispered, while Miao Mingshan's group remained silent. They were eager to teleport back and see how the battle progressed. But they were afraid that as soon as they teleported over, they would be affected by the horrific aftermath of the battle, and they might get caught up in it and die a terrible death. No one was willing to take a foolish risk, so they were all here anxiously waiting for the results of the battle. 2 white lights flashed as Fang Yuan and Shen Shang appeared together. They're back. Why don't we see Ancestor Shen Shang? Fang Yuan is still alive, damn it. The Immortals' thoughts were shaking as their expressions changed. Fang Yuan, thanks to this information of yours, it will save me a lot of time and effort. Shen Shang exclaimed. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his hand. This is my sincerity. As I said, it will be a win-win situation if you and I cooperate. The group of Immortals were shocked again and became dumbfounded. What the heck was this? You two were just fighting each other earlier. Why were you suddenly on good terms? What actually happened? Where was Ancestor Shen Shang? The Gu Immortals could not help but feel startled and amazed. Shen Shang laughed. I have reached an agreement with Fang Yuan to cooperate for now. Take out all the immortal materials you have on you. What? The Shin clan Gu Immortals were dumbfounded. Shen Shang nodded his head and emphasized, this is the agreement we made, transfer all your rank 6 and 7 immortal materials to him now. First Supreme Elder, the Immortals looked at each other. Shen Shang showed a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, this is an order. The Shin clan Gu Immortals were speechless. What has happened? O great First Supreme Elder, what in the world are you thinking? They were simply wondering if the First Supreme Elder in front of them had been controlled by Fang Yuan. The Shin clan Gu Immortals dawdled before finally taking out their respective immortal materials and handed them over to Fang Yuan on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled and received them one by one. He knew that the Shin Clan Gu Immortals would definitely not hand over all the immortal materials, but it did not matter. The materials that Fang Yuan needed for his refinement had been mostly obtained already. After Shin Clan's Gu Immortals had finished handing them over, Shin Songsheng looked at Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. Us too. Ren Xiaoping could not believe it as his expression turned livid. Shin Songsheng's gaze was cold as he nodded. Shin Clan will reward you for this. Ren Xiaoping almost cursed out loud. Your Shin Clan is cooperating with Fang Yuan. What does that have to do with me? I came to join your force, but you treated me like this. This is just too. Shin Songsheng saw Ren Xiaoping's hesitation and smiled slightly. Do you still not believe in me? Even if you don't trust me? My Shin Clan's credibility is not worth your trust? Lord, please forgive me. Of course I believe you. It was just that I could not react in time. Ren Xiaoping laughed and endured the pain while transferring most of his immortal materials to Fang Yuan. Tong Hua had an extremely ugly expression, but she had no choice but to follow him. Seeing that Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were not spared as they handed their immortal materials to Fang Yuan, Miao Mingxin and the rest became worried. If Fang Yuan extorted them too, what would they do? Reject him? That was likely impossible. Miao Mingxin and the rest could not stay in Dragon Whale Paradise forever. They needed to return to Eastern Sea. Even though it was unreasonable for Fang Yuan to take immortal materials from them, it was basically extortion, but for the sake of their future, Miao Mingxin and the rest still had to lower their heads. In this world, strength was the major deciding factor, followed by logic. Just as Miao Mingxin and the rest prepared themselves mentally, Fang Yuan ignored them as he looked towards the merit obelisk. Shen Songsheng had also seemingly forgotten about Miao Mingxin's group. Only Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua looked towards Miao Mingxin's group. The former had deep hatred while the latter had a complex emotion. Fang Yuan looked at the merit obelisk. Undeniably, he had completely failed in this mission to exterminate the demonic immortal Xinshang. This mission had vanished on the merit obelisk. Not only that, Fang Yuan even found that a lot of merit points got deducted. The others were not spared. They had all lost their merit points too. First Supreme Elder, your merit points. Shin Clan's Gu Immortal shouted. Shin Songsheng had an ashen and solemn expression. He had lost the most merit points, even surpassing Fang Yuan's losses. Even though Fang Yuan fell from his first-place position, he still had single-digit merit points. Meanwhile, Shin Songsheng had negative merit points. This situation surprised Fang Yuan as well. After all, this did not happen in his previous life. Brother Shin, it seems that the merit obelisk punished you the most because you attacked the underwater formation and released Xinshang. Meanwhile, I did not work properly and even took away the underwater formation. That's why I lost merit points as well. Fang Yuan analyzed. Shen Songsheng's expression changed. He showed some anxiety. I just received information from the merit obelisk. I need to get a positive amount of merit points in 10 days. Otherwise, I will be kicked out of the Dragon Whale Paradise. I will not be allowed to enter again. Fang Yuan had a thought with his wisdom path attainment. He quickly analyzed the hidden information behind this. It seems that Dragon Whale Paradise can be explored repeatedly. We can still return? But how do we find it? The biggest problem was finding Dragon Whale Paradise's location in time. Fang Yuan took a glance at Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin is able to sense the blue dragon whale and enter it. Is this the qualification needed? Long ago, Fang Yuan had made some deductions. Miao Mingxin's ability to sense the blue dragon whale was very mysterious. Fang Yuan could not tell what it was. With Fang Yuan's knowledge and attainment level in many paths, he could tell that even though Miao Mingxin cultivated space path, the method he used was not. This was very strange. Precisely because it was too strange, Fang Yuan was wary and did not capture Miao Mingxin to interrogate him about this method. All sorts of clues pointed out that this method was not his own creation but originated from Dragon Whale Paradise itself. It came from the merit obelisk. Shen Songsheng looked at his merit points. He frowned at the glaring number. He walked towards the merit obelisk. Fang Yuan, I don't have much time. I can't talk anymore. Fang Yuan nodded. Go ahead, Brother Shin. If you need help, leave an information path Gu worm at the obelisk and I will definitely help. Seeing the two being so friendly, the immortals behind them had weird expressions. Shen Songsheng was a righteous path leader. while Fang Yuan was a publicly recognized demon in the 5 regions. Was it okay for the two of them to have such a good relationship? Shen Songxing heard Fang Yuan's words and smiled at him. He believed Fang Yuan's sincerity, but he believed that the price to get Fang Yuan's help would be extremely high. Thus, if he could resolve the problem, he would rather do it himself. Shen Songshang quickly accepted a mid-sized mission and left. In Shen Songshang's case, this type of mission was the most efficient in earning merit points. Fang Yuan was the second to walk to the merit obelisk. He continued to choose a large-sized mission. A large-sized mission to reclaim immortal goo. At the next moment, he found a brand new mission on the merit obelisk. This mission requested him to take back immortal goo. They were the ones that he took after dismantling the underwater formation. Fang Yuan looked at the content of this mission closely. This mission had a lot of details. It described the amount that each immortal goo was worth in points. Fang Yuan counted the numbers. It was exactly what he had gained. Next, he browsed through it. He found that this mission was basically created for him personally by the merit obelisk. The truth was, earlier when Fang Yuan dismantled the formation, he had not checked through these immortal goo. Now with this mission, he could learn about their details without having to experiment personally. From this, Fang Yuan learned that he gained 3 rank 8 immortal goo, rank 7 were in the highest quantity, and a good number of rank 6 immortal goo. Each immortal goo had a huge resale value. Even the lowest rank 6 immortal goo was worth 10,000 merit points. The immortals behind him went into waves of gasps. They also saw the mission on the merit obelisk. At once, all of them had varying expressions. They were filled with envy and jealous that could not be concealed. With this exchange rate, Fang Yuan only needed to contribute 1 rank 6 immortal goo to get at least 10,000 merit points. This was a huge amount, much more than what Fang Yuan had accumulated earlier. It was absurd. Earlier, when manipulating the refinement path formation, they put in effort. After the battle started, they avoided the aftermath of their conflict and expended a lot of immortal essences while feeling great fear. This mission to kill the demonic immortal failed. They did not gain anything. But look at Fang Yuan. He gained a huge number of immortal goo. If he exchanged them for merit points, the sum would be unthinkable. Comparison created jealousy. These immortals felt horrible. They were indignant and even angry, but were not brave enough to act brazenly in front of the great demon Fang Yuan. Miaoming Shen and the rest were still fine. But Shen Clan's Gu immortals, Ren Xiaoping, and Tong Hua felt even worse. After all, the other party had only lost immortal essence. But they had even lost most of their immortal materials. This situation was too bizarre. Not only were there no gains, they even had to expend their own resources. This was truly a terrible feeling. Fang Yuan did not want to give up a single immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, such opportunities seldom knock twice. If he needed merit points, he could simply earn them. Why would he give up on his precious immortal goo for such petty gains? Most of these immortal goo were earth path. For ordinary goo immortals, they would definitely sell those that were not their own path. Immortal goo required resources to feed after all. But Fang Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths. Earth path suited him well. Furthermore, he recently gained a lot in Earth path attainment level. He wondered, should he use these immortal goo to form a third immortal goo house? Earlier, Fang Yuan already had a grand plan to build 3 immortal goo houses. Right now, he had already created Myriad Year Flying Warship and Cooking Luck Pot. The final immortal goo house was not created yet. Even though he obtained Divine Bean Palace and Dragon Palace during this period of time, these immortal goo houses were used by his clones. They were necessary for his plans in the future. He could not use them personally to fight enemies. And most importantly, Divine Bean Palace and Dragon Palace were not suited for his needs. In Fang Yuan's plan, he needed an immortal goo house that focused on defense. Myriad Year Flying Warship specialized in speed. It made up for Fang Yuan's weakness in movement. It was also crucial for fighting inside the River of Time. Cooking Luck Pot was designed before Qin Ding Ling appeared. Fang Yuan planned to use it to suppress Heavenly Court's weaker luck, to expand his own advantage. The final third immortal goo house was meant for defense and healing. During the Battle of Fate Goo, there would definitely be intense fights and little time for recovery. Fang Yuan needed a powerful defensive immortal goo house in the battlefield so that he could gain precious time to heal himself. This immortal goo house had to be able to resist even venerable methods to an extent. Earth Path is sturdy, it excels in defense to begin with. I will use these Earth Path Immortal Goo to create my third Immortal Goo house, that will be perfect. Fang Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. Fang Yuan had no idea now that clone Wu Shuai already obtained a method to create an Earth Path Immortal Goo house from his Dream Realm exploration. This Immortal Goo house was called Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. It suited his requirements. However, Fang Yuan and his clones had shared attainment but not linked memories. They needed to communicate to gain each other's memories. Eventually, Fang Yuan accepted a large-sized mission to combine 2 sea areas. Who wants to come with me? Fang Yuan did not rush, he turned around and asked. The immortals looked at each other. Me. Miao Mingxin was the first to react and step forward. Behind him, Gue Qiyi and the rest also followed. What about you? Fang Yuan looked at the Shin Clan Gu Immortals. The Shin Clan Gu Immortals were dumbfounded. They had just turned on Fang Yuan earlier, they could not adjust their mindsets so quickly in this period of time. Shin Clan's Gu Immortals were not like Miao Mingxin's group, the latter had experienced the benefits of working with Fang Yuan. In their first cooperation with Fang Yuan, it ended up as a failure. Shin Xiao shook his head. Thank you for the offer, Lord. We would like to look around first. Shin Xiao rejected Fang Yuan politely. The other Shin Clan Gu Immortal did not object to his statement. Fang Yuan did not mind it. He smiled towards the last 2 people, asking, Ren Xiaoping? Tong Hua? What about you? Ren Xiaoping had a grim expression. He did not speak, only shaking his head. Tong Hua was currently startled and did not dare to say or do anything. Fang Yuan expected them to act like this from the start. After all, he had just taken their immortal materials. This showed Shun Songshang's political ability as well. Shin Songshang ordered Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua to give their immortal materials to Fang Yuan. It seemed to have ruined their relationship. But the truth was, it made them helpless to do anything but stay with Shin Clan. In fact, they would even want to stay with Shin Clan after leaving Dragon Whale Paradise to replenish their loss of immortal materials. At the same time, this was a way for Shin Songsheng to suppress Tong Hua and Ren Xiaoping. It made them realize who was calling the shots. Within Dragon Whale Paradise, they had to obey Shin Clan. Even after they leave, they still had to listen to Shin Clan. After joining my Shin Clan's boat, they still wanted to leave? Life was not that easy. Fang Yuan knew Shin Songshang's scheme, but he did not say anything. With or without Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua, it did not matter. Fang Yuan's core benefits were untouched. The 5 regional walls were still around, but the superforces were already starting to gather members and accumulate strength. Fang Clan took in Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine, Shin Clan took in Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. Was there anything weird? Longevity Heaven was even more overbearing. It united the entire Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, using the Huang Jin's superforces to take in all of Northern Plains lone and demonic immortals. As for Central Continent, they achieved it long ago. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were subsidiaries of Heavenly Court, while most Gu Immortals or superforces were attached to the 10 great ancient sects, controlled and kept under their watch. Eventually, Fang Yuan brought Miao Mingxun's group to the mission's location. Floating in the sky, they looked down. The immortals saw these 2 sea areas, one blue and one green, with the blue sea towering high and the green sea hanging low. A large amount of seawater fell from the blue sea and rolled down into the green sea. The seawater in both seas could not mix together. At the place where they met, the blue and green seawater touched each other, emitting a sneering sound as a huge amount of clouds rose endlessly. At the area where the 2 seas intersected, fish and insects were absent. This was almost a desolate place. It was obvious that there was a major ecological problem. Fang Yuan sighed. It's not simple to combine the 2 sea areas. It is necessary to take into account all the different aspects. We might as well explore and gather information individually. After that, we will assemble and discuss a plan. Miao Mingxin nodded. That is reasonable. Fang Yuan looked at Miao Mingxin and smiled at him. Although his own identity was exposed, Miao Mingxin still cooperated with him. He was able to swiftly change his attitude and continued to follow Fang Yuan's orders. This showed that he was something with great mental fortitude. The immortals scattered and flew around the place, doing their investigations. Fang Yuan was the only one who remained at the same place, using investigative methods while dividing his attention to look into the sovereign immortal aperture. His greatest gain this time was regret goo. In his last life, he had followed the design of regret pool to use regret goo as the core and create a refinement path goo formation. This life, however, did not need to be so troublesome. Fang Yuan had annexed the entire Langya blessed land and possessed the extremely useful long hair refinement path formation. All he had to do now was to add regret goo into this formation. The formation certainly needed to be adjusted. Fang Yuan had already deduced it in advance. At the moment, he only had to watch as regret goo was placed in the vacant core position. Lord, Fang Yuan is a current generation demon. Aren't we a little too close to him? In the process of detection, Gui Qiyi took the initiative to fly to the side of Miao Mingxin, looking worried. Miao Mingxin patted Gui Qiyi's shoulder. Old Gui, you want to ask me why I treated Fang Yuan in this manner, almost acting like his subordinate, right? Gui Qiyi smiled in embarrassment. Lord, you are very perceptive. Miao Mingxin's face was slightly solemn and he sighed. I am left with no other choice. This is my first time entering Dragon Whale Paradise, but there was a mishap. Shun Clan discovered this place. Do you think they will let this precious land go and allow us to come and explore it again in the future? According to the nature of super forces, they will want to keep it all to themselves, Gui Qiyi said with certainty. Precisely. Miao Mingxin's eyes shined brightly. We will definitely be suppressed and forced to surrender by Shun Clan once we go out. If we do not surrender, we will be annihilated. But now we have a choice besides submitting to Shun Clan. You refer to Fang Yuan? I see Lord has great foresight. I am too foolish. Gui Qiyi suddenly realized. As lone immortals who knew such a precious place like the Dragon Whale Paradise, Shun Clan would definitely take action against them in the future. Ren Xiaoping alone was a strong enemy, not to mention the super force Shun Clan. Miao Mingxin chose to be close to Fang Yuan in order to use his prestige as a shield and try to preserve the freedom of being a lone immortal. When Shun Clan decides to take action against them, they would have to take Fang Yuan's feelings into account. In the worst case, he would give up his status as a lone immortal and become the subordinate of either Fang Yuan or Shun Clan. This meant that he still had some room for planning and was not at a dead end. Unlike Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua who had joined Shun Clan long ago. Without external pressure, the superforce would naturally take advantage of them. Could they refuse to hand over the immortal materials when Shinsong Shang asked them to do so? Did they dare to refuse? By the time the group of immortals reached Fang Yuan, he had already finished arranging regret goo. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, the hairy man goo immortals were ready. They were high in morale as they prepared themselves to refine a large number of goo. Fang Yuan's time path clone was organizing and planning the immortal material inventory before fine-tuning and improving the immortal goo recipes according to the immortal materials at hand. Fang Yuan needed to do it himself in his previous life, but with the whole of Langya sect helping him in this life, there was almost no need for him to intervene. Thus, he saved a great deal of time. With the fate battle getting closer and closer, this time was extremely valuable and precious. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the long hair refinement path formation buzzed continuously. The fire within the formation raged towards the sky. Heat waves were pushing everywhere. A rank 6 immortal goo was bathed in fire and light, suspended in midair, its surface gradually melting like wax. Hold steady. Langya Land's spirit controlled the formation as he shouted, "Open the inventory, let out the immortal material." The hairy man goo immortals controlling the other formation cores quickly opened the inventory doors. Thus, lumps of dog shit flew out of it slowly. These were all immortal materials. Some flickered with starlight, seemingly embedded with blue diamonds. They were the feces of star desolate hounds. Some had sharp spikes and looked dangerous. They were the feces of remnant heavenly dogs. And there were pure and clean ones that resembled white jade. They were the excrement of the jade statue white hound. Star desolate hound, remnant heavenly dog, and jade statue white hound were ancient desolate beasts. The dog shit slowly flew into the fire, melting rapidly in the flames. Some turned into smoke and some were reduced to liquid. The formation activated as 3 hairy man goo immortals took action at once, cooperating to process these dog shit immortal materials. First, smoke spread out to surround the rank 6 immortal goo before liquid started to flow and gather. Langya Land's spirit took charge of the refinement. It was extremely stable during the late-stage processes. Right when they were about to succeed, when the final portion of immortal material fused into it, an accident occurred. The flame changed color as the incomplete rank 7 immortal goo within broke apart rapidly. Langya Land's spirit was shocked. He quickly activated the formation. The power of regret goo activated as the color of the flame within the formation returned to normal. Not only that, the incomplete rank 7 immortal goo was also restored to its former state. They only lost that last portion of immortal material. The Langya hairy men calmed their emotions and continued to refine goo. After less than an hour, the flames inside the formation gradually dissipated, and rank 6 immortal goo within was refined into rank 7. Rank 7. Dog shit luck. The hairy man goo immortals were very excited while Langya Land's spirit was also filled with emotions. Originally, they were proud of their refinement path ability. Now with the help of regret goo, they were simply a dragon flying through the air. Their advantage expanded out of control. At the same time, in Dragon Whale Paradise, Feng Yuan sat on the cloud with Feng Jiang and the rest, watching Miao Mingshan fly around the place. The ecology of the two sea areas had almost been adjusted completely. The final difficulty was that there was still a shattered space between the two seas. Miao Mingshan was trying to get rid of this space. By eliminating it, the two sea areas could finally fuse into one. Miao Mingshan was a space path goo immortal. He was specialized in dealing with these shattered spaces. Feng Yuan and the rest were free to idle and watch. Oh? Immortal goo dog shit luck has been advanced successfully. Progress is smooth. Feng Yuan sensed the commotion within the sovereign immortal aperture. While his main body was doing the merit missions, 3 immortal goo had already advanced inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Their progress was really fast. When ordinary goo immortals refine immortal goo, they would take years to do so. They would be very nervous and careful with each attempt. The risks were huge. But Feng Yuan's situation was different. Langya Land's spirit, the hairy man goo immortals, long hair refinement path formation, as well as the abundance of immortal materials, it allowed him to refine goo with ease. The 3 immortal goo that he had refined and advanced were from Luck Path. He had obtained them from dismantling cooking Luck Pot. Luck Path was his focus now. The dog shit luck immortal goo that he just advanced was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's former vital goo. It had an incredibly powerful supplementary effect. The only problem was that it was stuck at rank 6 and could not display its power. Now that it was rank 7, it could be used to some extent. Feng Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level now. His requirement for immortal goo also increased. He needed higher ranked immortal goo. Rank 6 was too low while rank 7 was barely good enough. Rank 8 suited him the most. But if Feng Yuan wanted to refine a rank 8 immortal goo, he would not be able to afford it. The investment needed was too high, and the risks were huge. He was likely to gain nothing. After all, he could not ignore the outside world to cultivate. The external environment was very harsh. If he did not stop Heavenly Court from repairing fake goo, his situation would deteriorate even further. Currently, rank 7 immortal goo were still barely usable to him. Furthermore, these rank 7 Luck Path immortal goo that he refined could be used to construct cooking Luck Pot. At rank 7, cooking Luck Pot would be able to affect rank 8. Ha! Miao Mingshan suddenly shouted, breaking Feng Yuan's chain of thoughts. Miao Mingshan flashed with a blue halo. It spread out around him and soothed the shattered space, uniting it until the cracks were restored entirely. Lord has amazing methods. Feng Jiang and the rest praised. At this point, the large-sized mission was completed. Outstanding methods, yours are superior to mine. Feng Yuan did not stint on praise. He had space path immortal goo and space path methods too. He could even use other paths to mimic the effects of space path. But compared to Miao Mingshan, even if he could achieve the same effect, the cost would be higher. After all, experts focused on their own fields. Miao Mingshan was a space path cultivator, while Feng Yuan barely researched about space path. He made little progress in this path. Miao Mingshan quickly cupped his fists. Lord is too kind. I am not worthy of such praise. Feng Yuan replied with some praise again as everyone went back to the merit obelisk. In this mission, Feng Yuan gained the most benefits, followed by Miao Mingshan. Feng Yuan's merit ranking rose to the top again. Miao Mingshan and the rest were no longer surprised. They had seen Feng Yuan's ranking jump up and down like a monkey. He was often in the first and last place. Feng Yuan's gaze focused. At this point, the other goo immortals were started to accumulate merit points. If Fang Yuan's ranking fell again, he would not be able to get to the first position so easily again. They continued accepting and completing missions. Fang Yuan's merit points soared continuously. Miao Mingxin and the rest followed after him the entire time. Fang Yuan used the advantage of cultivating all paths to resolve problems, while Miao Mingxin and the rest resolved the minor issues for him. This cooperation ensured that Fang Yuan remained at the top of the ranking. His status was getting more unmovable. Miao Mingxin and the rest also benefited. They started to break away from Xin Clan's group, becoming the second group on the ranking list. The first group was naturally Fang Yuan alone. Xin Songshang did not turn to Fang Yuan for help in the end. He got back on track by completing multiple mid-sized missions within the allotted time limit. His luck was not bad. He received 1 or 2 sound path-related missions. As for other missions, even though he cultivated sound path, he had many methods to mimic the effects of other paths. Xin Songsheng was a rank 8 after all. His cultivation level methods were beyond the rest. By the time Xin Songsheng's ranking rose to the middle, Fang Yuan's cooking luck pot was reassembled already. Rank 7 cooking luck pot. A top-tier immortal goo house that giant sun Immortal Venerable personally created. It had the power to affect rank 8. The first thing that Fang Yuan did was to inspect his own luck. Boom! As if he heard a roar that seemingly resounded in his ears, Fang Yuan looked up and saw a giant flame cloud pillar, burning brightly and rising up into the sky, as if it was trying to hold up heaven and earth. His luck was like a giant pillar. Flames that were bright red like blood surged. On the surface of the giant pillar, the end of the many traces of the flame carried a touch of black color in it. My strength is rank 8. My battle strength rivals Duke Long. I also have countless immortal goo houses, and killer moves, so my luck is grand and vast. Blood red flame means slaughter. The black color at the ends of the flame means a deadly situation. The deadly black chi has corrupted the surface of the pillar. It is trying to get in. This means that my death threat is coming from an external source. It must be Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court has yet to repair Fate Goo. Once they succeed, the Black Death Chi will definitely expand by several times. It will eventually corrupt my entire luck pillar. Fang Yuan looked again within the huge pillar. There were countless faint phantom images flickering continuously. At times he saw a red lotus, a white crane, a beast phantom, or a lump of soil. Fang Yuan wanted to investigate deeper, but he saw that his vision turned blur. Immediately, his body shook and his throat felt wet. He almost spit out blood uncontrollably. Fang Yuan rapidly healed himself and looked above him. He saw that cooking luck pot was floating quietly. There was a vast amount of luck inside while a crack had formed on the surface of the pot. Luck was leaking towards the outside. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself internally. His luck was too strong. Even though this was rank 7 cooking luck pot, he could only barely see his luck. After he looked at it for a long time, he would suffer backlash and cooking luck pot would also be damaged. The newly created cooking luck pot needed to be fixed now. The crack was huge, the damage was severe. If left unattended, the crack would get larger and larger. He had to fix it immediately. After checking his luck, Fang Yuan was both happy and worried. He was happy that his luck was good. This was not strange. He had immense foundation as well as methods in luck path. The worry was that his hidden threat had started to appear. If he did not stop Fate Goo from recovering, Fang Yuan's crisis would become more dangerous. And because the fire pillar was burning intensely, it also meant that he could not last too long. These types of burning luck often meant that the Goo Immortal was unrivaled in a short period of time, but it could not last long. After the pillar stops burning, his luck would fall into a period of weakness. But that was in the future. Fang Yuan made some deductions. His luck would be maintained at this level at least until Central Continent's Fate Goo battle. It could even be improved further. Fang Yuan continued to receive missions while the refinement path Goo Immortals within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture also started to advance Strength Path Immortal Goo. Missions to eliminate the Black Fire started to appear on the Merit Obelisk. After Xinshang escaped from Regret-Crying Sea, he was still in a state of madness. He unconsciously damaged the surroundings of the places he went to. Fang Yuan was very interested in this odd black fire and immediately started to investigate it. But he made no progress. The black fire was very stubborn. Even though it was a small lump, it could transform countless times when attacked. It could last for a long time. As missions to clear the black fire appeared, Fang Yuan, Shen Xing, and the rest started to work together to complete them. Did you notice? This type of mission is getting rarer. On this day, Shen Xing talked to Fang Yuan while dealing with the black fire. Perhaps your ancestor Shen Shang is about to regain his senses. With the location of these missions, we should be able to deduce his whereabouts. Fang Yuan analyzed. Indeed, Shen Xing had an expectant expression. Right at this time, a rank 8 Gu Immortal flew towards them in the sky. Who else could it be but Shen Shang? Ancestor, this is great. You finally regained your senses. I have already negotiated with Fang Yuan. We will work together. Shen Xing was overjoyed. He quickly went over. Shen Shang flew over and nodded towards Fang Yuan. He had a haggard expression. He frowned deeply as he said some shocking things. The situation is quite troublesome. I have a huge problem. Before I resolve it, I need to be sealed again. Fang Yuan, you are proficient in formation path. I would like you to set up a formation to seal me if necessary. In the eyes of super forces, there was no such thing as eternal friend or enemy in the world. This is the way of survival of super forces. If this was not followed, super forces would not last for a long time. Naturally, Shen Clan was not such a force, as it had existed even before the era of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and had grown and flourished during Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's time, surviving to this day. As an old generation member of Shen Shang was not opposed to Shen Clan and Fang Yuan joining forces. He even felt joyful about it. This was because none of the Shen Clan members here were a formation path Gu Immortal. If Shen Shang wanted to use a formation to seal himself, he would naturally have to use Fang Yuan's method. Hearing Shen Shang's words, Shen Xing had a weird expression. He had gone to great lengths to save his ancestor, but he did not expect that his ancestor would now instead ask to be sealed by a formation again. However, the reason for this was completely understood by Shen Xing. He was now silent as he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face turned a little grim. Shen Shang, although your clan has joined forces with me, the immortal Gu from the underwater formation already belongs to me. Now you are asking me to use these immortal Gu and create an immortal formation to seal you. This is quite hard for me to accept. Shen Xing quickly added. We can negotiate this, Fang Yuan. We can even trade immortal Gu. At this point, seeing that Shen Shang had regained his senses, he did not want to give up. Fang Yuan shook his head slowly. He had a serious expression. Shen Xing, did you forget about the contents of our missions earlier? The mission states that we need to eliminate the demonic immortal within the formation, that is Shen Shang. What does that mean? Fang Yuan paused before continuing. It means that the merit obelisk does not think that Shen Shang will recover. It has decided that his problem is too severe to treat. Even if I create the formation, it will not help him. Shen Xing's expression changed. He wanted to speak, but Shen Shang stopped him. Shen Shang smiled towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, no need to have such concerns. I am not asking you to contribute your immortal Gu. The Gu worms we will use for the formation are all mine. Look. Saying so, he took out an immortal Gu from his immortal aperture. The immortal Gu is like a silkworm, pale yellow in color, curled up in a ball and not stretched, making it even more exquisite. Shen Xing may have already explained my situation to you. Shen Shang said to Fang Yuan, I'm most proficient in healing, and this is the human path immortal Gu I created back then, heal injury. Using this as the core, I later developed a human path killer move called saving dead healing injuries. If the difficulty isn't too high, I can even revive a dead person on the spot. Fang Yuan looked at the Gu worm in front of him. He felt a little amazed. This was a pure human path immortal Gu. The shocking thing was that this was a genuine rank 8 immortal Gu. Rank 8 human path immortal Gu. Seeing that the immortals were silent, Shen Shang smiled and said again, have you found that human path methods are the most effective in dealing with the black fire? Shen Xing shook his head, not yet, but we know that healing killer moves will take effect if we use them on the black fire. But whether we use offensive or healing killer moves on the black fire, there is no difference. Shen Shang nodded. Watch. Saying so, a wave of aura burst out of his body. Watching him prepare a killer move, the surrounding goo immortals quickly retreated with deep alertness. After Xinshang regained his senses, he had no intention of harming anyone. He slowly stretched out his hand, aiming at the black fire in the distance. His palm suddenly burst out with a stream of bright yellow light. The light stream surged and spiraled forward. It was not fast, but eventually shot into the black fire. The black fire only endured the yellow light for a moment before quickly dissipating. Xinshang stopped his killer move and said to the group of immortals, "As you have just seen, this is my killer move, saving dead, healing injuries. It's true that human path killer moves are quite effective against the black fire." Seeing the truth, Fang Yuan immediately nodded his head, acknowledging Xinshang's statement. "They are indeed." Shun Songshang rejoiced. The previous underwater formation was an Earth Path Immortal formation. It was difficult to resolve the problem on Ancestor. But if you use our Ancestor's Human Path Immortal goo, there will be greater hope. Fang Yuan, however, did not agree just yet. He gazed at Xinshang. "You are a Human Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster?" Astonishment flashed in Xinshang's eyes as he nodded. "That is correct. I didn't expect that you were also proficient in Human Path." Different professions were different worlds. This was the same for paths. Since Fang Yuan could estimate Xinshang's human path attainment level, it meant that he also had some level of attainment in it. All of the immortals turned their gazes towards Fang Yuan while feeling surprised. They sighed to themselves. This great demon renowned in the world was truly unfathomable. Fang Yuan asked, "Do you have the formation chart?" Xinshang showed a helpless smile. "I have a formation chart, but it is incomplete. I seem to have created it myself, but I can't remember the entire thing." "What do you mean?" Songshang tensed up. Xinshang sighed deeply. "I've lost my memory. Every time I fall into madness, a part of the memories I grasp will disappear. This is why I need to solve the problem in me as soon as possible. If it's too late, I'm afraid I won't even know who I am anymore." Fang Yuan smiled and said, "Xinshang, you're lucky to have met me." Xinshang nodded his head and agreed. "This is indeed my good luck. It is very difficult to set up human path formation that meets my requirements. There are many conditions to do so. Firstly, you need the human path immortal goo. Secondly, you need to deduce and modify the formation chart. And finally, you need to set up the formation. Setting up the formation requires formation path attainment. Deducing and modifying the formation chart requires wisdom path attainment, and because it is a human path immortal formation, it also requires human path attainment. Any other goo immortal who specializes in formation path, even with rank 8 cultivation, would not be able to satisfy my requirements. But you, Fang Yuan, meet all 3 of these conditions. So now I really have to rely on you. Please do help me out. Fang Yuan, whatever reward you need, feel free to ask. My Xin clan will definitely do our best to satisfy you." Shun Songshang made a solemn commitment. Fang Yuan nodded. As soon as Xinshang said his request to set up the immortal formation, he realized that this was a good opportunity. Not only would he be able to obtain a generous amount of immortal materials from Xin clan by just setting up the formation. What he cared more about was Xin clan, Shun Songshang, and Xinshang. By cooperating with Xin clan, he could influence the Eastern Sea Goo immortal world even more deeply and affect the situation of the entire world. Although Fang Yuan's human path attainment level was already Grandmaster, he still had no clue on how to deal with those human path killer moves of Heavenly Court. It would be a completely different story if Xinshang were to deal with them. Heavenly Court was too powerful and had countless years of accumulation. Fang Yuan was not able to resist them alone. He needed the help of others to work together and fight against this giant. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and said his conditions. To the surprise of Xinshang and Xin Songxing, the conditions Fang Yuan proposed were very relaxed and not harsh at all. Fang Yuan did not have much demand for immortal materials, nor did he ask for immortal goo. The only condition that had to be fulfilled was the requirement that Xin Songsheng and Xinshang must take action and become the enemy of Heavenly Court to stop it from repairing fate goo. But in fact, there was no need for Fang Yuan to bring it up. It was already the consensus of all the superforces in the world that they had to prevent the successful restoration of Fate Goo. Many of the ambitious people in the world were even more worried about Fate Goo than Fang Yuan. After all, none of them were otherworldly demons. Once Heavenly Court succeeds in their plan, their status and position would be unshakable. A few days later, a brand new formation was built at the bottom of the sea. Shenshang entered the formation, with the main formation core controlled by Shen Tsongshang and assisted by Fang Yuan. The formation was slowly activated as a stream of profound white light formed chains that tied Shenshang like a mummy. Shenshang was silent, sitting in a cross-legged position. Soon his entire body was enveloped in a layer of pale white light mist. A moment later, the formation came to a halt. Fang Yuan, Shen Tsongshang and the others found nothing. They could not detect a single bit of black fire within Shenshang's body at all. Shenshang sighed, "I have searched countless times before. The only time this black fire will appear is when I go mad again." Fang Yuan's eyes shimmered uncertainly. "Are you sure that you can't remember all the things about the black fire?" Shenshang just shook his head. Shen Tsongshang sighed. "In that case, we will have to wait. This mission will be placed here for now. I will send a person specifically to stay behind to guard the formation." This arrangement was very reasonable. The Gu Immortals were restricted in their range of movement in Dragon Whale Paradise and could not travel in and out of places as they wished. Using the Merit Obelisk's teleportation ability, as well as the group title, they were able to communicate instantly, and if Shenshang went mad, they would quickly gather together. Those arranged within the formation were bound to be Shun clan's members. Sometimes it was even Shen Tsongshang himself who went to stay guard. With this burden, Shun clan was not Fang Yuan's match at all in the competition for the merit board ranking. Time continued to pass day by day. Fang Yuan's merit points rose from thousands to tens of thousands, and then from tens of thousands to even higher. In the process, he also exchanged for titles from time to time. It was just that the secrets behind many titles were not clear to him either. In the previous life, Miao Mingshen's group had not explored it to this extent yet, so Fang Yuan could only guess and make deductions. Fortunately, even if his deductions were wrong, the exchanged titles were all of some use. Having so many merit points, Fang Yuan did not exchange for any immortal goo. He did not lack any immortal goo, what he lacked were some rare immortal materials. There were instances where Fang Yuan spent his merit points to exchange for immortal materials from the merit obelisk that would help the hairy man Gu Immortal's refinement. Fang Yuan had a large amount of immortal materials, but there were still some missing among the rarer ones. The merit obelisk made up for the last gap in resources. By the time Fang Yuan made a new breakthrough, the first super mission appeared. Get rid of the black fire on the heavenly spine? Fang Yuan was slightly startled. Why is there still black fire that hasn't been eliminated? Some time before, missions regarding the black fire had appeared one after another. The Immortals completed these missions to clean up Shenshang's mess. Could it be that this isn't left behind by Shenshang? There was a sudden flash of realization in Fang Yuan's mind. It was very simple to verify this conjecture. With the aid of the merit obelisk, Fang Yuan directly teleported to the mission location. At the next moment, he was at the top of the clouds, the highest point in the sky. There was no wind and the sun was warm. This is... Fang Yuan's pupils shrank as he looked up to see countless lumps of black fire burning silently. The scale of the black fire was extremely large, as if this was a field of dark clouds in a rainstorm. The total amount of black fire that Fang Yuan and the Immortals had previously gone to great lengths to annihilate was a minute fraction of the black fire in front of him now. The scale of this black fire is appalling. It cannot have come from Shenshang. In that case, there was already a hidden black fire problem in Dragon Whale Paradise from the start. The black fire was not burning in the air. It was attached to giant bones. The giant bones were milky white and had a sacred aura. The giant bones had a main trunk that extended from east to west. It could pierce through heaven and earth. It was like a dragon of the 9 heavens that stretched beyond Fang Yuan's vision. On both sides of the bone, there were countless neatly arranged branching giant bones that extended outwards, as if they were giant ivory tusks. The entire skeleton was like the spine and ribs of a giant, single-handedly holding up the sky. Heavenly spine? Fang Yuan murmured. The sight before him was imposing. He was underneath the giant bones, being as small as a mosquito. These bones were like gnarled trees, and the black fire gathered like clouds, covering most of the bones. After evaluating it, Fang Yuan figured out a few details. This heavenly spine is actually a rank 9 bone path immortal material. That alone was incredible. The heavenly spine should not be a human bone, which Immortal had such a massive body. Since it was not a human bone, it was a beast bone. But how could there be such a fierce beast that could reach the level of rank 9? It was impossible. Rank 9 was the level of a venerable. Historically, they only appeared in the human race. Throughout history, there were only 10 of them, while the rest of the races had rank 8 existences at most. There were also immemorial desolate beasts or immemorial desolate plants as well. Was it possible that there were rank 9 desolate beasts or plants in this world? Only such an existence would leave behind such a grade of immortal material after death. Other than that, is it something that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created personally? Feng Yuan was filled with questions. This was very unlikely, because Feng Yuan had already seen through the function of the heavenly spine. Its one and only use was to reinforce this dragon whale paradise. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to reinforce this paradise, he could have used earth path methods, or even sound path methods. These were his expertise. Why would he bother to choose bone path? Also, why did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable set it up like this, to specifically reinforce Dragon Whale Paradise? It's as if Dragon Whale Paradise is very unsafe and could collapse at any moment. But the truth is, the blue dragon whale is a legendary immemorial desolate beast. Its strength is near the pinnacle of the world. There are simply very few existences that can threaten it. If something can threaten its life, would there be a point in reinforcing Dragon Whale Paradise? The biggest question is, why is there such a huge black fire on the back of the heavenly spine? This was clearly not caused by Xinshang. If Xinshang was able to leak black fire of this scale, how could he still come back alive and volunteer to seal himself? What kind of connection is there between the black fire here and the black fire on Xinshang's body? Feng Yuan kept deducing, and in the process, he saw a branching rib completely melt away in the black fire. The black fire was fiercely corroding and constantly destroying the heavenly spine. What would happen if the heavenly spine is completely destroyed? Feng Yuan did not know, but it was definitely not something good. He tried his hand as he manipulated Myriad Year Flying Warship, activating Daybreak Flying Sword to attack the black fire. As he expected, the black fire was like a sea. His attack was like throwing stones into the sea, unable to create any difference. Feng Yuan tried for a while, but he had no choice but to stop. Even a character like him felt overwhelmed at the moment. This was the difficulty of a super mission. After pondering for a bit, Feng Yuan left the place, returned to the starting island. He went over to the underwater formation. Xinshang was still conscious. Feng Yuan informed him of the situation at the heavenly spine. "Do you have any impressions of this place?" Feng Yuan inquired. Xinshang shook his head in distress. "No recollection of that at all, but it definitely has a connection with my black fire. If I can figure out the mystery of the black fire, I might be able to gain insight on the plan of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then, as well as the deepest secrets of Dragon Whale Paradise." At this point, Xinshang paused. "I want to see it for myself. Is that okay?" "Of course." Feng Yuan responded immediately. Since he had told Xinshang about this situation, he was not going to hide it. To attempt to complete a super mission, relying on him alone seemed insufficient. He would have to gather the strength of all the Immortals. Soon, the group of Immortals gathered together as one and arrived at the heavenly spine. Seeing the sea of black fire clouds that filled the sky, the group of Immortals had a change of expression as they marveled at it. The group of Immortals tried to exterminate the black fire, but the progress was extremely slight. It seemed that the larger the black fire was, the more difficult it was to eradicate it. Among the Immortals, only Xinshang's human path methods were sufficiently effective. The others were all outmatched by him. After the plan to remove the black fire had lasted for several days, Huadai was the first to give up. It was not that she could not take it mentally, but the immortal essence expenditure was too high. "This mission is too hard. I suggest we give up." Miao Mingxin secretly approached Feng Yuan and discussed with him in private. Even without him having to say anything, Feng Yuan had already wanted to give up. By now, the Immortals had done their best but only managed to eliminate a small area of the black fire. And such a scale was not even 1/1000th of the entire black fire. If I were to truly utilize my rank 8 battle strength, this would certainly be much more efficient, but the result would still be too poor. Instead, I might as well complete large-sized missions one after another. After a few times, I'll be able to accumulate a large amount of merit points. I'm afraid only a venerable will be able to handle a super mission like this with ease. Fang Yuan decided to give up. Shun Songshang and Xinshang expressed their understanding. But they were unwilling to give up. They only let the other Xin clan Gu immortals follow him. Xinshang said to Fang Yuan, I still want to explore it further. I will move along the main spine and see if I can find any clue or answer. Fang Yuan looked at him deeply, nodding and leaving directly. Soon, only Xinshang and Shin Songxing were left here at the heavenly spine. Take a walk with me. Xinshang sighed. Shin Songsheng followed and took the initiative to ask, Ancestor, you purposely diverted everyone away. Did you recall something? Xinshang shook his head. I am planning to hand over my human path inheritance to you. Shun Songshang was startled. He had an ominous feeling from Xinshang's tone as he quickly said, Ancestor, you need not be in such a hurry. I believe that there will always be a way to resolve the problem in you. Xinshang smiled slightly. I have not given up hope, but I have to make considerations for our clan. Leaving behind my human path inheritance for the benefit of our clan, it can be considered as me repaying the debt I once owed the clan. Shin Songxing was silent. Xinshang continued. At the underwater formation, I was not able to pass you my inheritance. After all, it was a formation set up by Fang Yuan himself. But here it should be safe. I won't pass my human path immortal Gu to you, because I still need to use them. What I'm passing on to you is my experience in cultivation and the various killer moves and immortal Gu recipes I've created. Shin Songxing said solemnly, I will definitely not fail to live up to ancestors' good intentions. Xinshang smiled bitterly, my memory is fragmented. What I remember is limited. Let's start from the very beginning. I used to major in sound path, but then in an accident I refined heal injury immortal Gu, from which I saw that hope of human path. In order to convert to human path, I did many things in secret, all of which were against the rules of the righteous path. Our clan defended me and helped to cover up these incidents. But in the end, I couldn't hide it from Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. When Lord Paradise Earth found me, I was no match for him. I couldn't even take a single blow from him. But Lord Paradise Earth didn't kill me, nor did he imprison me. But instead, because I had spent many years saving lives and helping the injured, he gave me a chance to redeem myself. And he promised me that if I could seize this opportunity, I might even be able to achieve my goal and successfully convert to cultivating human path. And so I came here. I cultivated bitterly in the underwater formation that Lord Paradise Earth had set up. The memories of my non-stop cultivation are completely blurred. I only remember that in the process, I received the help of the undersea formation and repeatedly broke through. Progressing steadily. With Heal Injury Immortal Gu as the foundation, I developed and created saving dead healing injuries, light injuries, heavy injuries, fatal injuries, sensory injuries, 7 laborious injuries, and other killer moves. Finally, one day, I created the killer move Countless Injury Marks. From this killer move, I deduced the Immortal Gu recipe of Injury Mark Immortal Gu. I refined it and replaced my own Vital Gu. With this Immortal Gu, any attacks that cause damage to me will be converted into the respective injury marks. The more injury marks I have, the more I can increase the power of Mutual Injury's killer move. In the battle earlier, Fang Yuan was forced to retreat by me because I used the killer move Mutual Injuries to cause him to be covered in injury marks. Remember that Injury Mark Immortal Gu is the core of my human path inheritance, while Mutual Injuries is my main offensive method. Shin Songshang's heart shook as he listened. The true inheritance of human path created by Xinshang was so profound that it shook him physically and mentally. Ancestor, this true inheritance that you started has great future prospects. Perhaps it might be able to create an entirely new subpath branching from human path. Shin Songshang praised heartily. Ha ha! Xinshang laughed proudly as he patted Shin Songsheng's shoulder. I'm afraid that I won't be able to. The inheritance is left to you. If you are interested in the future, you can switch to human path. If you have no intention of doing so, just choose a suitable successor. Southern Border. Virtue Paradise. A female immortal dressed in a purple silk robe, ornate and mysterious, came down the mountain step by step. Her skin was white as snow and her black hair hung down to her waist. Her eyes were like the deep pool with a sense of sadness shrouding her face. It was Heavenly Court's leader, the person who had Star Constellation chessboard, the #1 wisdom path great expert in the current world, Fairy Ziwei. At the moment, however, Fairy Ziwei was covered in a thin layer of sweat and looked haggard, but her eyes were shining and her spirit was high. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Wei-yin had been waiting for a long time. Lady Ziwei, it seems you've reached your goal in this journey. Fairy Ziwei smiled. This climb has benefited me a lot. I have already obtained benevolence goo. Thank you for your generosity. Lu Wei-yin also smiled. Lady Ziwei, it is not to help you. This is for the sake of the world, to maintain the peace of the 5 regions. But alas, in the current world, demonic immortals are rising. Not to mention Fang Yuan, recently in Western Desert, a Blood Path rank 8 great expert has actually appeared, purposely finding trouble with super forces and repeatedly attacking various resource points. They are acting extremely arrogantly and the methods are extraordinarily terrifying. The chaos is coming. I only hope that this virtue paradise will become an actual paradise safe from the chaos of the world. Fairy Ziwei sighed. I understand what you mean. In the future, there will be generous rewards for you after the changes in the 5 regions. Farewell. Goodbye. Lu Wei-yin moved aside and gave way to her departure. Dragon Whale Paradise. At the Merit Obelisk, Fang Yuan and Shen Tsongshang stood as they looked at the merit board together. The super mission regarding the Black Fire was still around, but tomorrow was the final day of the 300 days they could stay here. Fang Yuan's merit points stood at the top of the board. He had a huge amount. After he found out about the difficulty of the Black Fire mission, he chose only large and mid-sized missions to earn his merit points. Miao Mingxin and others worked alongside him and gained an abundant amount of points as well. After realizing the difficulty of the super mission, Shen Tsongshang and others wisely learned from Fang Yuan. Now their merit points had also accumulated to a considerable amount. 300 days have passed by. It feels like we just arrived here yesterday. Shen Tsongshang smiled bitterly. This was a genuine land of treasures. By completing various missions, the Goo Immortals would be able to directly obtain Immortal Goo recipes, and various killer moves. Even a rank 8 Goo Immortal like Shen Tsongshang was attracted to this place and did not want to leave. But there was no way, once the time limit was up, they would be kicked out of Dragon Whale Paradise. It's a pity that this time, we did not explore all the secrets of Dragon Whale Paradise. Fang Yuan sighed with pity. There were many more strange things about this Dragon Whale Paradise. The Black Fire was one of them. Where did this Black Fire come from? How could it transform to so many different forms? Why could its path not be discerned? And why were human path methods so effective against it? Apart from the Black Fire, where did the heavenly spine left behind by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable originate? What was the true intent of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? What agreement did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Xinshang make back then? Xinshang cultivated human path in the underwater formation, yet he was somehow tainted by the troublesome Black Fire. Also, apart from Xinshang alone, Fang Yuan did not see any other Goo Immortals. Were there no Goo Immortals in Dragon Whale Paradise in the first place? And where did the Immortal Goo in the Merit Obelisk come from? If they were all naturally produced, the number was simply too large. After a moment of silence, Shen Tsongshang said, "We'll have to leave these secrets for the future when we can explore them again. It's good that we have all exchanged for that title already, so once the blue dragon whale appears in the future, we will be able to sense it and explore it again." Fang Yuan nodded his head. This was indeed a good discovery. Just as he had deduced before, the reason why Miao Mingxin was able to discover the exact location of the blue dragon whale was because of a title. But it was unknown who had taken this title and quietly transferred it to him. Of all the titles provided by the Merit Obelisk, there were very few types of titles that could be transferred. There was also another discovery about titles. After getting a certain title, the Goo Immortal could teleport to any location within 100,000 li radius when they leave Dragon Whale Paradise. This was something that Fang Yuan had lied to Miao Mingxin's group before, but it existed in reality. Right at this time, the words on the Merit Obelisk transformed suddenly. Be they small-sized missions, mid-sized missions, or large-sized missions, even super missions were gone, only one ultimate mission was left. Ultimate mission: leave with the blue dragon whale and successfully return. This is... Shinsong Sheng gasped. Fang Yuan frowned. This means that above super missions, there are ultimate missions? This description is so vague. I'm afraid it is much harder than getting rid of the black fire. At this time, there was a new transformation on the merit obelisk. Shinsong Shang stared with wide eyes as he read it. The mission does not have a time limit. After receiving it, one can stay in the paradise indefinitely. After completing the ultimate mission, one will obtain the qualifications to become the merit obelisk lord and retain their merit points. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He thought to himself, so Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable made his arrangements already to choose the merit obelisk lord. According to his arrangements, I will be able to become the owner of this rank 8 immortal goo house. It is a pity, a real pity. Fang Yuan felt some regret. He had already uncovered a correct method to obtain the merit obelisk, but his strength was limited. He could not even complete the super mission, let alone the ultimate mission. The ultimate mission was obviously extremely difficult. Even a rank 8 goo immortal would have little hope. This was easy to deduce. The goo immortals that had come to Dragon Whale Paradise were far more than just Fang Yuan's group. When the previous groups of people came here, some might have chosen to accept this ultimate mission, but the merit obelisk was still in an unowned state. This meant that no one had ever succeeded. There was another reason why Fang Yuan did not intend to accept the mission. It was written on the merit obelisk that the time limit for this mission was indefinite. If it took too long and he waited until he completed the mission before leaving, only to find that Heavenly Court had already completely repaired Fate Goo, then what was the point of all this? Shinsong Shang let out a breath of air. He also regained his logic, recognizing the risks involved. He was no longer dreaming about it. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm and pointed at the mission on the merit obelisk, analyzing it. Brother Shun, this ultimate mission has given us some extra information. After choosing this mission, the Goo Immortals' personal merit points will be preserved. This means that those who haven't accepted it will have all of their remaining merit points cleared as soon as they leave Dragon Whale Paradise. Shinsong Shang nodded repeatedly. His heart clenched. I'm afraid that's it. When we first came here, the merit ranking list was empty. As such, the Goo Immortals would have to spend as much of their accumulated merit points as possible. But exactly how they would spend it would require some consideration on the part of the Goo Immortals themselves. The next day, somewhere in Eastern Sea, 3 white lights flashed. The 3 immortals Fang Yuan, Shun Songshang, and Shin Shang appeared. All the Goo Immortals gave up on the ultimate mission and chose to leave. However, Miao Mingshin's group did not leave with Fang Yuan. They still had reservations towards him. Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua, on the other hand, left along with the rest of Shin Clan's Goo Immortals. After this, these 2 Eastern Sea lone immortals were considered to be completely on board and tied to Shin Clan's ship. Fang Yuan turned around and looked back, only to see the sky was empty, the sea was calm, there was nothing behind him. He did not want to give up on this. So he, along with Shin Songshang and Shin Shang, kept scouting the surroundings, but found nothing after all. The 3 of us deliberately chose the location of the Blue Dragon Whale. But where is the Blue Dragon Whale now? We can stop looking for it. This is the method of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though the scene in front of us is very realistic, it might just be an illusion for all we know. Come to speak of it, we have not seen the true appearance of the Blue Dragon Whale until now. The 3 immortals sighed. There were really quite many secrets involving the Blue Dragon Whale. The Blue Dragon Whale was a legendary immemorial beast that was enlightened by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It gained an immortal aperture and could cultivate. It should have intelligence rivaling ordinary people. But the entire time the Goo Immortals explored the paradise, they had never seen the Blue Dragon Whale initiate contact with them. The traces of the Blue Dragon Whale were also very mysterious. When did it appear, how did it disappear, and where did it go in the process? Nobody knew. The 3 Goo Immortals here were unable to find out the truth even after they had personally explored Dragon Whale Paradise. Fang Yuan sighed internally. His original plan was to obtain both the Blue Dragon Whale and the Merit Obelisk. But the truth was, he had simply been dreaming. This was a meticulous arrangement set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had some sort of mysterious purpose. It was like the crazed demon cave in Northern Plains, which was created by Limitless Demon Venerable himself and was also a huge arrangement. Fang Yuan could only stop at the 8th level and could not enter the most important core, the 9th level. Wait, crazed demon cave, crazed demon? Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought. Limitless Demon Venerable created crazed demon cave that had demonic sounds that would cause living beings to go insane. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable also had a black fire in the Dragon Whale Paradise that could cause insanity. Was there some sort of relationship? Thinking about it, Dragon Whale Paradise had many insane living beings. For example, the Tiger King Salamander that I killed, Fang Yuan pondered. These living beings were beyond saving. Fang Yuan could not find out the reason. He could only kill them. Other than the absence of black fire, they had nearly the same problem as Xinshang. From this point, it showed how powerful Xinshang was. This person, even with black fire on him, had only gone insane for some time. He relied on his immense human path foundation and Dao marks to suppress it and regain his clarity. Even Fang Yuan was not confident in achieving this. He knew that even though he had many Dao marks, they were not of human path. Currently speaking, Xinshang is likely the #1 person in the 5 regions when it comes to human path. Even that old man Zheng Yuan in Heavenly Court cannot compare to him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan inevitably considered the fact that the fate battle was not far away. It was likely that Xinshang could cause some trouble to Heavenly Court in battle. The 3 immortals could not detect the blue dragon whale and decided to bid each other farewell. They all had significant gains from their expedition to the Dragon Whale Paradise, but the one who gained the most was undoubtedly Fang Yuan. While alone, Fang Yuan transformed back into the appearance of Qi-Si ancestor and returned to Qi-Si under concealment. The large formation in the depths of Qi-Si was still in operation, and in the formation he met Wu Shuai, who was guarding the place. Wu Shuai had gone to southern border in order to trade dream realms with Qi clan. Qi Chuyu saw the opportunity and raised the price. Wu Shuai thought of the big picture and did not want to accept Qi Chuyu's price. He planned to settle the score after everything was over. But to think that Wu Yong found out about the loss of the dream realms. He became enraged. He went to Qi Chuyu for a discussion. Qi Chuyu naturally denied all accusations. He refused to admit his involvement. But after this warning, Qi Chuyu had to stop and temporarily end the dream realm transactions. Wu Shuai had no choice but to return to Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan met with Wu Shuai and learned about the current situation of the world. It was quite bad. In southern border, Wu Yong's influence was growing. Because of the mysterious disappearance of the dream realms, Qi Chuyu faced much suspicion. Wu Yong used this chance to consolidate his influence over the entire Southern Alliance. In Western Desert, however, the clone Fang Dichong, who Fang Yuan was placing much hopes on, was currently facing a tough predicament. After he allied with several superforces to repel Heavenly Court, a Bloodpath great expert appeared in Western Desert. He caused chaos everywhere. He seemed to hate superforces. Fang clan became one of his victims. Other than this, an immemorial desolate beast started to cause havoc in Fang clan's Icefire Desert. This immemorial desolate beast was very crafty. Fang clan failed many attempts to capture or kill it. As for profound literature Grotto Heaven, Li Xiaobai was having smooth progress. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Zhan Budu was facing a huge problem. His life was at risk. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The sky could not be seen for the last few months. The entire Grotto Heaven was covered in black poisonous smoke. The poisonous smoke covered the entire sky and rumbled continuously, occasionally turned into dragon shapes that rampaged and caused destruction to the world. Within Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, there were anguished cries. The future was bleak. Star Collection City was the largest city in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It was also now the largest gathering spot of all of humanity here. The walls of Star Collection City towered high. There were many towers within the city. Zhan Budu was standing on the highest tower, looking up at the rumbling poisonous smoke in the sky. He looked exhausted and was bruised all over. Behind him, a female beast warrior was healing his wounds. My main body has adjusted the speed of time flow in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven to become too fast. It caused frequent tribulations to descend. In this Grotto Heaven, any calamity or tribulation will turn into a beast calamity. However, before the former beast calamity is annihilated, the new one will arrive. These beast calamities are spread all over the place, taking the attention of all the goo immortals in the grotto heaven. After gradually accumulating, they all merge together and became the monsters they are today. Sigh. This time, my main body has made a mistake. Jean Boudou's brows were locked in worry. The combat beast warrior who was treating his wounds advised, "Little Do, you'd better rest. You just fought a fierce battle for 3 consecutive days and nights without sleep. If this continues, no matter how tough your body is, you won't be able to survive." Jean Boudou sighed deeply. "I am now the strongest combat beast warrior here. I must fight to the best of my ability. If I am on the battlefield, fewer people will be sacrificed. Little Do, you've done well enough. If you hadn't sensed something was wrong and informed everyone beforehand, we would not have had the major cities gather their civilians in advance. In that case, there would definitely be deaths and injuries. You are truly worthy of being our savior. You saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of people," the combat beast warrior said. Even though she was a senior combat beast warrior, she felt deep appreciation and admiration towards this junior Jean Boudou. Jean Boudou had managed to gain the recognition of everyone in this grotto heaven during this period. Not only was it because of his high battle strength, but more crucially, his love for civilians, his selfless sacrifice, and his repeated battles on the front lines. Right now, Jean Boudou was a great hero. He was a role model and the idol of all the commoners. But in reality, Jean Boudou was only trying his best to preserve his possessions. Whether it was him or Feng Yuan, they had already regarded Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven as their own property. Although Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had preserved most of its vitality because of Jean Boudou's timely warning, the things that had been lost were still enough for Jean Boudou to feel distress. "Here we go again." Jean Boudou looked tense suddenly. The beast warriors around him also tensed up and looked up at the sky at once, only to see that in the sky, poisonous smoke fiercely swirled and roared like a dragon. A giant dragon made of poisonous smoke descended. The dragon's body was so huge that it stretched for 800 feet, and the dragon head was like a small mountain, ruthlessly crashing into Star Collection City on the ground. Once it hit, half of Star Collection City would be instantly destroyed, and after the poisonous smoke spread, more than 100,000 people would die. Of course, Jean Boudou would not allow this to happen. With an eagle's cry, an arrow-tailed eagle flew out of his immortal aperture. Combat Beast Warrior Transformation. In an instant, he transformed into an eagle-headed person, fiercely flapped his wings as he flew high into the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Jean Boudou attacked madly, sending out countless wind blades that were extremely sharp and fierce like a storm. Hundreds and thousands of giant wind blades hit the dragon head. The poisonous smoke dragon head lasted for a moment before collapsing. "It's Little Do, he helped us again." Worthy of Little Do, the combat beast warriors reacted one after another, expressing praises. The civilians located in various parts of Star Collection City, upon seeing this scene, shouted "World Savior Jean Boudou," and soon such voices quickly spread. All over the city, commotions were rising, filling the entire Star Collection City with frenzied cheers. Jean Boudou did not relax but looked up into the sky vigilantly, shouting, "Attention everyone! Another wave of attack is coming." Poisonous smoke surged, and more than a dozen poisonous smoke dragons suddenly appeared, rushing towards Star Collection City. The people's cheering came to an abrupt halt. The combat beast warriors were instantly pale as paper. In the past, the attack was at most 3 to 5 poisonous smoke dragons, but now the number had multiplied 5-fold, and it was simply not something they could resist. "Is this going to be the end of us? Damn it. I don't want to die." Just at the critical moment, the star snail hall suddenly surged with a blinding starlight, and then a giant suddenly appeared and established itself on the battlefield. The people were overjoyed. Jean Boudou also pretended to be extremely surprised, but in his mind he already knew. The old fellow is finally willing to take action. This was the current generation combat beast king, using the corpse of the star sea snail to transform. He had the highest battle strength in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and was also the final trump card. When Feng Yuan had transformed into a bull-headed demon god, he had also fought with the combat beast king. The giant was clad in heavy armor and kept punching. Fist shadows shot out violently, like meteors rushing into the sky. The meteors hit the poisonous smoke dragon heads with extraordinary effect. Several poisonous smoke dragon heads were destroyed on the spot. The momentum of the poisonous smoke dragon heads was ruthlessly stalled, which gave some crucial time for the other combat beast warriors. Next, the giant's feet stomped on the ground and its hands supported the sky. A hemispherical curtain of starlight rose up, enveloping the city. The poisonous smoke dragons were temporarily blocked out by the giant curtain of starlight. One by one, the combat beast warriors were enveloped in a layer of blue light, floating out and engaging the poisonous smoke dragons fiercely in battle. The combat beast warriors were merely flesh and blood. They were quickly at a disadvantage. The poisonous smoke giant dragons kept on coming. No matter how many of them were blown up, there would be new poisonous smoke giant dragons produced. If this continues, I'm afraid that today will be the day Star Collection City gets destroyed. Realizing this, the combat beast king made up his mind at last. He called out loudly, his voice echoing through the battlefield, "The situation is urgent, Little Do, go and take the last inheritance. You are our final hope to save everyone today. This old fellow is finally willing to give me the last part of his inheritance." Jean Boudou sneered in his mind. Currently, he had already obtained the Beast Calamity True Inheritance in various important places, and only the last part was missing. He had been in Star Collection City for many days, but the current generation Combat Beast King had not mentioned anything about it. Jean Boudou also had to temporarily pretend that he did not know the last part of the inheritance was in Star Collection City. "Little Do, go. I'll be guarding this place. Quickly go, Little Do. It's up to you. We'll buy you time. Even if it is the last moment of our lives, we'll do our duty," the combat beast warriors urged. Undeniably, the Gu Immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven were really different from the outside world of the 5 regions. They had the spirit to sacrifice and contribute their lives. Jean Boudou flew to the underground of the Star Snail Hall and arrived at the last altar. The altar shined brightly. The Qilin heavenly spirit appeared all of a sudden. "Oh, young man, you are qualified to inherit the entire Beast Calamity True Inheritance. It's time to tell you the truth about the world." The voice of the Qilin heavenly spirit was like that of a young child, crisp and cute. After receiving the memories, Jean Boudou showed a look of shock and disbelief. "So our world is so small, the true way to use Gu worms is not by transformation. This is too unexpected. Heavenly spirit, what do I do now?" The Qilin heavenly spirit stood in front of Jean Boudou as it lowered its head. "Master, I don't have any method now. Ever since the change in the tributary of the River of Time, the tribulations in the Grotto Heaven had been appearing nonstop. Among these tribulations, there is one myriad tribulation among them. I'm afraid I cannot escape this now. I will open the door now, Master. You need to escape quickly." The moment Jean Boudou inherited the complete Beast Calamity True Inheritance, the Qilin heavenly spirit acknowledged him as master. Jean Boudou sighed deeply and was about to open his mouth. But suddenly his expression changed drastically, revealing genuine surprise. "No need. My main body has already arrived." At the critical moment, Fang Yuan's main body finally arrived. Looking at the poisonous smoke everywhere, Fang Yuan also felt a headache. Jean Boudou ordered the Qilin heavenly spirit to open the Grotto Heaven's entrance. Fang Yuan came in here with no obstruction. Because he was no longer an intruder, and because the Qilin heavenly spirit acknowledged a master, myriad beings' assimilation transformation was no longer taking effect on Fang Yuan's main body, he was able to come in personally. Thus, the combat beast warriors in the battlefield saw an unimaginable scene. A man was floating in mid-air, his aura as strong as the sea. The poisonous smoke dragons seemed to be stimulated by the mysterious visitor. Most of them turned towards Fang Yuan to kill him. "Who is he? Get away. Oh no, it's too late." The combat beast warriors roared in rage and despair as they watched Fang Yuan being heavily surrounded by the poisonous smoke dragons. At the moment the poisonous smoke dragons descended on him, Fang Yuan made his move. Rumble. In an instant, chi currents surged as wind and waves soared. The sky and earth changed color. All the poisonous smoke receded. Fang Yuan stood proudly in the sky. The poisonous smoke dragons around him dissipated. Even the thick layer of poisonous smoke above his head was torn open to expose a huge hole. Bright light shined down through the round hole, causing Feng Yuan to be bathed in sunlight. The combat beast warriors opened their mouths one by one, extremely shocked. As soon as Feng Yuan made his move, he displayed such intense might in battle. Furthermore, he did not use any transformations at all. He had used such great battle strength just by himself. This scene caused the long-standing cultivation thought process of the combat beast warriors to crumble. For a moment, the crowd was at a loss. At this time, Feng Yuan slowly spoke, his voice clearly entering the ears of everyone present. "Little Du, where are you?" "Father is here." The group of immortals were surprised again. Jean Boudu flew out looking surprised and teary-eyed. "Father, you've finally come out of seclusion. Please save the world." At the next moment, the entire Star Collection city went into an uproar. It turned out that this mysterious man was actually Jean Boudu's father. No wonder he was so powerful. This was a secluded expert. They were saved, they were definitely saved. Feng Yuan sighed and spoke in a tone of bitter loss. "I never expected such a disaster to occur this time when I stayed in closed cultivation. It's a pity that I was isolated from the outside world during my seclusion. If I had known earlier, I would never have let these poisonous smoke dragons wreak havoc for so long." After saying that, Feng Yuan struck again and quickly dispersed the entire area of poisonous smoke. However, there was too much poisonous smoke, spreading throughout the grotto heaven. Soon the poisonous smoke was replenished through the smoke at other areas. "Father, the situation is now under control. Let's go down and take a rest first," Jean Boudu said. "Okay." Feng Yuan nodded. Thus, the two of them slowly flew into Star Collection City amidst countless gazes of adoration, longing, awe, and curiosity. Heavenly Court. Star Constellation chessboard was half a foot off the ground, slowly rotating between Fairy Ziwei and Feng Jinhuang, blossoming with brilliant starlight. The specks of starlight were so dazzling that they resembled blue fireflies, lightly jumping, sometimes swirling around the two, sometimes burrowing into their brains and colliding. The two sat opposite each other, both with their eyes closed and brows knitted tightly, pondering over some difficult question. The starlight slowly disappeared. Star Constellation chessboard flew into Fairy Ziwei's hands. Fairy Ziwei slowly opened her eyes, but Feng Jinhuang did not. She fell softly to the ground as she had passed out on the spot. This child. Fairy Ziwei was not nervous, she merely sighed. She knew Feng Jinhuang's condition like the back of her hand. In the end, Feng Jinhuang was only a Gu master, unlike Fairy Ziwei, who was a rank 8 great expert. The original deduction speed arranged by Fairy Ziwei was very suitable for Feng Jinhuang. However, Feng Jinhuang insisted that she did not want to slow down the progress and waste Fairy Ziwei's time because of her own reasons. After all, Fairy Ziwei was a key figure in Heavenly Court. When Feng Jinhuang slowly woke up, she found that she had already left the deduction hall and had returned to Central Great Hall. "Well done, Huang Heir." Duke Long looked at Feng Jinhuang and was extremely pleased. "You have actually improved the pure dream reality seeker physique, eliminating the flaw of this physique entirely. You are indeed worthy of being the fated great dream immortal venerable." Feng Jinhuang was a little embarrassed from the praise. "Master, to be honest, I was only able to do so by coincidence. Do you remember the killer move Shatter Dream I created previously? This modification was done based on its results. The entire process was thanks to Lady Ziwei's deductions. I was only playing a minor supplementary role in modifying the pure dream reality seeker physique." Fairy Ziwei smiled. "Little Huang Heir, you're too modest. It is precisely because you provided the correct direction that we were able to make our deductions. If not for that, I'm afraid that even if I had made many calculations, I would have gained nothing." Duke Long spoke with great solemnness. "Huang Heir, this perfect pure dream reality seeker physique is extremely significant to you. It is the key to your future achievements. You must grasp it well, and remember that you must undergo immortal ascension using the pure dream reality seeker physique in the future." Feng Jinhuang had never seen such solemnity from Duke Long before. She nodded her head. "Yes, Master. I will definitely keep that in mind." Duke Long nodded. "You can go. I still have important matters to discuss with Fairy Ziwei." This disciple takes her leave. Feng Jinhuang immediately left obediently. This time, Huang Er was able to obtain the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique. You deserve credit for that, Duke Long said to Fairy Ziwei. It was indeed so. Not only did Fairy Ziwei play a major role in the deduction, but the original pure dream reality seeker physique was also obtained because she looked through the memories of Spectral Soul. Without this foundation, no matter how much inspiration or direction Feng Jin Huang had, she would not be able to make any progress. Fairy Ziwei smiled. This is my duty. If you hadn't captured Spectral Soul alive, I wouldn't have been able to soul search him. Speaking of which, the one Huang Er has to thank is you, her master. Duke Long shook his head slightly. This is shameful as a master. I actually have very little to teach. I don't know anything about Dream Path, but fortunately, Huang Er possesses an extraordinary talent in Dream Path. It is also an honor for me to be able to do something for the future great dream Immortal Venerable. How has the practice of the killer move benevolent equality gone recently? Fairy Ziwei's face turned solemn. There is no problem with benevolence goo. As for the killer move, I have successfully activated it several times. Did you find anything strange? Duke Long pursued. Fairy Ziwei denied. Not at all. Duke Long intoned. This means that benevolent equality is effective. But why haven't we seen any results? Yes. Fairy Ziwei's eyebrows were knitted. Using benevolent equality to deal with spring-autumn cicada is a plan we have had all along. Looking at Fang Yuan's recent actions, all of them have been well planned and prepared, such as the battle in the River of Time or the Dragon Palace fight. He had a good head start. He must have been reborn already. But why does no one on our side have memories of the previous life? The effect of benevolent equality was just as the name implied. Once Fairy Ziwei used the killer move, the people that she looked at during the process would experience equivalent changes to their conditions. For example, after Fairy Ziwei used benevolent equality, she saw Fang Yuan's rebirth. At the same time, she looked towards Duke Long. Then if Fang Yuan self-detonated using the killer move Spring-Autumn Success, his memories would go back to his past self. Duke Long would receive the same treatment. His memories would also go back to his former self. We don't know exactly what happened in Fang Yuan's last life. Previously, it was speculated that we couldn't borrow benevolence goo, causing benevolent equality to be unusable. But now it seems we indeed gained this method. So was this result the effect of Fang Yuan's rebirth, and we actually did not gain benevolent equality in our previous life? Or was it because something happened to me in the previous life, causing me to not use benevolent equality on him? Fairy Ziwei was in a predicament. A while after being awakened and understanding the current situation, Duke Long proposed to use benevolent equality to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was refined by his disciple, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Demon Venerable knew the ways to deal with this cicada. The time of Fang Yuan's rebirth was easily calculable by Fairy Ziwei. It was at the time when Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. The Fang Yuan before this and the Fang Yuan after this time had a different style of action and a completely different success rate in his plans. Before Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan failed to regain the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and was trapped by Lu Wei-yin. After that, Fang Yuan had countless adequate preparations to deal with Heavenly Court's attack. Heavenly Court's side was repeatedly restrained. Their advantages could not be utilized while their disadvantages were infinitely magnified. Yet Fang Yuan was just the opposite. Duke Long pondered. Actually, there is another possibility. In the previous life, you successfully used benevolent equality, but you saw no one else but Fang Yuan. Or perhaps this person is not a Gu immortal who is loyal to Heavenly Court. There was a slight flicker of light in the eyes of Fairy Ziwei. If that's the case, then who could this crucial person be? Longevity Heaven. BZZZ BZZZ BZZZ. Orange-yellow light flickered endlessly, enveloping the sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura started from an extremely weak state and grew rapidly, soon filling the world and shaking people's hearts. Such a change had already attracted the attention of Five Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. Five Elements Grandmaster was a lone cultivator of Northern Plains, but after getting trapped by Longevity Heaven, he felt despair after struggling and decided to join Longevity Heaven He was not stationed in Longevity Heaven permanently. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were a duo that took the role of North Desolation Immortal together. What happened? Five Elements Grandmaster was very uncertain. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other, seeing the joy on each other's faces. The latter giggled. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan has awakened. Bing Sai Chuan. Five Elements Grandmaster's brows rose. He felt that the name was familiar. At this moment, there was a loud roar, ripples of light flickered in the sky, rainbows extended like rivers as they pierced through the horizons. A figure walked down from the river. He had a tall body and soft facial features, but his eyes were extremely sharp and icy, emitting a cold gaze. From his right ear to the left corner of his lips, there was an ugly scar. It was flickering with white light, while emitting the coldness of 1,000-year profound ice. Five Elements Grandmaster was deeply shocked. I remember now, this is the Bing Sai Chuan who was born in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's generation. He was a rank 8 legend, a time path great expert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had tried 3 times before subduing him. He did not die. He is actually the West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven was a bit different from Heavenly Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, a total of 12 positions. Among which, the 4 Desolation Immortals were only meant for rank 8 Gu Immortals, while the 8 extremities needed at least rank 7 cultivation level, and they had to be elites among rank 7s. Greetings, Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady quickly went to greet him, while Five Elements Grandmaster followed after with a reverent expression. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan went up to the 3. He nodded after looking around. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan. Time is limited. Give me the information of the current world. I need to know about it. Longevity Heaven had very comprehensive information. They had detailed information of the collapse of 88 Truyong Building, the reappearance of Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, and Heavenly Court's Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Fang Yuan, he actually extorted Southern Border's Righteous Path using rank 7 cultivation level while causing huge problems for Heavenly Court time and again in the River of Time. He is truly a world-shaking person. Qi ancestor able to fight equally with Duke Long? This is very rare. Eastern Sea has a lot of hidden depths. There's also Fang Dichong, he actually refined Divine Bean Palace. Haha. This world really has no lack of experts. After gaining intel, Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly with a heroic aura. After his laughter, Bing Sai Chuan's eyes shined with bright light. Since Fang Yuan is the person who destroyed 88 Truyong Building, he is the crucial person who Lord Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable mentioned. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and Five Elements Grandmaster were stunned. Bing Sai Chuan's words involved the deep secrets of history. Did Giant Sun Immortal Venerable predict that Fang Yuan would destroy 88 Truyong Building? If he could predict that, why would he let Fang Yuan succeed? Bing Sai Chuan did not answer them. He gave his orders. We cannot let Fate Gu be repaired completely. We need to stop them during this Refinement Path Convention. We have to contact Fang Yuan now and make an alliance. What? The 3 immortals were shocked. Bing Sai Chuan frowned. Can any of you contact Fang Yuan? The 3 immortals shook their heads in a daze. Bing Sai Chuan's brows furrowed even tighter. Then what are you waiting for? Do I have to search for the way to contact Fang Yuan myself? In the last life, Langya sect had joined Longevity Heaven, so they easily obtained a way to contact Fang Yuan from Langya Land Spirit. But now, Fang Yuan absorbed the entire 4 races variant human alliance, including Langya Blessed Land. Longevity Heaven was not involved. Bing Sai Chuan wanted to contact Fang Yuan, but he was stuck at the first step. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Northern Plains. Are you all prepared? Shuier stood in the snow crystal formation as she observed the tens of frost chi lumps. We are prepared, Supreme Elder. A female snowman rank 5 Gu Master knelt on the ground, speaking reverently. Then go, remember to attend to them enthusiastically. Of course, if you suffer any misgivings, do not take it wordlessly. Shuier thought about it and said, yes. The female snowman Gu Master left. Shuier sighed a little. Ever since she had been placed here by Fang Yuan, she had been dedicated to the development of the snowman tribe. With the aid of Fang Yuan's snow crystal formation, Shui'er worked hard and the size of the snowman tribe quadrupled under her command, turning into a huge variant human tribe. My husband has finally brought in the human race. If I had the time, I'd love to go see for myself. Unfortunately, I can't get away here. Shui'er looked at the frost chi. She felt downcast. She manipulated the formation, carefully maintaining it. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Qi Si Grotto Heaven, his Qi Path Dao marks had risen greatly, causing a tremendous impact to the sovereign immortal aperture. The effects had yet to stop, still gradually transforming every aspect of the sovereign immortal aperture. For example, the snowman tribe with Shui'er in charge had been experiencing a surge in frost chi. Every few months, Shui'er had to come here personally to manipulate the formation and maintain it. If the frost chi gathers to a certain extent, beyond the limit, this frost chi would turn into a frost tide. A frost tide would be a calamity for the physically weak snowmen. As for the surroundings, it would be heavily damaged too. In fact, when the frost tide spreads out, it would be a problem for the whole of mini northern plains. Because of the regional walls, the other 4 mini regions would not be affected by the frost tide. Not long ago, Fang Yuan sent a letter to inform Shui'er that a city would be placed near the snowman tribe's location. By then, he would need the snowman tribe to gather their people and send gifts while interacting with the newcomers. Shui'er naturally followed his instructions, but all along, her variant human group had been suppressed by humans all along. Asking her to interact with the humans now made her feel some lingering fear from her past. If possible, Shui'er would like the whole of mini northern plains to be ruled by snowmen. But that was just an impossible dream. Fang Yuan was a human after all. When his immortal aperture gets developed to an extent, he would bring in humans to live. That was the sign that an immortal aperture was prospering and growing. The Snowman Tribe's group had just moved out when Mini Western Desert's Inkman group arrived at its destination. As the Inkman City Lord Mo Tensang flew high in the sky, quietly awaiting. It's coming. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light. In the sky, a dazzling rainbow light flashed brightly. Around this colored profound light, the earth pushed out in all directions. The colored profound light grew larger and larger, gradually revealing the vague illusory phantom of a city. This phantom became more and more real. Eventually the brilliant light dissipated, adding thousands of miles of land to the original location. A city was located at the center of the newly added land. It was the sacred eagle city of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The Inkman Gu master group was already kneeling on the ground, praising and cheering at such a mystical sight. Only when Mo Tansang gave the orders did they stand up. The gates of Sacred Eagle City opened. The city folks inside had already been informed and quickly gathered into a welcoming party. The two parties met at the city gates as contact officially began. The people of Sacred Eagle City curiously sized up the dark-skinned, white-haired Inkmen. The Inkmen gradually let go of their worries. They had also been living under the heavy pressure of the human race for a long time, but they did not expect this new group of people to be so easygoing. The conversation stemmed from a place of equality, which made the Inkmen happy from the bottom of their hearts. Is this Lord Mo Tansang? The eagle warrior who was in charge of Sacred Eagle City flew towards Mo Tansang. From now on, we will be in your care. Likewise. Mo Tansang smiled. You don't have to be too polite. We're all allies here. Mini Blue Heaven. The cloud soil gathered into a small hanging continent. After the starlight flashed, a majestic city was suddenly added to this originally empty continent. This city was scarred and devastated. It was Star Collection City, which had resisted the poisonous smoke Grand Tribulation earlier. In the center of Star Collection City, there was already a brand new Star Snail Hall, which was a mortal goo house that Fang Yuan had purposely built. As for the Star Sea Snail that originally served as the hall, it had been put into the treasury by Fang Yuan. This was an immemorial desolate beast, and the shell of the snail was in rank 8 immortal material. If it was handed over to the old combat beast king, he would not know how to process it. He would only let the Tao marks on the immortal material dissipate naturally. That would be too wasteful. Is this your father's world? It is so huge. The old combat beast king quietly left Star Collection City as he flew around, sighing to himself deeply. Accompanying him was none other than Jean Boudou. This is mini blue heaven. There are 9 other places like this in my father's immortal aperture world. I'm sure we'll be able to live well here. The old combat beast king nodded and asked, how do we contact the others? Use this. It is an information path mortal goo. Jean Boudou took out a mortal goo and handed it to the old combat beast king. The combat beast king's cultivation was at rank 8, but his knowledge was very shallow. This simple information path mortal goo made him marvel in awe. I can't believe that goo worms can be this useful. This is how they should be used. The beast calamity true inheritance that I received says this as well. Jean Boudou smiled shyly. Please don't blame me, Grandpa Combat Beast King. My father wanted me to keep this as a secret. The old Combat Beast King nodded. I understand. I wonder what your father wants me to do. For the time being, we would like Grandpa Combat Beast King and the other warriors to learn the traditional goo cultivation method. This place is not safe. We have strong enemies outside. Jean Boudou said vaguely. The old Combat Beast King was shook. Your father is willing to impart the true cultivation way to us? Of course he is. We are all allies. Jean Boudou smiled. Fong Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Getting rid of the myriad tribulation in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven expended a lot of his immortal essence and effort. But it could not stop Fong Yuan. He almost single-handedly got rid of the Grotto Heaven's crisis. Fong Yuan's reputation also rose to its peak. Next, with the help of Jean Boudou, the owner of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he successfully annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and brought it into his sovereign immortal aperture. Different from the previous life, Fong Yuan had already made all the preparations now. He deduced everything in advance. After annexing the Grotto Heaven, he split up the Grotto Heaven and placed the different parts all over the sovereign immortal aperture. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had several major gathering spots. Some contained a portion of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's true inheritance. Fong Yuan placed Sacred Eagle City, Dark Valley, Spirit Spring Forest, Mountain Cliff City, Star Collection City in Mini Western Desert, Mini Southern Border, Mini Central Continent, Mini Northern Plains and Mini Blue Heaven respectively. Of course, other than that, the many major resource points in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven were also handled properly by Fong Yuan. Fully absorbing this Grotto Heaven would take time. The fusing of ecologies needed to reach a balance, time was needed for that, as well as the patience of the goo immortals managing the place. Fong Yuan obtained myriad beings assimilation transformation again. The Qilin heavenly spirit was also alive at the largest piece of territory. Fong Yuan gained more than 200,000 transformation path Dao marks from this. In the previous life, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven gave him over 100,000 transformation path Dao marks only. But in this life, because of Fong Yuan's arrangements, there was ample time to trigger the second myriad tribulation. The original owner of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven only survived the first myriad tribulation before dying. By the time Fong Yuan discovered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, its second myriad tribulation was approaching. After passing the second myriad tribulation, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven gained another 100,000 Dao marks. Thus, in terms of transformation path Dao marks, Fong Yuan gained about double of them this time. The more Dao marks he had, the better it was for him. Oh, Bing Sichuan has awakened? He wants to cooperate? Fong Yuan received this information and smiled. Even though Longevity Heaven could not contact Fong Yuan directly, they found a method to do so. They knew that Southern Border's righteous path had been extorted by him before. They definitely had ways to contact him. Thus, by finding one of Southern Border's super forces and paying a high price, they would gain this method. Bing Sichuan immediately talked to Fong Yuan, saying that he wished to cooperate with him. In the previous life, Fong Yuan was a little puzzled, but this time he understood the reason. Bing Sichuan wants to work together and gather everyone's strength to try to snatch Fate Gu away. However, I need them to attack Heavenly Court as well. They will test the water for me and lure away some firepower. Fong Yuan was wary about many things in Heavenly Court. For example, Genesis Lotus Painting Path Method, or the game of chess between two venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Fong Yuan agreed to cooperate with Bing Sichuan. This instead made Bing Sichuan have some doubts. Why did Fong Yuan agree to this so readily? He is likely suspicious of us. He wants to see our future actions. Bing Sichuan frowned. He felt that he should find an opportunity to fight together with Feng Yuan and show his sincerity. But after thinking about it, Bing Sichuan could not find any suitable targets. In the previous life, he had no such worries. Be it the River of Time Stone Lotus Island or Dragon Palace, he could ally with Feng Yuan to fight. But in this life, Feng Yuan changed many things. He obtained Dragon Palace in advance. The River of Time battle ended in Heavenly Court's defeat. They had not recovered even now, still being fearful to step into this forbidden ground that Feng Yuan personally created. Heavenly Court. Qin Dingling looked at Feng Jiugu, smiling. Tell me, since you approached me personally, what is your request? Towards this exemplary junior who was also the Tao guardian of the future great dream Immortal Venerable, Qin Dingling was quite appreciative. Feng Jiugu hesitated for a while before speaking. I would like to borrow a rank 8 luck path Immortal Goo from Senior. Responsive luck. Qin Dingling was slightly surprised, before she realized, sure, I agree to your request. Saying so, she handed responsive luck Immortal Goo to Feng Jiugu on the spot. Feng Jiugu was slightly stunned. Qin Dingling said, I know that you are creating a new killer move. This responsive luck Immortal Goo must be very helpful to you, otherwise, with your nature, you will not ask to borrow my Goo worm. Feng Jiugu nodded. Receiving responsive luck Immortal Goo. That is correct. He had already created an 80% complete Destiny song. He found that rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Goo could not shoulder the grand and vast Destiny song. He needed another luck path Immortal Goo as the core. With Feng Jiuji's current understanding, responsive luck Immortal Goo was the most suitable for him. Qin Dingling looked at this Immortal Goo inside. The Immortal Goo recipe for responsive luck Immortal Goo was not actually created by me. I had secretly taken a look at the manuscript written by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. In the future, if you use this goo to deal with the Northern Plains Goo Immortals, we will give them a taste of their own medicine. I will give this Immortal Goo to you. Feng Jiugu thanked Qin Dingling as he said, this goo is not enough. I will need to head to the River of Time, view the past and present, and observe the paths of all lives. Qin Dingling frowned, according to what I know. Even though Heavenly Court is working at full speed, we have only created one time path Immortal Goo House as of now. Going to the River of Time now is simply courting death. Let me take a look at your luck, to try to find a hidden chance for you. Feng Jiugu thanked her once again. The River of Time flowed endlessly. Heavenly Court. Discussion Hall. Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals gathered. There were few Goo Immortals who did not come. This was the largest gathering that Heavenly Court had in the last 1,000 years. Duke Long sat at the highest seat. He looked around. We have explained our plan. Go ahead and execute it. Whether we can restore the glory of Heavenly Court will depend on everyone's hard work. We will do our best. All of the immortals resounded. They were very motivated. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that would affect all 5 regions and the future of the world was about to begin. Once news got out, the world was shaken. Thanks to Feng Yuan's intentional spread of news, all the Goo Immortals knew of the importance of this Refinement Path Convention. But mortal Goo Masters had no idea. They thought that this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was like the usual ones in the past. Goo Masters started to move, heading towards Central Continent. Each Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would attract the Goo Masters of the other 4 regions to participate. It involved all 5 regions and was a huge event. But this time was slightly different from the beginning. Western Desert. A huge group of Goo Masters stood in front of the regional wall. A youngster sighed loudly. Father, if I were not seeing this personally, I simply could not believe there is such an amazing thing in the world. This is the regional wall. Once we get past this, we will reach Central Continent. The middle-aged Goo Master beside the youngster said, after entering the regional wall, our vision will be restricted. By then, you need to stay by my side and not get lost. Understood. Yes, father, I will. The youngster nodded obediently. Zhang Quan looked at his son Zhang Ping, feeling very proud. His son had strong refinement path talent. For his future development, Zhang Quan brought him on a journey to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, to train his refinement path ability and also to gain some knowledge. What sound is that? At the next moment, Zhang Quan looked up in confusion. Next, his pupils shrunk as he showed great shock. A huge meteor that was the size of a hill crashed down towards them. The surrounding Gu masters screamed in fear. Why is this happening? We're doomed. Instantly, Zhang Quan felt great regret. If he had decided to travel to Central Continent alone, his son would not die with him. Boom! The meteor crashed down on the ground, causing an earth-shaking explosion. Zhang Quan and the rest died without intact corpses. In the sky, an Inkman Gu Immortal looked around coldly before leaving. Similar scenes were happening all over the 5 regions. These Gu Immortals were all Fang Yuan's subordinates. They had received his order to prevent people from joining the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Next, Fang Yuan publicly announced in Treasure Yellow Heaven, "If anyone joins the Refinement Path Convention, you will be making an enemy out of me. One day, I will find you and settle the score." The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions sighed in amazement. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had just started, but Fang Yuan made his move already. As expected of the little demon venerable, he was rampant and brutal. Heavenly Court was enraged. Because the assault of Fang Yuan's subordinates would cause much fewer Gu masters to join the convention, it would be disadvantageous in repairing fake Gu. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan ordered his subordinates to only move around Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. This way, Central Continent and Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals could not head to the other 4 regions and save these people. During this period of time, if Central Continent and Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals head to the other 4 regions, they would be angering and provoking the other 4 regions' super forces. Heavenly Court could only accuse Fang Yuan of his heinous crimes and communicate with the righteous paths of the other regions to get them to take revenge on this terribly demonic act. The righteous paths of the other 4 regions responded loudly, but they took little action. Even if they did anything, they were merely doing it superficially, creating a lot of noise but little effect. In the previous life, Fang Yuan acted in Central Continent itself and was faced with much obstruction not long after. In this life, Fang Yuan took action in advance. He immediately gained huge results in battle. The waves of Gu masters rushing to Central Continent immediately ceased. Nobody wanted to die just because of one Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Furthermore, the 4 regions' super forces had also stopped their own Gu masters from joining the convention. It caused this current Refinement Path Convention to be very sparse in attendance. Central Continent Unification Sect. As one of the sign-up locations of the Refinement Path Convention, it was filled with people and commotion as well. The Refinement Path Convention is about to start. Strange. Why do I not see people from the other 4 regions? Luo Sheng sighed. In the previous Refinement Path Convention, he had lost to a Northern Plains Gu Master by chance. This time, he was trying to find that Northern Plains Gu Master again for a rematch. Luo Sheng was eager to prove himself. But Central Continent is too large, the 5 regions are too broad, geniuses are everywhere. He looked around and found that 3 people here were tough opponents for himself. One was an old man that had been reputed for many years. He was also a Refinement Path Master. Another was a young man, and the last one was a young girl. The former had performed well in the previous convention, while the latter was a rising star that had emerged in the last 10 years. This Refinement Path Convention is still going to be that intense. I must make good use of this opportunity. I cannot fail anymore. I will prove myself. I will let my wife and children be proud. Boom! At the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire hall to ruin. All of his grand ambitions vanished into thin air. The young Gu Master with a great future, the genius young girl who was thought of highly, they all died pitifully on the spot. Their bones and flesh were mashed together. Even the corpses could not be seen clearly. In the sky, Bai Ningbing's figure flashed rapidly. She was in charge of moving around. Every destination she reached, she released ancient year beasts. As for the result, Fang Yuan said that she did not need to be concerned with that. Earlier, Fang Yuan sent variant human Gu Immortals to kill Gu Master participants in advance. Now, he ordered Shadow Sex Immortals to infiltrate Central Continent and use ancient year beasts to destroy the sign-up locations, to create bloodshed as countless elite Gu Masters face their end. After learning of this situation, Heavenly Court immediately spread news of the truth. There really are immortals in this world. The culprit behind everything is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you killed my father. I will definitely take revenge for this immense hatred. Even rank 5s are just ants if they do not become goo immortals. Immortals are high and mighty. Why must I sacrifice my life for a mere refinement path convention? Forget it. Forget it. I must go. If I do not go, wouldn't I fall into that Fang Yuan scheme? Some were fearful, some felt emotional, some backed out, while some became determined. They are trying to gather the rage of the people and accumulate human will. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not know what Heavenly Court was doing, but now he was deeply aware. Fang Yuan quickly ordered his subordinates to stop. Heavenly Court and Central Continent's goo immortals gathered rage and hatred. They were about to take action when they found that Fang Yuan's subordinates all vanished without a trace. Isn't Fang Yuan trying to destroy the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention? Why did he stop? The 4 regions' superforces who were watching the show felt very perplexed. In a secret meeting in Southern Border, Wu Yong analyzed some of Fang Yuan's thoughts. Fang Yuan had an early advantage. If he continues, Heavenly Court will deduce the locations of his attackers. He will lose many subordinates. Then will Fang Yuan attack again? Someone asked. Of course, Wu Yong said without doubt. But before that, we need to move out secretly too. In the previous life, Fang Yuan attacked personally and caused destruction. Not long after, he was marked by the Killer Move People's accusation. He had to hide while his subordinates like Bai Ningbing took action. This time, Fang Yuan lurked and concealed himself while ordering his subordinates to cause destruction and bloodshed. Others were not like Fang Yuan who could defend against Fairy Z-Wei's deductions using wisdom path methods. Thus, Fang Yuan ordered Bai Ningbing and the rest to hide themselves after causing some level of destruction. The Refinement Path Convention had just started. The huge battle had not begun. These subordinates were still very useful to Fang Yuan.